over that plant. He is speaking to an incident which several people will face, several Rastafarians, people from the Caribbean, in respect of the plant, that you are subject to searches by law enforcement, searching for cannabis, ganja. And Mr. Emmanuel spoke of that yesterday, of a student traveling from Jamaica to Trinidad and both having to be searched for cannabis. And several of us here may experience that. Now, I also remembered yesterday a colleague of mine, while the police was prosecuting a matter in respect of cannabis cultivation, standing up in court. This person is here today among us. I saw him here earlier on. And standing up in court and telling the magistrate, someone was brought before the court for cultivation of cannabis, and saying, the law is an ass. And when I looked at it, the law is an ass, I thought of it. That's a famous proverb. And this person, I know I saw him here earlier on. I wanted him to own up before I said who it was. It's my colleague, Mr. Henry Shillingford. He stood up in court and he told the magistrate, where we had a Rasta man before the court for cultivation of cannabis, and said boldly, the law is an ass. And this is a proverb we all may have heard once, and it's a proverb that speaks to the legal system being perceived as rigid, unfair, or lacking common sense. But whenever I hear this statement, I use the converse statement that the law is ever changing. The law is ever changing means that the laws constantly have to adapt to societal needs, technological, and also economic shifts. And I believe this is the stage where we are at now. We have to adapt to the needs of society, to changes in society, and also we have to adapt to scientific research that has proven that this plant is useful, has very useful needs, very useful components in fighting certain diseases. Now, the Medicinal Cannabis Bill 2022, as I indicated, it's up for review. It's not set in stone yet. At the review stage, we get inputs from the technical officers, from lawyers, from judges, from society, from cultivators as to what this bill ought to contain. And there are certain pillars that you have to look to when drafting this bill. The first one is that we have to comply to international treaties. We have to ensure adherence to global drug control conventions and to maintain international legal standing. We know where the international community is going in respect of the use of cannabis, so I don't see that as really being an issue. We have to have a dedicated licensing agency. Further down in my presentation, we'll speak on the legislation that it makes provision for that. We're establishing a specialized government body to oversee and manage all licensing procedures for cannabis operations. Mandatory practitioner training. Simply, the doctors, the medical professionals, they have to be trained to understand the use, how this plant operates. Medical discretion, empowering medical practitioners to determine the justified use of medicinal cannabis for patients. I cannot determine the justified use. The police cannot determine the justified use. We have to let the experts tell us what is the purpose of cannabis, what cannabis can be used for. Okay, so it is in the hands of the experts to determine, and not anyone with their personal beliefs. And Dr. Daru has told me to say it again, yes. So it is for the experts to determine, the doctors, the scientific, yes, the scientific researchers to determine what is the justified use. It is not anyone here with their personal beliefs. That is the justified use for medicinal cannabis. The law in Dominica, as we know, we spoke about it yesterday, has decriminalized the recreational use in respect of smoking smoking at your home in private. That has been decriminalized, but we're talking about the use, the medicinal use, where we'll have large-scale cultivation. The experts are the ones who are going to determine whether this can be done, and the experts have given us the go-ahead. So I, as the Director of Public Prosecutions, cannot say, no, the experts are wrong. That's not my field. The police, who are charged with enforcing the law, cannot say that, no, this is wrong. The experts have determined what cannabis can be used for, what this plant, I saw one right here, what this plant can be used for. Okay, so also, there is provision is also made for non-citizen patient registry. Allowing and registering non-citizen patients ensures industry while maintaining oversight. So people from basically the legislation makes provision for a registry to be maintained, both for the citizens and the non-citizens. Stringent business applications, applying rigorous application process for businesses to ensure high standards and compliance. The scientists have advised that you have to have high standards, okay, in respect of the cultivation, so particular strains are maintained. So what we've had in the past with the traditional farmers, it's illegal, so they've been growing, you all saw the photos earlier on, they've been growing in the heights, they've been growing under certain conditions. Right now, where licenses, the law makes provision for licenses to be given, farmers can strictly comply to proper procedures to grow cannabis. Universal tracking system, the implementing of a single comprehensive tracking and monitoring system for all cannabis products from seed to sale. Production control, establishing limits and controls to prevent over-manufacture, excess production, and maintaining market stability. Basically, this is just speaking to regulation. Economic and social equity, fostering fair practices. So the law also operates under this umbrella. So we have intellectual property rights, protecting innovations and knowledge within the medicinal cannabis industry. Foreign investor policy, establishing policies to attract and secure profitable foreign investment in the cannabis sector. Anti-monopolization clauses, implementing clauses to prevent monopolies and the use of shell companies, promoting economic justice and social equity for citizens. Support for small farmers. So the traditional farmers, we've not forgotten you in the legislation. Safeguarding small farms and micro industries through targeted grants and developing programs. Public health and safety is essential safeguards. Public education initiatives. Offenses and penalties, where individuals cultivate and have not obtained a license, there will be penalties under the Act, which the police are the ones who go, or maybe forestry officers will enforce. So we also have offenses and penalties. We have rigorous testing and quality control, standardized labeling guidelines. Specific regulatory provisions. So we have a clause to deal with excessive concentration and hemp operations regulations. Now the historical context of cannabis legislation in Dominica, the Drug Prevention Misuse Act, Chapter 4007, which was enacted in 1988, has historically criminalized cannabis cultivation. However, at this stage, the landscape is evolving with proposed legislation aiming to legalize medicinal cannabis. But, fun fact, and when I brought that up at a committee meeting, everyone was shocked. The legislation in Dominica from since 1988, Section 17 of the Drug Act regulations, has acknowledged the medicinal use of cannabis and has empowered medical practitioners to prescribe it. It's under strict conditions, but since 1988, Dominica has had a section in our regulations speaking to the medicinal use of cannabis. Dr. Dari, you know of that section? Okay, so the basic overview, the proposed legislation contains 6 parts. And the first part consists of the definitions. That is, it defines critical terms, 2 of which I pulled out is the definition of cannabis, what is cannabis and what is medicinal cannabis. I can tell you from committee meetings with Mr. Kazimi, we have been pushing for medicinal cannabis to also include the therapeutic use of cannabis. Now, part 2 consists of the Medicinal Cannabis Authority. This speaks to the establishment of the Medicinal Cannabis Authority. And this authority is a body designed to regulate and control all aspects of the medicinal cannabis and hemp industries, from cultivation to sale. This authority is going to be run by a board of directors. Our proposed number for the board of directors is 9 members appointed by the president. Members have to have expertise in law, management, finance, medicine, research, agriculture, law enforcement, education, and drug rehabilitation. Our committee, LRCC committee, has also recommended that the traditional cultivators ought to form part of that board. We must have a traditional cultivator on that board. So this is one of the recommendations we have also dealt with. Now, key duties of the authority. It will be the establishment of the Dominica Cannabis Tracking System, enforcement of policies for licensing and regulating the entire supply chain, cultivation, processing, extraction, product manufacture, transportation, storage, launch, research, testing, recycling, disposal, destruction, import, export, dispensing, and sale. And also the authority is also going to have a chief executive officer for a term not exceeding 3 years, with the possibility of re-employment to oversee daily operations. Okay, part 3 deals with patient access and medicinal practitioner responsibilities. So when certain powers are given to individuals, you have responsibilities. So the doctors, there are certain responsibilities that they must carry out under the legislation. Remember, we are regulating the use. Prescription procedures, we have prescription procedures. We have the establishment of individuals holding medicinal cannabis patient cards. We have patient registered. And we also have a section which deals with non-prescribable medicinal cannabis. For example, the oils like what we have on display yesterday, the oils, the sprays, soaps. We also have a section in the law which speaks to that. And the standards that have to be kept in respect of these products. Part 4 encompasses part 4 of the legislation. We only have 2 more parts, so I'm not much longer with my long presentation on law. So part 4 encompasses the licensing and supply framework. I know a lot of people are maybe interested in that, how you can get a license. So it's part 4 of the legislation that we have that covered. And part 4 speaks to the type of licensings, categorization of licenses based on operational scope, issuing of licenses, the criteria and process for obtaining licenses, duration and eligibility of licenses, validity periods and qualifications for applicants, and suspension and penalties. Yes, a license can be suspended if you do not follow the law. Okay, a lot of individuals may be asking what is the price of the licenses and what type of license that will be given under the Act. For now, the price has not yet been determined. Looking at the legislation, we have where the minister will be able to do regulations, and the price of the license will fall under the regulations. Keeping in mind, as I said, that at committee meetings, we have been pushing for the traditional farmers, and a lot of talk has been that, you know, it's going to be for the investors alone. It's only the investors with money that are going to benefit from this. We are looking a lot at our traditional farmers and how they can have security to land security, how the legislation can cover them for they too to get a piece of the earnings. So for now, the price of the license has not yet been determined. It's still at the level of discussion. And we have various considerations we have to take in place, one of them being the traditional farmers. So the types of license, we have medicinal cannabis cultivation license, medicinal cannabis processing and extraction license, medicinal cannabis infused products manufacturing license, medicinal cannabis testing facility license, medicinal cannabis dispensary license, medicinal cannabis consumption lounge license, medicinal cannabis transport license, medicinal cannabis research and development license, medicinal cannabis import or export license, medicinal cannabis waste disposal license, industrial hemp processing license, and individual occupational licenses. Part 5 of the legislation deals with appeals and a tribunal to be established. This is where individuals who think that the authority was wrong when they did not give them a license, they still have the ability to appeal. So we have that. Also, if your license is suspended, you can still go before the tribunal to say, you know, I'm being treated unfairly. I would like to state my case, and I think it's wrong. So we have an appeals tribunal established in the legislation. And Part 6 deals with the minister's right to make regulations. As a practicing attorney at times, with law, as we go along, we notice that, you know, there's something we forgot, or there is something that ought to be regulated. Something new has come up and it ought to be regulated. So the last part of the legislation gives the minister the power to make further regulations in keeping with the law. Okay. Conclusion. From a legal standpoint, I'd say the conclusion that we have and the way we can move forward is, firstly, legalize it, legalize the cultivation of cannabis, regulate it, which the legislation is hoping to be able to do, plant it, and eventually earn from it legally. Okay.
Stand by for answering questions. You could stay where you could stay in your oh, you stay here. Try to make your question as succinct as possible. Yes.
Yes. Since you presented this, I remember in the committee that we discussed that a medical marijuana, medical cannabis bill was not necessary because collectively we had agreed that it was a wider issue than just medical, and that there was another act that we were going to bring to the symposium. Now, I'm wondering, is that true, or are we just limiting our discussions that we're going to have, the serious technical committees, to this limited act, as opposed to the other act, which gave wider rights like sacramental use? And so now my position, as you may know, is that it should just be legal like orange trees or grapefruit trees. Right, it's just legal, and then you can regulate it after you've produced it, like any other agricultural crop. So just for my interest and as colleagues, is this not true? Did you not show the committee that you can prescribe cannabis right now under the current act, as I said? Did you not say that?
Yes, and I did include that in my presentation, Mr. Shillingford.
Right.
Yes.
So I just want to make that clear, and to the House, are we discussing the Medical Cannabis Act later in our technical group, or are we discussing the wider act?
The Attorney General's Chambers, Mr. Shillingford, has decided on the medicinal cannabis bill. So this is what is under review. As you should know, I am only tasked with carrying out the legislation and prosecuting matters, but it is the Attorney General who would best speak to why the medicinal cannabis bill was chosen over the integrated cannabis bill. I know we discussed both, but currently the Chambers of the Attorney General has decided on the medicinal cannabis bill.
Okay, I just want to be clear about that.
Yes.
That we
We did discuss both,
right,
both the integrated approach and the medicinal approach.
And we decided the integrated was first. And it's interesting the Attorney General's Chambers has not either attended any of the legal meetings or attended here today. Neither the Attorney General has appeared. I don't want to be controversial, but these are real points that you can see being played out live in front of you, how they're manipulating the process. And it's not being brought to the wider level that we all agree it should be. So do not participate in this force that's trying to regulate a plant.
Yes, proceed.
Yes. Hello. Yes. Good morning.
Good morning, Mr.
It's good that
Murray.
we have, yes, thank you. Maybe I should tell you how I met the lady up there. That was in connection with an injunction against the government for copyright infringement. That's how we first met. But anyway,
Yes.
I'm glad you're up there, right?
Yeah.
There's a question, a legal question that's been bothering me in the draft act and regulations and so on about the use of cannabis. Has to do with the matter of freedom of religion. If we say that the Rastafarians are a religion and they're practicing their religion and the use of the herb is part of their religious service, we cannot then require them to have a license, because that, in my opinion, would be contrary to the guarantee of freedom of religion. And to compare it with the church with which I grew up, the Catholic Church, use wine as part of the service. Wine is a similar intoxicating substance as the herb, okay? The alcohol is controlled. There are controls on alcohol and so on and so forth. You have to have a license to sell alcohol, whether it's in a permanent place or on the carnival route, etc., etc., etc. But the Catholic Church and the priests do not have to have a license to drink alcohol in the church. And I think, in my humble opinion, the requirement of a license for a person to practice what he says is his religion is contrary to the guarantee of freedom of religion in the Constitution. And secondly, there is, I don't know if people remember that, because we don't actually enforce it, a whole slew of regulations that are governing the production, sale, transport, etc. of agricultural produce. In which part of the law it actually says the pre-deal larceny part is very serious,
Yes.
considered a very serious crime. Liable, COCOSEC, that was, since COCOSEC, they've increased the penalty for pre-deal larceny. So the question of setting up another, if you like, institution, another set of rules to govern a single agricultural plant seems to me not very efficient in terms of running our agricultural sector.
Okay. Mr. Murray, in respect of your first question that the legislation is not recognizing the religious use of the plant, I would defer because recently there were amendments to the legislation which allows for the possession of 28 grams to be legal and also for 3 trees to be cultivated per person, per household. And the drive behind these amendments were in respect of the community, the Rastafarian community, and understanding their religion and their religious beliefs in the plant. So I would defer on that. Medicinal cannabis now, the legislation we now have is to deal with the medicinal aspect of cannabis, for there to be the cultivation on a large scale of cannabis for medicinal use. This is the proposed legislation.
Yes, I understand.
Okay.
I understand that perfectly. My point is that you cannot require a license to practice your religion, because a license means I can give you the license, in which case you are allowed to do it, or I can withhold it from you and prevent you, and therefore you will be doing it illegally and you're subject to sanctions. If it's a religious activity, you can't say, well, you can only have 28 grams because my religion might say I should take 30 grams. If you follow. So to be logical and in sequence and in consonance with the Constitution, the business about having a license of any sort to practice your religion shouldn't exist. That's my argument there.
Test it. Thank you, Mr. Murray. Any other questions? Please note that snacks are served, so you will help yourself subsequent to the question in here.
All right, good morning.
Good morning.
Guy, forestry and part of the National Cannabis Advisory Committee. And I know we continue to stress the point that we pursuing the medical marijuana bill and stuff, well, medical cannabis bill. But there have been growing concerns of how is the inclusion of the herbal practitioners identified within that, because we say eventually we have to have prescription and administration of that. And we know in the past how they have been intricately involved in that process. So I'm not too sure if it's clearly identified that how we get them on board. I know there's training for practitioners, for medical practitioners, but then medical practitioner would be that maybe qualified from a schooling institution. So most of the practitioners may not have gone that route. So how is that incorporated in there if we had to go that route? And then the whole fact that they have been practicing the health and wellness part, which I think our bill is trying to address, and I think we should just be blunt and straight off and just call it the cannabis health and wellness bill instead of just the kind of medical bill. And it encompasses the medical part and encompasses the sustainable use part, all right, in the wellness part. So I think, and sacramental and all others. So how is that identified in there? And if not, I think it kind of will sidetrack the practitioners who have been putting the effort in curing a lot of illnesses and sicknesses out there. So that's just my contribution there.
Yes.
Thank you.
There is a part of the legislation that deals with the non-prescribable use. That is the herbalist dealing with the products that herbalists may put on the market. There is a particular section, but as I said, it's still a work in progress, and we on the committee, we take advice from, there are people from all walks of life on this committee, so it's a work in progress where we can make recommendations to the Honorable Attorney General.
Recognize.
And also, I think there, in respect of the non-prescribable products, we also have the Bureau of Standards, a section which deals with the Bureau of Standards doing testing of these products to maintain a particular standard.
Okay, hello everyone. A few questions and comments. So, one, I think you made reference to the 1988 Act, I believe.
Yeah, the Drug Misuse Prevention Act.
Right, so the minister could, grant licenses and so on. How many have been issued so far? Has it ever been made effective?
I don't think it was ever used.
Okay.
But the legislation, it's made, there is provision for a doctor to prescribe cannabis in the regulations of the Act. But I don't think it has ever been used.
Okay. And my other question is, the exhibit outside, these products, are they legal or illegal at the moment?
To me, they, as long as they contain less than 28 grams of marijuana fruit test, if you have cannabis, they'll be legal.
Is that what our current laws state?
Yes, we have that in the law that you can be in possession of 28 grams.
But
legally.
possession is not the same as a manufactured product.
No.
So they are currently legal, but we turn a blind eye to it. But we don't turn a blind eye to the cultivators or the growers. So my issue is, the government, I don't think that the moral authority speak on those things.
Excuse me?
I don't think the government, the state, has the moral authority to speak on those things. Because you pick and choose what you want to adhere to and enforce. For example, in the Constitution, it says there shall be a parliamentary commissioner. We do not have one. It also says there shall be a director of public prosecutions, which you sit in that office. So we pick one and we leave one out. Now, I agree with Mrs. Jininval, because we have mango trees all over the island, but we do not have any mango juice in nothing. We have no agro-processing. So why not, as a plant, let it grow as a plant, and if you decide to make a product out of it, then you regulate that product. Because we have an issue here. We say we are in nature and we are not. We say it, but we don't act it, we don't live it out. We have a situation here. We have a crisis on our hands with invasive plant and animal species. The systems in place in Agriculture Division, we do not have the expertise or the wherewithal to regulate and control our borders. So we have animals and plants coming in that are not checked.
Huh? Okay.
So can I challenge you?
Challenge me?
Yes. What recommendations that you would put forward to this august body
Okay, my first
that would
recommendation,
allow us to facilitate, as government, the concerns that you are bearing on the body today? Let us hear some of the solutions.
All right, fine. My first recommendation is that medical whatever act they want to put that was drafted by some Canadian body that is not indigenous to us should be scrapped. That's my first recommendation. Do not consider it get off the table. That's not for us. Because I cannot, you mean to tell me, we in Dominica, we are the only island in the Eastern Caribbean that is actually sovereign. We are independent. We are constitutional republic. We are president. Okay? We are member of the Eastern Caribbean Supreme Court, whatever is it called, in the OECS, whatnot. And you mean to tell me we have attorneys and so on, we do not have the wherewithal to craft our own laws for our own people, yet we say we have an indigenous community, we have a Rastafarian community.
So let's have a conversation. Let's have a conversation. Let's have a conversation.
Don't let me lose track of what I'm saying, please. All right? because right across over there, we have a
Yeah, but you're making some
monument.
point of correction. You have made, we are not the only sovereign country in the Caribbean. That is,
Are you
please.
kidding me?
Trinidad is a republic. Barbados
I
has
said
just
the
become
Eastern
a republic.
Caribbean.
They
Trinidad
are.
for the Eastern Caribbean.
Barbados is. Okay?
It's the only reason.
Hi.
Eastern Caribbean.
But let's stick to the point, okay? Let's not have a throw of fion. We are here.
It's not a profio, it's facts.
We are
Okay?
here. We are here for solutions.
But why are you interrupting me for?
Yes,
Is
but
it somebody else?
I want you to lead the conversation towards one that provides the audience with practical solutions that allow us to address the very concerns that you have placed on the table. So
all right,
what I
let me
want
give an
you to
example.
do is to change the conversation. Yes, we can all sit
No,
here
hold
and
on, let me
say
give an
all
example.
what is wrong, but it is important for us to find the solutions, and I think that's why we call the symposium, is to draw out of the public
Okay.
those practical things that we need to do.
Fine.
So
Hold on, one second.
just reposition your presentation to
One
allow that to
second, please.
emote out of the body. Thank
Fine.
you.
Right at this moment, I'm also a member of the Legal and Regulatory Committee. This thing that just presented there was never before us to even consider. We have been ambushed. We have been ambushed. So the meetings we had, what we discussed, this is not it. So you telling me this is almost an insult to me, because whatever recommendations we have made have been completely ignored. So we're going to sit here and talk and feel good, knowing that y'all have something predestined or, ready to go ahead, whether we like it or not. So I want to know, is this a charade? Because you have cut me off effectively for a long time and make me lose trend of thought. Because whatever you do, one way, you do for everything. We have a public health crisis with garbage collection. That's our priority.
You are distracted, my dear. You are distracting
No,
yourself.
the government has
Stick to
failed
cannabis.
in every way. How are you going to convince
Stick
us
to
to pull
cannabis.
this off?
If I may, I think that the young lady's point, I think that should be taken, and I think it reverberated my point. And it's just to keep it simple for discourse.
That's right.
Are we going to discuss in the breakout groups the Cannabis Act, the Medical Cannabis Act, or are we going to discuss the wider document, because she was on the legal committee, this young lady here, for whatever means, but so that is what I think she's putting to the House, which is a valid question, and I think Sharlita is right, and I think the floor needs to debate this, and maybe the organizers, because that is a point. Are we discussing the Medical Cannabis Act, or are we looking at a wider act? I think that's the issue for the young lady, and I think it's valid.
So in a situation like that, the recommendation I'm getting out of her discussion and your follow-up is that the current act being proposed should be circulated among others, everybody, so that they can give their input and have consensus on what is the best foot forward in terms of whether we go at a wider act situation or we proceed with the one that's recommended. But I think what is emoting out of the discussion is that we should not blindsidedly just go forward with what is being proposed, but that we should allow the discussions to give some input into it. And that is valid.
I think it's a little deeper than that, because remember,
Sure.
I remember, I mean, Sherman knows we have private discussions, and she explained that there was, in the committee, there was a decision not to do medicinal cannabis, that it's wider than that. She has explained that in her position, the Attorney General makes those decisions. So regardless of the legal committees, because we met a number of times before this meeting, regardless of our recommendations, the government has still gone back to this Foreign Thing Act. So I'm just saying that we as a committee, because we advise government too, we can look at both. That's all. I mean, or is it, because it's right, she will feel
Yes.
ambushed. So if people give their time and their professional effort towards something, and then it's undermined by the things, people...
Although you must give credence to the fact that she did a presentation,
Absolutely.
but she did not put the act in there. So I think we
Yes,
have
it's
to
still
get
under review. It is still
full-
under
the
review.
full act and have it continue the review so that all the concerns and questions are actually addressed and there is that consensus.
Yeah, that's true, but except that the title of it is the Medical Cannabis Act. So that's all. We're just trying to use our time best. I think the intervention was it shouldn't go further, but that's the point, I think, to the body. You know what I mean?
Yes,
I mean,
certainly.
I think that they should, I'm suggesting that the House who's organized should let both acts be presented to whatever breakout committee, so that there's, because the legal committee which they inherited, we said, collectively, everybody, you know, head of the Bar Association, the Attorney General wasn't there, we all agreed that Dominica needs a wider act than the Medical Cannabis Act. So
That's it.
this is a
Yeah,
young
sure.
attorney, I think she's just graduated, so she has a lot of fervor, maybe. I'm more,
Understood.
I am more older and more grayer, so I'm maybe more sedated. But I get her point.
Yes, sure.
And I think it should be taken seriously. And young lady, I think you can sit down now.
Thank you.
One more thing.
Yes, sure.
In regards to expert knowledge, in the environmental climate movement and sustainability discussions, it has been increasingly recognized that indigenous knowledge is as good as Western scientific knowledge. So when I hear reference to an expert, who are those experts? Because as we have heard, the traditional cultivators are experts in and of themselves, not just in the Western traditional format of an expert. And another thing I want to say is, I am not Rastafarian, but I feel a little bit offended at certain things I witnessed. And we have to recognize that Rastafarian community, they're not just these guardians, I guess, of that great plant, but it's a lifestyle, it's a culture. And we have to be more grateful to them because they have maintained that natural knowledge, type of life, that non-red meat type of thing, and being conscious as to what you put in your body, especially medicines. And what I come into in regards to medicine is, the state now wants to enforce some type of laws where children must be vaccinated to enter school. So my question is, since we recognize the alternative in traditional, non-traditional medicine, do we also have the right of body autonomy, personal autonomy, to say whether or not we're gonna have foreign things, vaccines in our bodies when we have natural alternatives? So yes, as a parent, I would like to know if the system gonna force it on my children.
Good point here. All right. It's noted for the discourse. All right. Yes. Recognizing Mr. John Robin.
Okay. My name is John Robin, and I'm from Benjo Simos. As we speak now, we are exporting today a 20-foot container of CMOS to the United States. And I'm here because I want to speak about manufacturing. Because what we have done within the African, Caribbean, Pacific grouping of nations for the past several years is to produce raw material for export to the metropole, to re-export to us in those regions. My first concern, I have 3 points. What are the mechanisms that have been put in place, first of all, for the investment, the ownership, and the perpetual benefit of the Rastafarian community, especially as it relates to foreigners coming, investing, and setting up plants, and we're exporting, and they're getting all the profit, just as we have seen happen in Africa. I am therefore proposing that some mechanism be created so that a percentage of the equity in any investment in that particular endeavor be given to the Rastafarian community. Because why? Talking about suffering, they have suffered for many years. They have died trying to preserve the concept. And now that we have found that the uses can benefit society, they should be made to benefit from it. Secondly, we have The government has given us duty-free on our manufacturing in terms of our equipment, machinery, label, and packaging. But still we have to pay for the manufacturing ingredients and the raw material. I am therefore suggesting that one of the efforts as we pursue manufacturing, especially as it is to cannabis, that we ensure that all manufacturing inputs are duty-free. Finally, I'm also proposing that a fund be set up, a development fund for the cannabis industry and the wider manufacturing sector, and that this fund take into consideration concessional financing in very low interest rate to the tune of 1.5 to 3%, not more than that. And also the conditionality they do not necessarily have to be so steep that they cannot be accessed by the people that are interested in engaging in manufacturing. Finally, I want to say that one of the most important impact we can make in this whole cannabis industry is for us to focus tremendously on manufacturing. Manufacturing has the capacity to create tremendous backward linkages to agriculture and forward linkages to export. It also has the capacity to eliminate poverty and also to create much needed jobs. And also, if we really want to change our country from a third world economy to a first world economy, we must manufacture. Manufacturing is the way forward, and I think cannabis presents a significant opportunity for us, and we must do it and get it right the first time.
Thank you.
You appreciate that nothing what he said is possible under this act. Under this act, everything he asked you for is not possible.
Any other comments?
Yes.
Recognize.
All right. Yes, me again, Hassan. I'm asking my questions in the capacity of DBS News. So I have about 3 questions and 2 solutions as well.
Okay.
So the first question is, will the Ministry of Agriculture sponsor a few trees to the State House as a symbolism for what we are trying to accomplish today? In that, to break the bias, as soon as you enter, there will be a cannabis plant or a tree, one of each type, a sativa, indica as well. And then we can have our experts, you know, like the Dr. Mario, Mr. Median Larocque, you know, himself, to explain people what the significance of the plant is. The second one, seeing that the police were not presented today or were not present at the moment, but I do know a lot of the officers, a few of them they really support the idea and initiative, but they cannot come in their own personal capacity and say yes. So, you're there, blessings to you, King. Maximum love. All right. All right. All right. Well, happy that you're there, you know? And so a fear that was, that's right. Big up the police one time. Bless yourself, King. All right. So now, a fear, I can dive that to you, a fear that a lot of people might have is that the police officers themselves, they kind of have a reputation, like what the Director of Public Prosecutors were saying, is that your daily life, you see trees being burnt and that type of thing. That there's an increased fear, people are not speaking about it, that the police now may have even more reason to go around after people saying, hey, where's your license? You don't have a license to do this and to that. And would they be limited to the Bureau of Standards? Like, okay, there's a list of people who are now licensed, so back away from them and then leave them with the Bureau of Standards. And then another solution, now the 2 solutions that I had, seeing that a lot of information was being passed on and our greatest investment is our youth, why not we have a planter, we already have a planter tree program going on. You can have a planter tree where the young children themselves will be encouraged to plant a cannabis tree in their schools. And then the second solution would be they could learn about it, photosynthesis, but learn about the cannabinoid system at a young age. So therefore it will give them the agricultural practices to see where, because as you know, the cannabis tree or marijuana tree or the ganja tree is not the only tree that has the cannabinoids. The cannabinoids in it that is beneficial. There are other plants that have cannabinoids that can help you as well. So that would be a initiative in that as well. So that's my contribution, questions, and solution.
Thank you. Let's recognize right in this area. Young lady, and then this gentleman. Yes.
So it wasn't a question, more of a strong opinion, but you want to put like licenses on disposing of cannabis and growing cannabis and stuff, right?
Could you repeat?
So if we need to put licenses on disposing of cannabis and growing of cannabis and stuff like that, shouldn't we also put licenses on stuff like disposing of bananas and papayas and growing of them?
Very thought-provoking question, which is the essence of what Attorney at Law was indicating. She was just highlighting the fact that are we continuing to treat it as a drug with a negative, or do we treat it as an ordinary plant in our agricultural systems in Dominica? Yes, thank you for the question. Yeah, this young man.
Hi, good day. I just wanted to know.
No, sit down because you have to speak in now.
I just wanted to know.
The mic, please put up the mic.
Can everyone hear me?
Yes.
Stand up. I just wanted to know, in terms of the importation of strains, are there any provisions you put aside, discussed in terms of that, or you have to wing it? Like, talk to me.
Well, the proposed legislation makes provision for the importation and exportation licensing. So I would foresee that they have considered the importation of particular strains.
Okay, and if a grower chooses to make their own strains to the market, there's also consideration for that, right? It's not just what we get in from outside, right?
Well, that is under the purview of the Ministry of Agriculture and the Bureau of Standards, according to the legislation, because the legislation is aiming to regulate, because you're going to have a tracking system from seed to plant to export. There are going to be regulations in respect of the strains and what a license can be given for to cultivate.
Okay, thank you, that's it.
There's break available
Mr.
to all those who are...
Reginald, I need to say something.
Yes.
I need to say something.
Morello.
Morello?
Molo.
Right. Moulon.
Molo.
Thank you. So I spent, in 2018, I spent 5 months in Barbados. In 2019, I spent 4 months in Barbados. In 2022, I spent a year in Barbados. And in 2024, I spent a year in Barbados. My view of Barbados at the time was I was assessing Barbados as a potential investment because I'm licensed to practice law in Barbados, being one of the countries. And what I saw in Barbados as a potential investor, potential resident, because my second ex-husband is Barbadian civil engineer, I thought it was extremely restrictive on every single level. Now, I am European, I don't do restrictions. More importantly, I am French. So I like to enjoy life to a certain extent. Barbados is restrictive. I believe it was Shanika who was saying they're conservative. Now, don't get me wrong, because Barbadians don't invite you to their homes, but I was invited on a Sunday for lunch, which is good. So like, I'm kind of family, so I'm privileged in that sense. However, driving around Barbados, here are the things I saw. Abandoned properties, okay? If you want to invest in Barbados, you need a minimum of $5 million US. That allows you to reside in Barbados for a period of time. Then if you want to be like if you're looking for something for a lifetime investment, long-term investment, or long-term or permanent residency, you need a minimum of something like $15 to $20 million registered with the Central Bank of Barbados. Okay, now let's take this for example. Assume I am an investor wanting to put $20 million, $40 million in a property. US dollars, by the way. The Barbadian dollars is 2-to-1, for those of you who need to know this. You have to register the US dollar currency that you're bringing into the country to buy the property. Okay? That's the first hurdle. The second hurdle, you have to pay a fee to the Central Bank of Barbados to register that currency. So say, for example, I decided to take this crazy move and do that. And I'm not limiting it to real estate because the first thing you need is a roof over your head, right? I decided to take this crazy move and put my money in Barbados. Property is registered, I am happy, married, blah, 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 all things good. But one day, shit hits the fan and I get fed up with Barbados, right? I can't get my property out of Barbados. The central bank will not release my money, and so I am stuck. I am stuck. So, all of this to say is that the proposals that are being put in place for the cannabis industry, because we are creating an industry. So we need to look at perhaps considering we don't make it too draconian and too strict, because we will deter investors. We will even diaspora investors who want to invest in the country, who want to bring money into the country, who want to say, look, I am going to put $1 million to this, I am going to put $2 million to this, because we are talking about lifting our people up, lifting those who have been in the industry, and we are like, okay, we've got the money, we want to deploy the capital, but if it is you're putting up hurdles that are making it impossible for us to do so, then of course it will never happen. Of course, you may have the standards and the boards and etc. I am not going to put my money at risk if it is that all I am saying is that, well, you know what, this may, you know, they're prohibiting this, or you can't plant, or you need this. How am I going to trust an industry that cannot, that before it starts, it's prohibitive? Barbadians, for example, you cannot get anything done in the cannabis industry. I cannot invest in the cannabis industry in Barbados. It is just way too restricted. So that's just my personal perspective. I'm a lawyer. I have assets under management. I'm also an investor. So if it is I see restrictions, I will have to say, well, okay, you know what, maybe, you know, we have to think about this a little more. Okay? Sherman?
Thank you. Thank you. Please note that there is break available for all, but if you want to continue the discussion, it's at your own will. Yes, we had it from Mark. Are there any others? Yeah, she was, before you, Mark, allow her to speak. Mm-hmm. You had speak earlier on, so allow her to speak. That's the first time.
Good morning, everyone. I just have a couple recommendations and a question to the DPP. You said each household is entitled to 3 trees per person, right? 3 trees per person.
Correct.
So I'm just wondering, the kind of fertilizer that I use for my plants and vegetables, it makes them bloom. So I'm wondering if my 3 trees gives me more than 28 grams, which 1 tree will most likely give me more than 28 grams, and I get caught with that more than 28 grams from my 3 trees, what is going to happen to me?
Actually, your scenario was the exact defense of an accused whose sentence was significantly reduced. The police, in applying the law, they are very strict to the 28 grams, being in your possession.
So, officer, you might have to think about that.
Yes.
Because I am entitled to 3 trees.
But where?
Okay, we'll take that back to cabinet. My recommendation also, especially to the manufacturers here. Yesterday I went outside taking a look around, and I think the lady earlier on said, make mention to that. Some of the products, if we're gonna do something, let's make it gel. Let's do it correctly from the beginning. Some of the products out there that I looked at has no labeling on them. How do I know what are the ingredients that are in this product? How do I know that the amount of cannabis oil or whatever you put in there is in there? You might have seniors using this. We focusing a lot on medical medicine. So I just want to recommend, if you're doing it, let's do it right. Put the ingredients out there, put the dosage on there, put everything out there, and this is coming from my nutrition background. Because if you just take things in everything that we do, as much as cannabis is good in so many ways, we have to make sure the labeling is there so people can know. We have to, whatever we're doing, or we're eating, or we're drinking, we have to do it in moderation. So let's put this labeling on our products so we can see what is happening. And just for safety reasons as well. You never know who is going to be using the products. So I was a bit disappointed that some, and I'm stretching on some, not all, some that I saw that I bought. So you telling me just use a little bit, that is not going to work. It's not working. So let's just get the safety aspect of it, the labeling aspect of it. And I hope that the bureaus, the standards people, that they're here. And that's why it's very important in symposium like this that everybody's at the table, everybody's voice is being heard before we even go into legislation. So let's make sure that we get this compact and we get it together, and then we can shine and boom and in the whole marketing industry.
And the problem you saw yesterday from the products, the proposed legislation does address that, eh? So this is where regulation comes in. The proposed legislation does address that aspect.
So which means that our laws have to be enforced. And it have to be enforced.
It's not yet enacted. The medicinal cannabis bill is not yet enacted, but what's the legislation that we're looking at now, it does speak to those standards.
I understand what you're saying. It's not enacted yet, but we are selling the products, right?
Yes.
So if it's not, then we shouldn't be selling the products.
Very well.
Especially at our symposium, where we're trying to get it together
it's
from
not yet
the
regulated.
State House. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Mack?
Yeah, I just wanted to make a comment with respect to the question of importing seeds, etc., etc. We actually have a law in Dominica. Somebody mentioned intellectual property somewhere along the line there that gives a plant breeder a patent-like protection for a new variety of plant which he has created. However he's created, whether he use genetic engineering or the old-time grafting methods. So I think we should bear that in mind, that we can create a new strain in Dominica by breeding deliberately a strain that would be unique in whatever way it is. And then we will be able to have a patent-like protection for that strain, to which we can then tie a geographical indication. Yeah, which would last forever. The patent doesn't last forever. Okay, so we should think about that in terms of how we're talking about cross-pollination and that sort of stuff. Yeah, okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you. We are on official snack break. Please try to ensure that we get some refreshments. We still have two powerful presentations. Immediately after break, we'll be hearing from Dr. William Courtney. I don't think we want to miss that. He'll be going very deep into the endocannabinoid system. Dr. Courtney is a world-renowned physician with over 35 years experience with regards to medicinal cannabis applications, having treated over 8,000 patients over in California. So we do not want to miss that presentation.
Good morning, everyone. It's 12:30. Oh, wow. Good afternoon, then. Again, it's a pleasure to be here. I stand here representing the Ministry of Health, Wellness, and Social Services. And I think a lot has been said about the wellness aspect of the use of cannabis in taking care of our health. And I'm thoroughly enjoying this conversation. Like the DPP said, I'm kind of stuck within a rock and a hard place. I have the medical degree, yes, I have the medical experience, but I grew up in River Street. And growing up as a child, you would see police officers chasing down a Rasta man, diving in gutters under culverts, hiding for one spliff, two spliff. So I always grew up knowing marijuana to be a bad thing. And so when I told my kids I was going to be here, they're like, Mommy, you're involved in things to do with cannabis? So I sent them the link and I'm like, look, listen. Because one of the questions that was asked was, how do we deal with stigma and discrimination? And the best way to deal with that is through education. So if I can educate my kids on it from now, they're growing up in Wallows and are growing up in River Street, and they're still biased towards the plant. So I'm learning all that I can so that in my house there will be no stigma, no discrimination, there will be informed choices, and there will be acceptance of what is actually just a plant. Somebody asked the question, is the problem really a problem? Anyways, we have Dr. William Courtney in our midst. Dr. William L. Courtney has an extensive medical education that began with a Bachelor of Science in Microbiology from the University of Michigan. He also received his Doctor of Medicine from Wayne State University and interned for residency in psychiatry at California Pacific Medical Center. He went on to earn his postgraduate in forensic examination and forensic medicine. Dr. Courtney is a member of the American Academy of Cannabinoid Medicine, the International Cannabinoid Research Society, the International Association of Cannabis as Medicine, and the Society of Clinical Cannabis. Dr. Courtney almost sounds like a walking cannabis, not true? Dr. Courtney has also been teaching continuing medical education courses in clinical cannabis. His area of special interest is in the dietary uses of cannabis to achieve 250 to 500 milligrams of cannabinoid acids, which he considers as conditionally essential nutrient in the diet of individuals from the 4th decade on. So that would include me, because I'm pretty near the 5th decade. Dr. Courtney is Vice President of the American Luxembourgaise de Méthode Préventive, an ambulatory care facility in Luxembourg uses dietary unheated cannabis. He's working with dispensaries interested in providing high-dose, raw, juiced cannabis to seriously ill medical marijuana patients, and is also working to establish analytic medical laboratories in Mendocino and Humboldt countries in California. That's a wealth of knowledge we have right there. So please, let's make Dr. Courtney welcome.
Thank you. Thank you for inviting me. Obviously, cannabis has been the theme for the last couple of months, and it's been exciting to be a part of that. And my particular interest is integrating the cannabinoid systems. We have the endocannabinoid system, which is inside the cells of our body, and we have the exogenous cannabinoid system, which is in the plant. And when we bring the two of those together, we really can achieve significant improvements in our health. And so that'll be the focus of my talk, which is nutritional cannabis. I used to use the term dietary and dietary essential, which has relevance but the idea is I really want to begin focusing on the nutritional roots, benefits of this plant and its integration into our regular diet. So we did have to convert this presentation from a Mac to a PC, so we have a few slides that are going to be kind of overlaid. But this shows that when I left California, we had almost 8,000 patients in the practice, and all of these were cultivators, and from their practice, they developed a lot of injuries, and they learned to treat themselves. They're the ones that really brought the applied cannabis to me, and I was able to consolidate on these individuals' personal research, and they really created the most significant education, because obviously medical school was kind of light on cannabis. So the nutritional cannabis constituents. There's 750 chemicals, 150 phytocannabinoids. One of the big classes that distinguishes the raw is the medicinal acidic cannabinoids. Those are quite delicate molecules. They break down with both age and dramatically with heat. Humans have been quite interested in the heated applications of cannabis. So for the last 10,000 years, we would saute, bake, smoke, vaporize, steep. We would do anything to take the non-psychoactive THC acid molecule and convert it into THC. But when we do that, we decarboxylate not just THC acid, but all of the medicinal acidic cannabinoids. And that is a very valuable class of molecules. And so my proposal today is look at cannabis from both perspectives. When you move into the dietary, you preserve these delicate molecules, and a significant research paper out of Oregon State University was that these molecules could actually block the virus from attaching to the cell, and they also block its entry into the cell. So they hold tremendous potential to help us deal with various epidemics and pandemics that have been in the past, and more particularly that could be in our future. So the THC acid, this is in terms of reducing nausea and vomiting. There's so many benefits to the plant, and we'll be trying to kind of present as many of them as we can get together in one talk. But it's interesting that THC acid is 10 times more potent than THC when it comes to nausea and vomiting. And CBD acid is 100 to 1,000 times more important than CBD. So while certain molecules may have grabbed the limelight in terms of both marketing and information distribution, the raw plant behind the marketed products really is something that we need to be paying strong attention to, and figure out how we can integrate the living plant into our diet. So the endocannabinoid system, its chemical characteristics and biological activity. Whenever possible, I would put the URL below, so that when you're looking at this, you can do a screen capture and go back to the original literature behind a lot of these slides. So the cannabinoid receptors, here's kind of a three-dimensional model of the first cannabinoid binding receptor. So there's CB1 and CB2 receptors, and these interact not only with our endogenous cannabinoids, the ones that we produce, but they also interact with the exogenous cannabinoids that comes from cannabis when we consume it. There's a series of, so there's three sets of receptors, the CB receptors, the vanilloid receptors, and the G protein coupled receptors. So they all play different roles, but they're all involved in binding to the ligand or that molecule, and then that affects a chain and downstream signaling. It can affect how the cell responds, how the cell reproduces, how various activities are mounted that empower the immune system. So these receptors, they're mounted in the membrane, and let me see, is that visible there? That's going to be hard to see. So the lipid bilayer is what every membrane on every cell of our body is constructed with, and these receptors are mounted in that membrane so that these molecules that we consume or inhale, they come into the blood, circulate, and then they attach to these receptors that are in the membrane, and then that allows that information to go into the cell and regulate that cellular function. This is obviously from a younger Dr. Courtney, but we came quite excited with the Cannatonic series, and were able to go to Europe and pick up these strains that became a classic series of cultivars from which we were able to develop a lot of our ideas, and particularly develop the alternative cannabinoid dietary cannabis series. So raw cannabis metabolism. So THC is converted in the liver into both a more potent 11-hydroxy-THC, and it's also simultaneously converted into an inactive 11-carboxy-THC. So there's a lot of this downstream chemistry, which we're just trying to figure out how that can be identified and possibly enhanced to improve its health benefits. But one part that is particularly interesting to me is the oral pharyngeal absorption. So if you use cannabis as a chew, where you use the raw plant, you stick it between your jaw and your cheek, the saliva will soften it, and then as you squeeze that little bolus of cannabis, it will release the terpenes, the flavonoids, the phytocannabinoids, and then they will be absorbed into the venous system in the mouth. And the nice thing about the oral pharyngeal absorption is that venous blood, as it goes into circulation, is going back to the lungs to be oxygenated, it bypasses the liver. And the venous blood, only 10% of that is shunted into the liver, where it's exposed to metabolism, degradation, and preparation to be excreted. But 90% of the oral pharyngeal absorption goes directly into the serum. So when you make an effort to use a raw cannabis chew, that absorption is going to bring the medicinal acidic cannabinoids into the serum, where they can have their effect on proliferation, inflammation, all different kinds of cellular aspects. And as opposed to that, if you take that exact same amount of cannabis that you use as a raw cannabis chew, and you swallow it, 100% of intestinal absorption is routed through the liver, exposing it to the metabolism degradation, and so you're going to have a lower level of improvement from that same amount if you swallow it, as opposed to use it in just your mouth. And so we'll be maybe referring back to liver's first pass metabolism. That's a degradation that occurs before these products are available to be utilized by the cell. So that first pass metabolism is really what we're trying to avoid by the oral pharyngeal absorption. So raw cannabis chew. Cows chew on botanical material 8 hours a day. So I'm not sure who counted this, but it's speculated that there's over 30,000 chews a day in the cow's life, where they just kind of keep breaking down the botanical material. And we just had mentioned that the sublingual absorption, which is how they, like if you're having a heart attack and you take a medicine to kind of block that, you absorb it in the mouth because that goes directly into the serum and is the fastest way to kind of provide relief and open up vessels in the heart, and if you're having a mild precardiac condition. Well, that same absorption is what you take advantage of when you use raw cannabis in your mouth rather than put it into your diet. Boy, that conversion from iOS to PC is pretty rough. So compounding cultivars. This is the series of plants that we brought back from Barcelona, and we had them all analyzed. And we selected the ACDC 20% CBD to 1% THC, and that was our CBD sample. And we selected the this lower one that had 30% THC and only 1% CBD. And so with those two cultivars, you had a very almost pure form CBD and a very strong form of THC. And you could then take those two, and if you were growing them or cloning them, you'd have a consistency. So these would be our cloning cultivars that produce the base products that you then could mix in different ratios, depending on what particular condition you were trying to assist the individual with. So these compounding cultivars, the CBD one and the THC, they allowed us to set up these unique ratios to optimize individual bioavailability is a significant factor. How an individual digests, absorb, if there's any intestinal problems, you can have quite a wide variation. And the only way that you can really know that is if you're giving them a known kind of concentration, and you can take their serum level, and then you can say, okay, this person has a very strong system, and they're moving a lot of it into the serum, or this person appears to be struggling with maybe inflammatory bowel disease or some condition that's affecting their absorption, and that their levels are not going to be transferred as completely. So you can have a sense of the bioavailability, meaning the success of the product getting into the body. That cloned cultivar library that we had looked at previously, it gives you quite a wide range of different variations. And so if you happen to find a particular strain that worked with a person's ability to digest and absorb and also provided them effect, you can then select a strain that had that ratio that you had kind of played with initially, and then they would have a strain that they could grow that would be providing them with real optimal ratios of these primary compounds. And so Kristen is a very skilled cloner, and would be quite useful if we get in a situation where we identify our compounding cultivars. She could help make hundreds or thousands of these clones, which would allow us to rapidly produce them in volume, making them available to citizens to both diagnose their situation and find out what's optimal, as well as produce a product that could be useful going forward. So the medicinal acidic cannabinoids, those cannabinoids are primarily, if not exclusively, found in the living plant. They're very delicate, they break down easily, and so your ability to get the THC acid, and then there's a THC variant, which is there's a shorter and longer tail of keels, and these carbon chains really affect the potency of those particular molecules. As you go from a traditional 5 carbon tail to a 7, the THC potency can go up by a factor of 10. You know, so there's a really good chance that if you've had a particularly potent strain, they initially thought that these molecules may not be in the plant, but they've actually now identified that these more potent cannabinoids are there, and sometimes are probably what's behind a particular strain being significantly more psychoactive than other strains. The medicinal acetic acid, so that patent is a patent definitely worth pulling down and putting in your library. It talks about, in a patent you have claims, and the claims were for relieving pain, for suppressing the inflammatory response, for treating a disease, for treating inflammatory skin diseases and encephalomyelitis, for treating autoimmune diseases, treating encephalomyelitis. So if you could select just one, the one I'd be most focused on is number 5, autoimmune diseases, because the autoimmune diseases really are behind such a wide range of conditions in individuals, and the ability to kind of mitigate those can bring tremendous relief to those folks who are struggling. And Kristen, as a young child, developed juvenile rheumatoid arthritis. And then she went on to develop interstitial cystitis, where the immune system attacks the bladder. And she went on to develop fibromyalgia, lupus. She developed a neurologic condition where it looked like her nerves would be demyelinated and she would have pretty severe neurological problems. But then they would remyelinate and the conditions would go away. And it's very, very, very unusual for a neurological condition to become better. So that tells you that there's something in traditionally a neurologic condition starts out maybe minor and just progresses and progresses and progresses and progresses. But when you have a neurologic condition give you significant problems and then all of a sudden they go away, there's a really good chance that you're remyelinating that nerve and keeping the electrical conductivity inside so you don't have the kind of arcing and sparking that occurs in a lot of autoimmune disorders. And just to summarize again, it's the heat that really converts the acid into the neutrals. And but what, as soon as we're pursuing THC, then we're throwing CBD acid under the bus. We're throwing CBG acid under the bus. And those two molecules are really, out of all the medicinal acidics, there's been more papers on them. They're very quite important molecules. So we have cannabis nutrition is based on cannabis as what I consider one of the ultimate superfoods. If you look up online what superfoods are, berries, tomatoes, whole grains, cruciferous vegetables, avocado, kale, nuts, salmon. The leafy greens is exactly where you're going to find raw cannabis. And in my mind, it's clearly a superfood. And one way to bring the superfood into your home, into your kitchen. In the past, when I first started out, people would be having to grow vegetative plants in their house, and they take an extra bathroom and dedicate it to develop a vegetative grow that they would juice. But with the advent of sprouts and microgreens, you now have a way that anybody, anywhere, any time of the year can have really high quality raw cannabis to include into their diet. And so it'd be my dream to kind of bring in. I was speaking with someone the other day who said that they could bring in 1,000 pounds of hemp seed. We'd put that together in a quart jar with a stainless steel screen, and you would be able to have a system where you could be growing fresh cannabis every day of the year, and that would allow us to have what I call a food-grade cannabis. If you're getting your cannabis from another supplier, you know, they may be more interested in the bud, and they're willing to use, you know, miticides, pesticides, and herbicides, and fungicides, and so you never really know the quality of material that you're getting from someone who may be pursuing the bud as a primary benefit. But the sprout is an excellent way that each person can have the peak benefits of this living plant right in their own kitchen. These were a couple of books that kind of turned me from a general medical physician into cannabis. It was marijuana chemistry was a very early text, but it was kind of instrumental in, because I was very comfortable with cannabis as a recreational product, but a fellow that I went to medical school with asked me if I would write an approval for his use of cannabis, and I was like, you know, if you got pain, we got painkillers, we got, I mean, how can you tell me that this plant is going to do something for you that we can't outperform with all these pharmaceuticals? But because he was a dear friend, he kind of dragged me into the cannabis field, and marijuana chemistry was the one that really kind of kicked it off for me with, there's a lot going on in this plant, you know, not that, and because of that, I ended up started to attend seminars in first in North America, and then all of a sudden we would be going to Europe 3 or 4 or 5 times a year to conferences in Dublin, Spain, Germany, Czechoslovakia, go down to Africa, to Morocco. We would pretty much, if there was a gathering of scientists looking at the chemistry of this plant, we would change all of our schedules to be able to participate in that. Another interesting thing about raw cannabis is the fiber. The microbiome is the bacteriological elements in your intestine that do a lot of the breakdown and allow the body to absorb a lot of the benefits from food. And it turns out that the microbiome really likes the fiber. And so when you're using raw cannabis, you're getting a very strong source of fiber that feeds the microbiome, and then they facilitate the absorption of minerals and vitamins and all the downstream benefits. So you really want to support that group of bacteria in your colon. And down below we see that fiber has been on a real dramatic decline. Now we used to be eating a lot of kind of raw vegetables, but those are now being cooked and sauteed and baked and fried and toasted, and that can affect the quality of the fiber. And then obviously it leads to a lot of the global epidemic in obesity, type 2 diabetes, and other metabolic disorders can be related to this loss of fiber in our diet. And so when you go back to raw cannabis, you get yourself back up to where you see the benefits of that fiber in addition to all the other nutritional benefits of cannabis. So, once again, there's, let's go back here. No, that's forward, that's right. So there's the URL is there. So like I said, you can screen capture this when it's being played, and you could, it's complicated. You probably go with the title of the article, and you'd get to it a lot quicker than trying to duplicate that URL. But it says, this was an article on raw cannabis, powerhouse of nutrition in its raw form. One of the most nutritionally complete food sources on our planet. That's kind of strong language. I happen to believe it 100%. It's a good source of the fatty acids, the omega-6s and 3s. It's a good source of minerals, calcium and iron. A good source of the vitamins A1, B1, B2, C, and E. And it provides all of the essential amino acids which are required to make protein. So as a source of protein, it really is a very high grade that allows you to replace tissue in your, if you strained yourself, if you got some damage to muscles, you can rebuild them with this raw cannabis. So as we move into the particular kind of actions, it's interesting if you look at this chart. It's at one point I had like a 6-foot print of this molecule done, and they had to kind of rebuild all the lettering, but it was a massive wall hanging in the waiting room. And this is for only seven of the phytocannabinoids. And could you imagine what this would look like if we had all 150 phytocannabinoids providing such a panoply of physiologic and medical benefits? So inflammation is obviously a big one, because inflammation is behind the autoimmune disorders, the traumas, and anti-inflammatory that's available in your diet is definitely a big improvement. It's also anti-proliferative, and proliferation is the growth of cells, and in general, they're referring to dysplastic. So euplasia is normal cell growth. Dysplasia is when the cells begin to change character and it has an abnormal look to it. And then the dysplastic cell, it can progress to a neoplastic cell. So you go normal growth, slightly abnormal, and then cancerous. And where you want to block cancer is not on the operating table in the radiation machine on chemotherapy. You want to deal with cancer at the single cell level. You want that abnormal dysplastic cell to be identified and removed before it even converts to a neoplastic cell, yet alone, before a cancer is going to be palpable or detectable, that tumor has to be growing until it gets large enough that it presses on a blood vessel or a nerve, or creates a pain that takes you to the doctor, and they do an X-ray and say, oh, you got a mass in your intestine or your lungs. So you really, you want, prevention, is a tough term, because, you're not actually preventing it, but what you are doing is you are treating it at the cellular level. So it's a therapeutic maneuver, but it's done at the single cell level before it turns into a nightmare. So proliferation is cannabis and cancer. And once again, it's eradicate cell proliferation at the single cell level. You want to eliminate the dysplasia before it becomes a malignant neoplasia. This is one of the situations that actually turned my medical practice around. There was a child who had an inoperable brain tumor, and that's up in this area here. And they had been discharged on, I believe it was a do not resuscitate level. And I think the parents were told, do you want your child to die in Children's Hospital, or do you want to take your child home? And they decided that they would rather bring the child home. And we were able to get this child drinking raw cannabis, and it was quite amazing. This child would just like pound a whole glass of cannabis juice, and over a period of months, you could see how this tumor is going into what Western medicine would say would a spontaneous remission, and that's 2 months, 4 months, 8 months. And I kind of came to be known in the community as a doctor of spontaneous remission. You know, no one takes any credit, gives any credit. We just live with the benefits, because Western medicine was not real. You know, they didn't really know how to process this, and so if they see a child with a massive brain tumor that gets better over a period of months, they would much rather chalk it up to a spontaneous artifact than to one that's related to the anti-proliferative effects of raw cannabis. But eventually, you know, there were enough of these cases that University of California, San Francisco requested that I present to the pediatric neurology department on the use of cannabis with its constituents to treat Dravet's and Lennox-Gastaut. And there were a number of children who had these very serious terminal conditions that were suddenly spontaneously remitting. And so moving on to maybe a more easier topic. The protein in cannabis, edestin, is a highly digestible. It's a globular protein, and it's also called a seed storage protein. And what's so essential about it is that it contains all 9 essential amino acids. And these amino acids have well-established roles in antibody formation, muscle repair, obviously. And this molecule, edestin, is actually can be used as a blood plasma substitute. And here's that U.S. patent number that you could look up. And that it, when you make a hydrochloride of edestin, it dissolves into injection water or physiologic solution, IV bags, and it creates a clear solution, and it therefore becomes usable for IV applications. And this is another difficult one. There's been this real rash of kids developing colorectal cancer. It was bad enough when it was a kind of a geriatric gentleman disease. But we, between 1999 and 2020, there was a 500%. Thank you. A 500% increase in colorectal cancer in children. In teens, it was only a 333%. Those are huge numbers. And when we look at the anti-proliferative effects of the raw plant, it actually induces cancer cell death. Apoptosis is the explosion of the nucleus. It goes in the nucleus, attacks it, and ruptures the nucleus. And that's its primary driver in its inhibition of cancer cell proliferations. To understand this plant, you really have to understand the endogenous cannabinoid system. ECS is a lot easier to say, but you really want to understand that this endogenous cannabinoid system is the one that's inside of every living cell in your body and regulates the cellular function within the cell, across the plasma membrane, and across the tissue sample, as well as within the whole organism. So from the we'll get to maybe another slide. The endocrine regulation is the regulation that occurs inside of the cell. The autocrine regulation is regulation that occurs across the cell membrane, the plasma membrane. The paracrine regulation is the regulation that occurs, like say you have 100 T3, T4 thyroxine cells producing thyroxine for the thyroid gland. That level of coordination is the paracrine. And then the endocrine level of regulation is, you know, the whole hormonal blood relationship. So you got adrenal glands, you got thyroid glands, you got pituitary glands, you got sex glands. And it's in order to understand cannabis and its moment-to-moment functioning, the endogenous cannabinoid system is involved in learning, it's involved in memory, it's involved in emotional processing, it's involved in sleep, it's involved in temperature control, pain control, inflammatory regulation, immune responses, and eating. This is one of my favorite slides. Yeah, what species have cannabinoid receptors? All vertebrates, mammals, reptiles, fish, birds, all invertebrates, leeches, nematodes, sea urchins, mussels. So essentially, all living things have cannabinoid receptors, and therefore the endogenous cannabinoid system. And I just, as I say that, I recall one time I was trying to move some raw cannabis from a greenhouse into the kitchen, and the goats saw me carrying it, and they came up and were just power munching. And they were trying to drag the plants out of my hands, and I'm trying to drag the plants away from them and get them in the house so I could eat them. It was a toss-up. They got their share for sure. So Wikipedia, you know, if you take one thing away from this talk, go home and look up endocannabinoid system. And, you know, it's a little thick going. And what if I, not sure how to do this. I could probably see it better there. So, you know, you got cognitive processes, fertility, pregnancy, pre and postnatal, development, various activity of the immune system, appetite, pain sensation, mood, memory, meeting, pharmacological effects. So, you know, this endocannabinoid system, you really want to study it. And I mean, like a little bit every day. And the more that you understand the endogenous cannabinoid system, the more you understand cannabis and the respect and reverence that the group has for that plant. So this is just a bit of a summary. It's once again got the kind of URL site for the article, National Library of Medicine. And, you know, it's, you know, you've got a system that's involved in central nervous system development. Synaptic plasticity is the nerves in the brain being able to adapt, connect, and relate, which is the process of learning, of memory. And it's a response to endogenous insults and environmental insults, obviously things that are best mitigated. So these are some of the historical characters that were involved in the development of the concept of the endogenous cannabinoid system. In 1942, Roger Adams discovered CBD. In the 60s, Raphael Mechoulam synthesized THC. In 92, William Devane isolated the first endocannabinoid, anandamide. Raphael Mechoulam identified the second endogenous cannabinoid, 2-acetylglycerol, or 2-AG. And I tried to get the pronunciations of the name. I'm going to have to pass on that. They identified the THCP and CBDP. These, once again, are these 7 carbon tails with incredibly enhanced, this particular article here says it's 30 times more potent than THC. I mean, that's a factor. Okay. So this began to culminate in the late 1980s and 90s. The system that involved these various receptors and various molecules, signaling molecules, became termed the endogenous cannabinoid system. And this is once again going over, obviously I was quite impressed by this idea that the alkyl chain is that little tail that comes off of the molecule. Normally THC has a 5-carbon tail, and if you kick that up to a 7-carbon tail, you can just, they're saying here it's 10 times as potent. A 10 times factor is still quite dramatic. Flavonoids. It's interesting, you could, if you go online, you can buy BioShield MD, which has 7 potent flavonoids for $198 US. Whereas nutritional cannabis grows for free in a quart jar on your kitchen counter or in your backyard and has 26 potent flavonoids. So it seems like that's a pretty clear distinction. And once again, reiterating that the flavonoids participate in a lot of the same activities that the phytocannabinoids do, with anti-cancer, antioxidant, anti-inflammatory, and antiviral. And in addition, protect from UV radiation, reducing the risk of chronic disease, heart disease, and cancers. And down below is the article and then the URL. Terpenes, the 10 to 15 carbon molecules, they provide all the aroma for the plant, and they provide all botanical aromas. There's some research which shows that they are involved in attracting and repelling either an organism that was going to eat the plant, trying to protect the plant. And so a classic example is lilacs were a big part of my childhood, and they were the same system as cannabis or marijuana. Secondary metabolite profiled in cannabis inflorescences, flowers, in leaves, stems, barks, and roots for medicinal purposes. Cannabis complexity contributes to the length and breadth of its historical usage. We've had a lot of conversations about that over the last couple of days. I mean, for thousands of years, it's been revered. And from the perspective of dietary, that includes obviously the application of the leaves. And interesting, the article says, for which modern research has not fully developed its therapeutic potential. This is obviously true, and I think that's what we're all here about, is how to optimize the therapeutic nutritional potential of this plant. And once again, it goes back to treat single-cell aberrations or abnormal changes, because if you can stop that at the single-cell level, then you prevent ended up going into for surgery and chemo and radiation and all the things that they do once your single cancer cell has turned into a metastatic disease. If I was to have a favorite cell, it would have to be the antigen-presenting cell. All microbiologists need a favorite cell. It's a large white blood cell, a macrophage, and there's a couple of different types. But what they do is they monitor for abnormal changes in cell structure and function and nuclear development. And so they're kind of the command and control system for our immune system. And if they notice that there's some abnormal growth occurring in a nucleus, they will actually bite off the antigenic surface marker, and then they travel and present, as their name says, antigen presenting cell. They present that cell to the immune system, which then mounts a full-fledged response. You queue up the T killer cells, the T helper, the T regulatory, the antibodies, and that whole system then is released, and they are looking for any cell that has that antigenic surface marker. So you kind of perceive that as like an address. It's very specific, and they'll go and they'll identify every cell with that marker and destroy them and remove them. So it's quite an amazing part of our immune system. And of course, the maturation is under the endogenous cannabinoid system. So your use of dietary cannabis supports the maturation and function of the APC in detecting and eliminating cancers before they become a life-threatening condition. Am I running out of time? I've run out of time. Okay, real quickly, this is probably the most important part. Always it goes faster. 20 new viruses found in China, a couple of them deadly. CBG acid block viral attachment and entry. If there's one thing that this plant really is going to do best for you, is protect you from the viruses. And it was, the COVID lethality was, if I have that, here's the new viruses on the way over. The avian bird flu. So COVID had a mortality rate of 2.1%. This new bird flu, avian flu, has a mortality of 54%. So if we have a pandemic or epidemic, you'll want to know that you have your green cannabis growing and that you've had in your diet and in your you've got your system already mounted to block viral attachment.
Oh wow, I think we can give him a bigger hand than that, because we've been sitting here thinking about those who smoke cannabis, those who use it for creams, shampoos, sprays, and Dr. Courtney is telling me I can spread it on my lettuce and have a salad, which is quite interesting, right? And the fact that I actually had to write it down, the endocannabinoid system regulates so many things that already go on in our bodies. So if you are low in iron, you go ahead and you buy yourself iron supplements. Not so? They ask you to eat beets, you're low in proteins, you eat more eggs and cheese and butter and everything else. And so if your ECS is running low, and we're saying, according to Dr. Courtney, I'm quoting Dr. Courtney, that this beautiful plant here can mimic everything that we're missing in our endocannabinoid system. I'm asking myself, why are we regulating if it's a supplement? So we've spoken about it in so many different lights. So right now we can add another title that it is actually a supplement, right, Doc? So it's a food, it's supplement, it's medicine, it's recreational, it's therapeutic. I mean, apparently it's a superfood. Yes, so I'm going to allow our next speaker to go ahead and do his presentation, and then we'll do all the questions to both speakers. Is that okay? So just don't lose your question. So we have Ras Bobby Olivachi. Where are you, Ras Bobby? I've been hearing about this gentleman my whole entire life. So over 40 years, Ras Bobby, the Caribbean herbalist, has lived a life of selfless service by helping those in need with the knowledge and application of herbal plants and remedies. Born in Curacao and raised on the Niger Island of the Caribbean, Ras Bobby has traveled extensively throughout the Caribbean and is well loved and sought after for his knowledge. A warm manner and approach to natural healing, Ras Bobby has been a student and close friend of one of the world's most prolific master herbalists, the late Dr. Sebi. Oh, sweet. You famous, Ras Bobby? Who is well known for promoting an alkaline and mucusless diet for optimal health and well-being. Revered for his ability to reverse critical and chronic health conditions using herbs, Ras Bobby continues this tradition and has loving testimonials from countless people he has helped over the years. Recognized locally, regionally, and internationally as a radio personality, motivational speaker, and lecturer, Ras Bobby has dedicated his life to serving humanity and has solidified an important place within the grassroots community here and abroad. He has led numberless workshops and seminars in the U.S. Virgin Islands, British Virgin Islands, Antigua, Anguilla, St. Eustatius, St. Martin, St. Kitts, Nevis, Dominica, St. Lucia, Puerto Rico, Guadeloupe, Barbados, Guyana, Boston, and New York. Currently, he's the owner of Ras Bobby Herbal Products with stores in both St. Thomas and St. Croix, and serves as the chairman of the Health and Nutrition Committee of the Caribbean Rastafari organization. He's a Rastafarian yoga teacher and health guru for the St. Thomas Rastafari Collective. Guys, let's make welcome Ras Bobby.
Thank you. Yes, we give thanks to the Most High, Emperor Haile Selassie, for guidance for this beautiful day. I wonder what would happen if Rastafari didn't rebel years ago with this wonderful herb. And now this herb is being considered even to help balance out the economies of those islands in the Eastern Caribbean. So we say big up to the Most High for that. Ilya! Ja! Yeah, man. So what is the role of the herbalist in this changing paradigm? You know? So Rastafari is recognized by the United Nations as an indigenous group, similar to the Taino and similar to the Kalinago. So Rastafari must recognize that we have a special role to play in this movement, this healing movement, because really, as Cassian tell us yesterday, cannabis is just a herb. I deal with herbs every day. I personally deal with hundreds of herbs. Caribbean herbs, international herbs. So that's why they call me a herbalist. And so as indigenous people, we ought to have our own autonomy. We have different modalities of natural healing within the movement of Rastafari. That includes herbology, of course, but we have iridologists, we have massage therapists, and many other different healers within the movement of Rastafari. And even before I continue, I want to say a special big up to my brother Deja. Brother Deja, stand up, please. Big up. So this is a natural healer in Dominica who is doing a lot of work also with the cannabis plant. So we want to simply tell the government to leave Rastafari alone. Ilya. when it comes to herbs, leave Rastafari alone. Because the use of cannabis is part of our culture. And it would seem to me that somebody wants to come and take the Rasta culture out of Rasta and make it something else. We say fire upon that. So we're not saying that we want to use herbs that have chemicals in them. But we're saying this inorganic issue must be an across-the-board issue. I have been on many interviews here in Dominica, and I have begged the authorities, and not only in Dominica, even in St. Thomas and all over the place, but particularly in Dominica, considering that they call us Nature Island of the Caribbean. Yes, I will reiterate what many of the other speakers have said, that Dominica deserves to be an organic country. So ganja is a herb, ganja is a food. Ganja full of chemicals, different chemical compounds in there. Similar to the human body. The human body is full of natural minerals in it. So we have potassium, we have silicon, we have sulfur, etc. Likewise, the cannabis plants have all those minerals in there. As my brother was just talking a while ago, he was indicating that the cannabinoid system, and not only he, most of the other speakers mentioned the endocannabinoid system. It needs cannabis. So the reality is that we've deprived of those minerals for too long. And the time has come for us to recognize that there are many diseases that we can heal as a result of the use of cannabis. We can fuse cannabis, and that is some of the things that we do in the Rastafari community and in the indigenous world. We fuse cannabis with different herbs for different reasons. So somebody who is suffering from tuberculosis, we would probably want to mix cannabis with eucalyptus. Make a tea with it. We boil the water and we draw it. We don't deal with drugs. The doctors don't deal with herbs. So how is that they're the ones to prescribe and not us? Fire upon that. So we have to know that we have to take our health into our hands first and foremost, because I can tell you, personally, we've done a lot of real powerful things in our shops in the Virgin Islands with many, many, many diseases. And I want you to know, brothers and sisters, that I take my work seriously. And I give thanks that I've been able to observe herbs do wonderful and miraculous things in my lifetime. Even beginning from the time we spent with Sebi. Joey Estefans had a stone in his bladder. Sebi gave him hops, which is a herb they take to make beer. Soaked it in alcohol, in other words, he made a tincture with it, administered the hops. He was on his way to Barbados to perform an $8,000 operation. And overnight, he peed that stone. Hallelujah! So a tincture is a way. A tincture is one of the ways that we use to extract properties from herbs. So in these modern times, we will keep using the ancient techniques of our indigenous movements in these modern times. That's why I tell the government, leave us alone. Sometimes you think we don't know what we're doing. We know what we're doing much more than you think. my brothers and sisters, for those who suffer from Alzheimer's disease, mix the flowers of cannabis with rosemary. Even for those suffering with memory issues, you boil the water and you draw it. Or, considering that cannabis is an oil-based plant, you mix it with rosemary, which is also oil-based, steep it in alcohol, or steep it in coconut oil, or avocado oil, or olive oil, or grapeseed oil. And in that way, because they are both two oils, the heated oil will cause the minerals within the cannabis plant to just release itself into the coconut base. And then when you do that, you use a couple drops under your tongue, adults. And even for children who suffer from autism, you begin, maybe children 5 years old, you use 1 drop under the tongue. And sometimes you could go to 2 drops and to 3 drops. So I'm letting you know, brothers and sisters, this plant is for real. Cannabis has been used to reduce pain. Cannabis has been used to heal asthma, as we say, in addition to the cannabis you use in eucalyptus. Cannabis has been used to heal coughs and colds and flus. And I know for sure that cannabis can be used for the treatment of COVID and all those other diseases that they have out there that relates to mucus in the lungs. But you first and foremost, you have to prevent. And to prevent, this is our guru out there. I want you all to give him a big up again. Because he is indicating to us that prevention is better than cure. All the minerals that you need from cannabis, you can juice. You can juice cannabis with turmeric. Mix it with some black pepper. Cannabis, turmeric, and black pepper. And you can use this to treat asthma. You can also use that to treat cancer. You can use this to remove tumors. In addition to that, of course, you have to stay away from the foods that cause the tumors in the first place. So you have to stay away from the chicken. And you have to stay away from the cheese. And the milk. And the eggs. And the white flour. And the white rice. And the fried foods. And the canned foods. So it's not just about the use of cannabis. You have to know that your food is your medicine and your medicine is your food. So Rasta culture teaches you that you should maintain an alkaline diet. And what is an alkaline diet? I prefer to use the word liveth and not diet, because we're not dying. Yes, an alkaline liveth is an alkaline that involves the use of local fruits, berries, cherries, melons, vegetables, wholesome grains, even certain porridges like sea moss. Don't you know sea moss have a lot of fat? So mixing the organic fat with the organic cannabis will help you smile, especially with enough of the THC. So I myself, as a herbalist, I want to redefine medical cannabis. Hilliard, you know what I say? They're telling us about CBD, I respect that. But don't tell me it's only about CBD. It's about THC too. Because Jah created the plants in whole. And even if sarin is full of vitamin C, There is no plant with 100% vitamin C. Every plant that Jah create it in balance. So don't take out no one part of it and don't include the other part. We deal with the complete plant. We deal with the plant in totality. We have to maintain the balance. If you just remove one ingredient, you are removing an ingredient that you're making off balance. And what you're left with is also off balance. So we've used ganja for the longest while. We've popularized it. We know about it. I never give people cannabis and they end up crazy. Remember back in the day when man started using a little cannabis, some people didn't understand how much to use and they had certain effects. And the society get panic about it, and there was this doctor named Dr. Taid. Fire upon Dr. Taid. Them man used to send man to the hospital and they used to walk down Federation Drive like zombie. Fire upon that. So it's a different time. Rasta doesn't be crazy all around. Since so long, so long I using ganja. Even before I take this mic, I had a little bit. And I suspect that you know I'm relatively sane. You see, I talk in reality, you know. I want to give you some experiences we had in growing up. I have this partner in Point Michelle. I consider him to be my best friend. His name is Foxy. Foxy, and like Fox, the football player. I used to imitate him. And Foxy was always a special youth. And while he was young, he had a taste of the cannabis. And Foxy swear he was dying. He said, Mama, Mama, bon Dieu, mon grand. There was one time he go to sleep and he actually dreamed he was dying. He said he get up, he sit up on the bed and he hold his eyes and he say, power was swear. So that is the sum of the effects of cannabis. I remember going to Anguilla and this brother come into this room where they were Rasta, just cook our ital and they put cannabis in the soup. And the man come home well hungry, complaining how hungry he is. The man tell him, have some soup. So he drink the ganja soup, eat the ganja soup, and when he finish with that, he tell them man he more hungry. So them man tell him to eat more soup. He had more soup and he get more hungry again. And when he done with that, he say, wow, I want to use the bathroom to do number 2. And when he go in the bathroom, he tell them, man, he need a bigger bathroom to shit. So these are some of the things that cannabis will do to you, brothers and sisters. But it ain't going to make you crazy. And a true story about my father, we used to call him Rev. Daddy used to work the grave night shift in St. Thomas. He used to work from 11 in the night to 7 o'clock in the morning. So he got into the habit of staying up all night. He returns to Dominica and he cannot sleep in the night. I say, Daddy acting like a Luga woman, Daddy up all night. Anyway, we go to Dubla. And we meet this Rasta brethren out there who was producing cannabis in the hills. I think it's close to Platpi, not Platpi. I forget the place above Dubla. Syndicate. We get some nice ganja plants, man. Go up to Point Michelle. Boil the ganja plants in alcohol until we boil it on a low fire until all the alcohol evaporates and it just leave a black tar at the bottom of the pot. We tell Daddy, take a little bit of his finger and put it under his tongue. You say he cannot sleep. Within half an hour he fall asleep. Then we give a big up to cannabis for that. A herb so good for all of us. So good for many things. So many meetings we have to determine how we use that herb. So long Rasta using the herb. They used to call us crazy. They used to say it's dope we're using. Yeah, we used to take the dope and we used to put it in a pot. That's why they call it pot. So if your room have a bad energy, if your room have a bad vibration, you could burn cannabis in a pot and it alters the vibration of the room. So that's why you all do know. You all can run them witches and warlocks with cannabis. Eli! Fire upon them. That's why they fighting the weed for so long. No reason. Don't you know that a ganja smoker a ganja user cannot be mentally controlled? Yeah, man. A cannabis smoker cannot be mentally controlled. And that is the problem they have with us. And that is the problem they have with a herb. This herb is wanted dead or alive. Imagine that. Dead or alive. For what reason? Don't you know that you can remove the sores? Again, that is what we'll continue to do within Rasta culture. That is what the indigenous and traditional healers will continue to do with the herb within our culture, within our indigenous culture. We will bake the herb in an oven of 200 degrees. We'll put the oil into the cannabis and bake it for a couple hours. Let the slow heat extract the properties from the herb. And those people you know suffering from herpes, you put some under your tongue a couple times a day and you rub the herpes sores with it, and little by little, don't be surprised. I tell you, cannabis is a super herb. The eating of cannabis, of course, is a superfood. It is fantastic, my brothers and sisters. You can prepare the cannabis in diverse ways. As a tincture, as a poultice. You can pong it together with aloes and anica to stop pain, to stop arthritic pain. You can use the powder of the herb in conjunction with other agents like red clover or even guinea hen weed to remove tumors. Those people who you all know who have tumors, my brothers and sisters, tell them Rastafari say they must use a lot of spices in their foods. Spices like what? Turmeric, ginger, cilantro, shadow bene. All these herbs. You put it together, put them in your pot, put it in your pots of soup, and remove the tumors from your body, because those spices disperse the tumor. I tell you, we've been in Antigua, selling with the Rasta community in Antigua by the market. And this woman comes up and looks at me and says, Ras Bobby, every Saturday I go up this mountain to pray for you. I look at her and I say, why? She said, because I had a lump in my breast. And your herbs and what you gave me to rub on that breast caused the tumor to be out of me. So as a result of that, I find it necessary to go up on that mountain every Saturday to pray for you. I tell the item coming out of St. Thomas, I've had 2 calls of 2 different people who tell me, in fact, one of them come to my shop in St. Croix and say, she's a Hispanic, this rambunctious Hispanic woman comes into the shop and say, Ras Bobby, my sister tell me to tell you that a 4th stage cancer has been eliminated. She have no cancer anymore. A woman from Galion come to St. Croix and say the same thing. Ras Bobby, I know you've healed somebody with 4th stage 4 cancer. And I want you to help me heal my cousin who have cancer right now. She asked her who she is. She tell me I have a red, gold, black and green house in Galion. So those of you who know Galion know a red, gold, black and green house in Galion. This is the woman who requests my service in St. Croix for somebody with cancer. So I want you all to know in asking me, what do we do with cannabis in this time when the paradigm shift have changed in relation to cannabis? We simply ask you again, leave Rasta alone. When it comes to healing, leave Rasta alone. When it comes to cannabis, leave Rasta alone. Rasta want to be involved in sacramental cannabis, but Rasta also want to be involved in money-making cannabis. All aspects of cannabis, we have to be part of it. Anything relating to cannabis. I mean, a cat is to butter as Rasta is to ganja. This is the time, brothers and sisters. We popularize it. It's we that know how to use it. It's we that know how to plant it. After all the persecution and the prosecution of Rastafari, we just having conferences and figure you all can just put the persecution and the prosecution under the rug, fire upon that. We want to have a meeting with the government because we want the government to consider reparations for all those Rasta people you are put in jail for nothing. For all those Rasta people, and I'm not talking only about Labour Party, UWP, Freedom Party, all you. Put many of us in jail for nothing. Sometimes we had to run. I remember even when I used to have plat up, them man used to run to make sure they catch us because we have a plat up. But the problem wasn't the plat up, the problem was ganja. How much? Well, the lady tell me 2 minutes, but that's all right. Yes, man. We've done many things with herbs. We'll continue to do plenty things with herbs. I tell you, you could use cannabis and mix it with ginkgo biloba, or mix it with what you call mimosa pudica, which is the sensitive plant to treat Alzheimer's disease and Parkinson's disease. So this ganja, I tell you, is a special plant. It's a powerful plant. And the consideration for changing the paradigm shift relating to cannabis is a very positive thing. Because the herbs were created for the healing of the nation. Let your food be your medicine, let your medicine be your food. Let your cannabis be your food. Let your cannabis be your drink. Let your cannabis be herbs that you can use to kill the pain. You can mix it with anica, and it will kill any pain that you have in your body. Tumors, cancers can be treated with this. Tuberculosis, eye issues, if mixed with herbs like porcelain, even carrots and parsley, which are herbs full of vitamin A. You can use those herbs as supplements to heal your eye. The time is short. Endless thanks for listening to me. Say Irie, and remember Ras Bobby love you. Hail the eye! Hail the eye! Hail the eye! Yeah!
Oh, wow. I feel like I've been indoctrinated. So I'm sitting here, and obviously having to be moderator, you're listening for things to pick up on. And I asked AI, we know we're in an AI generation, right? Has anyone ever died from cannabis use? All you are AI? Let AI answer. So, AI said to me, it is impossible to die from cannabis use. That there has not been found a lethal dose of cannabis that would cause the death of an individual. And Dr. Courtney said to me, how much lettuce would you need to eat to die? So with all that being said, guys, we're going to go through the questions. I appreciate the fact that even if it's lunchtime, we're so interested and caught up in this that we're sticking it out. So we have a few questions on the ground. Again, we respect each other's opinions and thoughts, and let your contributions be succinct so that everybody gets a chance to go ahead and make a contribution. We're going to start on this side and work our way around the room. Is that okay? So we're definitely coming to you. We can do it after lunch, during lunch. It's talk we're talking, eh? Yes. So, so we'll just come around the room. Mr. Mary, you can put down your hand. When it comes your way, you'll ask your question, please. You can take mine.
Hello, good afternoon. I'm not really big on introductions, right? I'm just a concerned citizen and someone who's eagerly listening and participating in this movement. So who I am is really not important. But I have two important questions to ask. The first question I have to ask is about how we bridge. To be honest with you, Ras Bob, I listened to this, and although it was very moving and deeply emotional, and I just want to tell you, say, I don't have no locks, but you don't have to have dreads to be a Rasta. You feel me? Rasta is in the heart. Rasta is about love, and it's in the heart. You feel me? So as a non-looking Rasta, okay, I don't look it, but I live it, right? I want to say to you that, how do we bridge this division that exists between the bald heads and the Rasta? Because now is a time, in my opinion, for us to use the momentum that is happening to open a conversation about integration of our folk cannabis use, or in the Rastafarian community, and the medical use in the rest of society, in the bald head society. You understand me? Right? So now is the time when Rasta, in my opinion, has been called to lead the conversation about, right, how to use cannabis appropriately in the holistic mind, body, soul, spiritual connection with Jah. How to use that in bald-head society. Now we should be leading conversations about that. But what really resonated with me, Ras Bobby, was you saying, leave Rasta alone. Rasta been doing this long time. Leave Rasta alone. I feel like Rasta need to be such an important part of this conversation, and not just in an emotional, and we don't reach the place, but in an evidence-based, scientifically driven way that can be consumed by the bald heads, because the bald heads, them not in the I, right? So how do we move the conversation from we have ours and you have yours, and we're happy that y'all are now seeing that ours is good. I feel like now is a time for us to have a conversation about unity. Rastafari and baldhead unity. You understand me? And that means that we need to have conversations not about emotion, right? But about how we can make it consumable for them. That's Just my question there. That's one. I have another one. But maybe one for two.
Yes, I. Okay, so my sister, first of all, it's not about us and them. Because as you can see, it's like almost 100% black people in this place. So really, I do see it as us and them. We are the same people. What we say in Leave Rasta Alone, culture-wise, I mean, in terms of continuing to do the things that we do as nature lovers, and the culture that we pursue, it is in that respect that I speak. Not in a way to say, oh, you all is bald-head, and no, it's not that I'm saying. I'm saying leave our culture alone, because our culture, as far as we're concerned, is perfect. We use our herbs in a certain way. We would want to continue to share information about cannabis and other herbs with the others, which we have been doing from time immemorial. And we'll want to continue to do that. So don't misunderstand to think that we don't want to collaborate with the so-called bald head, because my mother was a bald head, and I love her more than anybody else. So it's not a vexatious thing when it comes to bald head, you know, and Rasta. But it's just on a cultural level. For example, there was a time we considered cannabis to be our culture. It has come to a point when everybody using it, and it has reached critical mass. You see? So that's what I mean. There was a time it wasn't accepted. We've done it so much with good effect that now it is affected. So don't ever think Rasba we want to say, no, we don't want to do things with other people other than Rasta. But we're saying on an ital healing level, and the use of cannabis, is in that way I say, leave us alone.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Mr. Marie.
I sit here, Madam Chairperson, for the past 2 days. I sit here, Madam
Mr. Marie, someone is before you. Someone is speaking.
I sit here, Madam Chairperson, for the past 2 days, and somewhat feel vindicated as a Rasta that we can be here in the President's mansion talking about herbs, with Rasta being the center of attraction by maybe all speakers, whether Rasta or non-Rasta. And that I can see certain herb plants right inside the President's arena. And as Rasta, I feel vindicated by that, because of the tribulations that we have undergone over these past 5 decades and more concerning the use of the plant. There are 2 schools of thought within the Rastafari community. One suggests that some of us would not want to be involved in any licensing business. We want to continue to use our herbs as normal, and don't want to be involved in the licensing affair. So that brings Ras Bobby's point to the fore, that some of us as Rastafari brethren say, just leave us alone. Not in no emotional way, but because of what we have undergone and because of the struggles and where it has reached today, that we say, we don't want to be involved in licensing, but just leave us alone. There's another school of thought which wants to get involved in the licensing authority, which may want to get involved in that licensing affair. I would suggest, as was expressed by one of the speakers yesterday, I can't remember if it was St. Vincent or St. Lucia, who said and expressed that the government has given a certain level of tolerance to the Rasta. And because of what we have undergone, I want to suggest that those who may want to get involved in the licensing of business must be given reparations. As Rasta, we chant for reparations. We chant that at least we should be given a grace period of maybe at least 5 years, that we should not be paying for a license to plant the herbs. Since we are the ones, as Bobby said, who has been involved in it all the time, we should not have to pay for a license to deal with the herbs. And that is another school of thought. Okay? As regards the business of, I'd like to appeal to the industrial and economic committee of this movement, as has been expressed before, that the committee is saying that herbs, the scope of herbs must go beyond just medicine, but should also involve the whole compass of what, because as was said and expressed, food, herbs is medicine, your food is your medicine, and your medicine is your food. So if herbs, as has been expressed by the doctor, is a superfood, then we should include it as medicine within the whole medicinal scope of herbs. And it should not be just left for a doctor to prescribe or pharmacist to prescribe. But the whole nutritional value of herbs should be seen as medicine, because food is your medicine and your medicine is your food. And we should go beyond that narrow scope of herbs just being prescribed by a pharmacist and only for as quote-unquote medicine. Because I think medicine goes way beyond just that aspect of it. So I'd like to bring forward those points to the fore and just say that I'm glad to be here. And I'm glad that Rastafari can be involved in such a movement, because everyone knows why Rasta must be involved in such a movement. And one of the speakers yesterday also said that I think he said that there's some 80% discount for Rasta. But I go beyond that, I still give us a grace period for 5 years at least, that we should not have to pay for any license whatsoever, and we should be allowed to plant the herb as we have been doing over all those years.
Okay, thank you very much. Is that it? Thank you, my love. Thank you so much. Mr. Marie?
Yes? Yeah, okay. Full disclosure, Ras Bobby is my brother-in-law, right? If you didn't know. But my question is for Dr. Courtney there. Yeah, I think you were saying that the cannabis, there's an endocannabinoid system in our body, receptors for cannabis, yeah, that are generated naturally in our bodies. The chemical itself, yeah, and the receptors are located in different places and they attach to them and cause effects to modulate our bodily functions. You were suggesting as well that exogenous cannabinoids can affect the body in a positive way when it's out of balance and the cannabinoid system itself is unable to do its proper job. But the question I want to ask is, and to have clarified, is whether the THC is necessary as a part of the modulation of the endocannabinoid system, or whether it's restricted and can be done simply and only by the CBD component. That's one. The second one is, you mentioned the fatty acids that are available in cannabinoids, especially in the seeds. You mentioned omega-3 and omega-6. I just wanted to know whether or not it also has the pentadecanoic acid, or otherwise known as C15, which is now considered an essential fatty acid. These are my questions. Right.
Could you restate the first one briefly? Just I'll address it that way.
The first one was to find out whether or not you need to have the THC exogenously for the effect on the cannabinoid system to be implemented, or whether you can have the effect only with the CBD.
Okay, so in the raw plant there is THC, but it doesn't cross that 10 milligram threshold for psychoactivity. So it's there, it's useful, but because it doesn't have that, the big problem with 10 milligrams is you don't really want to go to 15 or 20, or you do that once or twice, and that's generally all you need. With the raw cannabis, you can take very large quantities, which would be associated with food, and you're not restricted because you don't have that psychoactivity speed bump in your way. So THC is there. It's there in the effective amount, but it doesn't actually inhibit your ability to use an adequate amount of the leaf, because it's, like I said, it doesn't actually push you to that limit. Does that make sense?
Yeah, and the second question was?
Second question?
Yeah, the second question was about whether or not the cannabis, the fatty acids you were talking about, it has omega-3 and omega-6, I think you said, right? The question was whether it also has pentadecanoic acid or C15.
I'm sure it's much more complex than those two. I mean, they didn't even know about the C7s until 2019. So they're continually finding more molecules in this plant than we had previously known. So we haven't even really completely identified all of its constituents. So I'm sure there's going to be a number of other size molecules that will come out with additional research.
Okay, thank you. Right.
So the young man, you can use the mic at your table.
Hi. Hi, good afternoon to everybody. Yeah, my name is Dylan Williams. I'm from the Bellevue-Chopin area. I represent Velvet Fragrance Essentials. We have some cannabis products actually on display outside. When you get a chance, you can take a look at them. I also represent the YT Kubuli Cannabis Association as a founding member, and the Dominican Organic Agriculture Movement. I just have two questions, but also wanted you to clarify for Mr. Murray's question when he asked in terms of THC. I think his question was more about whether you actually needed THC to get the effects on the body. Because as you know, it's been proposed that, especially for OTC, over-the-counter, they would like to prescribe the medication with only less than like 0.3% THC, right? So his question was whether it's actually needed to be able to get specific medical effects that you spoke about earlier. And it's actually related to one of the questions that I had, was if you could, for us, please, just simplify the actual benefits of THC opposed to CBD. Because as you know, in the US, there's a lot of talk about removing THC and only using CBD. So you gave an extensive explanation of all the different compounds and the importance of THC. So I just wanted you to just simplify for us the true benefits of THC. And the second question was, as you know, there are concerns when taking certain herbs that it's not good to take it with certain pharmaceutical medications. So the question I had was, can you be taking pharmaceutical medication and still be able to utilize cannabis without it, having any issues? I know we established that cannabis is like a food, and that should not be an issue, but just wanted you to clarify that first. Thanks.
When you're using cannabis as food and it's the raw living plant, it's not going to be a problem. If you are doing an extract or an isolation and you have high doses, then there could be an interaction that could summate, meaning it could get to an uncomfortable level. So if you're talking about the living plant, there is THC that is effective, and it does interact with other molecules in the living plant, And like I said, but it does not exceed that psychoactive threshold. So you're actually allowed to use much more of the medicinal acidics because you're not up against that wall of psychoactivity. So while it's there, it's useful. It does interact with other molecules. And when we go to extract it and isolate it, then all of a sudden you have it's the ability to tolerate it is what limits its efficacy. And if it's in association with other molecules, then you could have an adverse effect in terms of limiting the whole picture.
Greetings everyone in the name of His Imperial Majesty KDSI. I'm Irimaya, and just wanted to share, I know I'm not a scientist, but I have some etheric understanding of science. And my understanding for the extraction of the THC and the CBD, it's regarding to the mind, as you say, the psychoactive activities, the psychoactivities of the THC. So due to the fact of the scientists coming to the realization that they know they could extract that, so they bring it to the public, I think the whole medical marijuana thing is a facade in a sense, because as the elder was saying, it's a wholesome plant. It's whole ingredients all rounded. But then through the scientific approach, they want to extract the CBD and the THC. So on the counter level, you could have more of the CBD and less of the THC. So you will have less of that psycho activities impact where you, as the elder was saying, it will make you feel and think independently. So in that sense, I think they want to make people like utilize the marijuana, but not having that impact of independent thinking and seeing reality and seeing nature as Rasta would see it in that perspective. You know, so that's what I want to contribute. And I think we should focus on having or considering the marijuana as the wholesome plant rather than just a medical marijuana plant, you know?
Okay, thank you very much for that. Anyone else? How many more can we take, Petra? 2 more? So, 2 more. Oh, your hand, okay, let's do 3 more because his hand was up for a while.
I like that the doctor question because we talk about recreational ganja, but I know most of the ganja people I know they smoke the ganja. I like your opinion on smoking of the ganja. The effects on the body of smoking the herbs.
I was quite a interested party in my youth. And as I slide into the geriatric status, it takes me a lot less than I was consuming as a youngster. And as I get into the 70s, it seems like I really like my brain as clear as it can be, and so it has less of an attraction. There's nothing wrong with it. It has no downside. And if it is a part of your religious release and it's something that you enjoy, I'm 100% behind supporting it. But personally, it's like I said, I like the stillness and clarity of my mind sufficiently that I have kind of turned away from a lot of things that used to be indulged in terms of generating interesting, pleasant, distracting effects. So that's my own personal issue, not a professional.
Yeah, greetings. I want to thank the movement for bringing out a vibration like this. But to me, it needs more of that education. I give thanks for that brethren there, that Rasta man there, for the energy. I give thanks to Marshall. I give thanks to the daughter that work on the bank, that powerful little girl. Yeah, she was all right. She was all right yesterday. She was all right. But that brother there, he touched the most detrimental things there today. And nobody taking mindset on him, you know. Nobody paying mindset on that brother there. I feel him. I feel his energy. I understand where he is. But he gonna take plenty of all you inside there to reach his heights, you know. Because, hear me a while, black people, my people, have an ego aspect about them, which they do understand. And I'm gonna explain that, you know.
We need to wrap up, eh?
Hold on, man. We're dealing with herbs there, you know. That is a spiritual thing I'm dealing with there, you know. That is not the rubbish there, you know. Just listen and learn. Cannabis, the war of cannabis started in 1812. The war on cannabis started 1812. Napoleon, England, and America. After it switched to China and America. But I don't want to talk too much about marijuana and things, you know. I want to talk on the brother. Because I want to bring in that energy into black people to understand their energy. Because they do tap into their inner self, plenty of them. You see, ego is a thing. We have to learn to balance our egos. You see, egos and that's a practice black people have to learn to think before they speak. Because a lot of things said there, you know, I just don't want to talk, but I don't want to take their time. Because they just look at me as a revolutionary. But I just want to bring in the light. Brother, I love you. Thanks. I love you.
Thank you. So we're going to take just one last person and then we're done for this session. Go ahead there.
I don't know.
Jeff Pascal, good afternoon. Thanks to the presenters today. I think they did a really good job in terms of the knowledge aspects and everything else like that. Let's give them a big round of applause. From the perspective of THC, I think one of the things that we miss, that if THC isn't heated, it's not psychoactive. And I want to make sure at least we get that, and that makes a big difference. From listening to the whole session today, we're talking about herbs. Herbs, just herbs. I found a wealth of knowledge sitting in this country, which is different from the other countries that we have. From what I'm hearing, the capacity in terms of increasing that knowledge spread, if you know what I'm talking about. Dr. Coveney, I mean, he's 70 or so, that's what he said. How do we harness Bobby, Dr. Coveney, and the rest in terms of institutionalizing and keeping this kind of data and make it unique to Dominica? That's mine. Peace out.
Okay, thank you very much. So I think we had a very productive morning, and in all that we've learned, I went back to AI again, and I asked, can Dominica make money from a cannabis industry? I'm just asking AI questions, like always ask Google questions, and AI told me definitely, and exclamation marks afterwards. Imagine that. One word, definitely. So Dr. Casimir is going to take over from me again. Thanks for indulging me. Gentlemen, thank you so much for sharing with us. And I hope we're getting some cannabis in our salad for lunch.
Thank you, Bobby. Thank you, Dr. Courtney. Yeah. So once again, we would like to thank our panelists, Dr. Courtney, Ras Bobby. We would also like to thank all the presenters this morning. But we are going to do some housekeeping matters just before lunch. So we are going to break for lunch right now. Yeah, lunch is definitely long overdue.
So I was just being informed that we have some new products on the outside for sampling, for sale, that we would like everybody to please, I mean, we're speaking manufacturing, we're thinking entrepreneurship, new ideas, you might see something and can do it better, so go, whilst you're having your lunch or your dessert, please take a look at what's happening on the outside. Right, we can't say what's there.
Yeah, so some housekeeping matters. We are breaking for lunch, and we would want to come back here within the next, 45 minutes? Because what has happened, there was a caucus meeting taking place, and the representatives from the OECS Commission, the ECCB Bank, as well as some key cabinet ministers were discussing the issues on a one-on-one basis. And they are going to present post-lunch some key recommendations they have come up with. Likewise, we are going to attempt to do some group work in terms of fine-tuning some key recommendations which have been coming out from some of the technical working groups that we have been having. If not that's the case, we have the recommendations already prepared, and I will attempt to present some of them in terms of the 8 thematic groups. But the idea is post-lunch, we will have some working sessions as well as a presentation of the findings from the caucus meeting. Correct. Everyone has a vetted stake in this exercise and has an input. So with that being said, do enjoy lunch. We have been instructed to at least have fresh produce bill, which emphasizes the use and application of good agricultural practices, is something that the cannabis industry holistically embraces with regards to traceability systems, quality control systems, in terms of tracking systems. So the premise for this cannabis industry and the cultivation of cannabis is embedded in the principle of good agricultural practices. And we believe in the Ministry of Agriculture that the cannabis industry, or the drive towards the regulated cultivation of cannabis, can give us added impetus with regards to the implementation of this Fresh Produce Act. Now, the Fresh Produce Act is not only related to cannabis production, it actually relates, as it would suggest, to all produce cultivated for human consumption. And it is embedded in key principles in terms of traceability systems, in terms of the use of pesticides, your labor requirements, your quality control and critical control points on farm, in terms of, for example, sanitation, human health protection, etc., record keeping systems. So yes, cannabis and regulated cannabis cultivation will require that level of traceability, that level of record keeping in terms of the visibility and the transparency of activities conducted. So we believe that, for example, the use of the Fresh Produce Act as a springboard in terms of consolidating a number of existing legislations and regulations that we have within agriculture can be a good thing. So I see that we have been settled. Texts are now coming on through. So this afternoon's session is twofold, and it's actually a hybrid. The agenda suggests that we would actually be involved in some technical working sessions right now. But as reality has it, man plan and God executes. And hence the discussions were very fruitful and positive with regards to recommendations coming from we, the general public and civil society. So that exercise was worthwhile, the time, the effort, and the endurance. So this afternoon session is a hybrid. What we will do, in replacement of the working sessions, we will go straight ahead and present the committee's summary report. Now, like I was saying, the National Cannabis Advisory Committee was enacted by Parliament, by the Cabinet of Ministers sometime in March, and given an initial lifespan of 6 months to come up with some key recommendations. So the structure of the advisory committee is as such, where you have the Honorable Minister, then you have the Permanent Secretary, Mr. Ryan Ansem, Honorable Royan Royer, Minister for Agriculture. Then, really and truly, we have two co-chairs, and I'm actually modifying the structure because these two co-chairs are actually chaired by the Ministry of Agriculture as well as by the Ministry of Health. Then we have the technical coordinator, who is actually myself, but we have an international consultant, a national consultant in the personality of Dr. Emmanuel. Then we have a secretariat, which is actually assisting us in the day-to-day functionings, and you will recognize some of us by the t-shirts that we are currently wearing. So if you just look around, anyone who is actually wearing a t-shirt like that belongs to the National Cannabis Advisory Secretariat. And the Secretariat was constituted within the public machinery to include the Ministry of Agriculture, Ministry of Legal Affairs, Ministry of Finance. So we have public officers behind the scenes facilitating the technical committee meetings. Now this technical committee is actually the visuals, they are very, very blurred. Like I said, 8 in principle, and each is headed by a focal contact point. So we have the first technical committee being the Technical Committee on Medical and Medicinal Cannabis. And that is headed by a consortium of at least 10 medical doctors, Dr. Courtney being part of that, Dr. Lenora Drago being part of that, and it is headed by Dr. Vernon Desoshi. The other technical committee, we have technical committee number 2, is the Economic and Industry Technical Committee, where basically we have a lot of people with economic and finance background. So for example, Mark Murray, Mr. Alvin Bernard, Mr. Several Mackenzie, who was there this morning with us, part of that technical committee looking at economic models, looking at what are the economic opportunities within the cannabis industry for Dominica. So again, that is headed by Mr. Alvin Bernard out of the Ministry of Finance. The other technical committee that we have is the Religious and Spiritual Technical Committee, like I explained this morning, where we look at the issues of sacramental rights within the Rastafarian Committee and other uses with regards to spirituality and ceremonial uses. So there we have the Kalinago Council, we have the evangelical churches, the Catholic fraternity, and this kind of people. They are discussing these issues alongside the House of Nyabingi, etc. The other technical committee that we have is the Social and forgive me for not actually being able to read the words. I'm just trying to recap the names from my head. But the other technical committee, like I said, is something to do with the social and public protection, correct. And thank you, Dr. Daigo. Where we have actually grouped people from, for example, the welfare division, the psychiatric unit, where we're looking at the public and social issues related to the regulated use of cannabis within that space. So obviously, we are looking at our vulnerable groups, the marginalized groups, the youth, and how we develop strategies to actually limit the exposure and or protect them with regards to the development of that industry. We also have a group on agronomy and agriculture, where we look at the cultivation standards. This is headed by Mr. Midian Larocque, who is the investment officer within the Ministry of Agriculture. So we have a group of people within the agricultural industry, to include farmers, to include people who have actually been in the industry, the banana industry, and we are looking, like I said, at the cultivation standards, the critical control points that need to be incorporated in terms of regulations. We also have a committee on therapeutic and nutraceutical uses. So this is where we have actually put together people in the agro-entrepreneurship movement, where they are developing value-added products in terms of cannabis derivatives, waxes, body oils, lotions, etc. And definitely they have been discussing challenges with regards to how they can propel the industry with regards to that value-added industry based on cannabis products. And definitely, like you will see in the report, some key recommendations have been coming out there. And that committee is headed by Mr. Reynold Deja, farm herbalist, who was actually acknowledged by Ras Bobby this morning. And again, we have, like I said, people in the agro-industry entrepreneurship movement. They're looking at these critical technical issues. We also have a public communications committee, which is essentially led by the Office of the Prime Minister through the Press Secretary, Ms. Dion Dura, who chaired this the ceremony in terms of his opening ceremony. And there we are looking at the PR strategies, the public awareness campaigns that we now need to develop in terms of meeting the public masses. Because there are a number of thematic issues that not necessarily can be discussed in one. So a lot of critical medical issues to be discussed, agronomic issues, the social issues. And we are trying to develop a comprehensive public relations and outreach campaign which will touch the communities. Because already the concerns are being raised, especially with regards to the licensing system at the community-based level. So there definitely needs to be an outreach program which meets these potential participants at the grassroots. So what does the report actually state? Like I said, so we have developed a number of technical committees. So we're going to review some of the work coming out of what we call the Social and Public Cannabis Committee. And they met for at least from April 9th to June 11th, with 4 times. And the membership was enormous, like I said. Members from various sectors of society which actually have relevance to that thematic issues. So for example, we have the Ministry of Education on board. I see people from social protection. I'm seeing the Dominican Cancer Society represented. I'm seeing the National Youth Council represented. So at that level, there are some of the recommendations that they actually have discussed were the issues related to, for example, as presented by Shoma Darampo, issues related to the distinction between recreational, medicinal, and medicinal use. They call for the revision of 3 plants and 20 grams regulations. And key recommendations included the National Registry for Users, the Licensing Authority, the prescription of over-the-counter drugs framework, the certification of herbalists, and the integration of the Eastern Caribbean Bank compliance mechanisms. So they also looked at the issue of survey instruments, which was finalized with regards to the knowledge, attitude, and practice use of cannabis in terms of frequency, first use, methods of use, the views on legalization, economic potential, ailments treated with cannabis in terms of authentic documentation of past experiences. So these are some of the issues as we go in terms of the work that we are trying to capture from a very, very informed perspective. So we have a number of issues that need to be looked at. For example, the administration via the Ministry of Education platform in terms of a public education platform. The issue of 25 to 35% of the student population targeted with regards to the implementation of a survey instrument. The whole collaboration with even corporate industry players like Flow and Digicel to have digital outreach with regards to the Dominican people perceptions, because the 2018 CARICOM report suggested that then the Dominican population had a 57% acceptance rate of the decriminalization of cannabis. We need to actually get updated figures in terms of 2025 and the realities and the potential as the industry has evolved and transformed. So public awareness and education in terms of broad education strategies, including school curriculum integration and multimedia outreach, will be essential. Youth, community, and public service engagement. So for example, ideas have been to even conduct this kind of survey instrument within the public machinery, not necessarily to find out people's business, but really actually to actually understand the climate in which we are actually operating right now, the perceptions, the attitude, and the practices, right? Even out of that group, they consider the issues of wellness and nutrition, the whole issue of agro-processing, preventative and clinical care, and tourism products. So these are some of the issues that we now need to explore in terms of how do we frame these potential avenues of the scope of a medicinal industry into a holistic framework which makes sense, right? The proposals coming out from them included the licenses of herbalists and doctors, self-medicating lounges, good manufacturing practices, and traceability requirements. Now, mark you, the proposed bill as is does suggest some of these elements, but as recommendations are strengthened and are gathered, we now need to have that exercise in terms of the consolidated effort to get the views as articulated by civil society incorporating into law. Challenges and concerns: youth access and black market proliferation, weak enforcement of small penalties, public misinformation and stigma, need for law enforcement training and regulatory oversight. So these are some of the challenges and concerns that are much relevant in terms of the discourse as we go along. So how do we limit the whole issue of that black market proliferation? How do we limit the exposure for our vulnerable groups, marginalized groups? The whole issue of the destigmatization exercise which is now required in terms of public policy driven by evidence-based information, right? issue of law enforcement training, because like I said in the 14 principles, is much more effort going to be placed on law enforcement, or is it going to be placed on mitigation with regards to developing the alternative strategies? So some of the recommended areas in a summary include public surveys, the legal framework, the licensing systems, education in terms of our public education campaigns, public safety with regards to stronger penalties for infractions, clinical use in terms of formal documentation and certified access, economic strategies to include promote cannabis tourism and agro-processing, and laboratory and analytical services to include expanding the Dominican Bureau of Standards analytical and testing capacities. So in a nutshell, we are starting to see, even from a cross-sectorial perspective, the issues that we now need to tangibly address as we move forward. So we'll go on to our next group, the religious and ceremonial cannabis group, and they met for at least 3 times from May 13th to June the 10th. And we had membership from Pastor Jody Andrew, Peter Handlin, Rashida Gatchet, Mr. Franklin Georges, Cecil Have, and the list is there. And again, it was supported by the Secretariat as constituted within the Ministry of Agriculture and the Public Service. So, obviously, one of the key issues and discussions was the sacramental and the religious use. And obviously, from the Rastafarian community, cannabis was recognized as a sacrament in terms of the Rastafarian faith and also in other traditions. Because the research suggests, yes, that cannabis use is very prevalent, not only in the Rastafarian faith, but in a number of spiritual organizations and faith-based organizations. And hence the relevance of its use with regards to religious and sacramental purposes. Emphasis on protecting sacramental rights through legal reforms, and that is not new because Antigua does incorporate sacramental rights within their cannabis medicinal framework. Discussion on free cultivation and designated sacramental lands, and we are underscoring the issue of sacramental lands. So for example, the House of Nyabingi is proposing that its Bingi grounds be considered sacramental lands, and hence the activities associated with the sacramental lands are sacred and non-infractional in terms of penalties. Adoption of the models, like I said, from Antigua, Barbados, and St. Vincent encouraged. And interestingly, recommended use to be limited to individuals 21 years and older. And that is very instrumental in the law, recognizing the fact that even as we speak, the legal age for the consumption of alcohol in Dominica is surprisingly 16. So these are some of the issues as discussed. And like I said, it's not necessarily limited to the Rastafarian community, but this is what has been articulated in some of the current laws inadequately address sacramental use. The committee calls for clear definitions of ceremonial and religious cannabis use, licensing exemptions or protected zones for sacramental use, codification of ethical conduct guided by Nyabingi principles, proposals for safe zones or lounges for protected cannabis ceremonies. The legality of imported strains was questioned. Participants suggested promoting local cultivation with non-chemical inputs. Concerns was raised about how to enforce or monitor age limits for cultivation, especially with existing allowances like 3 strains at home and 28 grams. So essentially, concerns raised with regards to what mechanisms are we going to develop with regards to the protection of, again, marginalized groups, vulnerable groups. Methods of use and medicinal considerations. Smoking cannabis is not inherently problematic and is believed to assist in relieving phlegm. However, it was recommended that smoking be banned in general settings, especially where exposure to others is involuntary. Others non-smoking methods should be promoted, such as oils, edibles, tinctures, and teas. Dosing is important, and cannabis should be used in small measured quantities. Some participants shared experiences of cannabis being used to treat asthma and other ailments. overuse is a concern and misuse can be suppressed issues that later resurface when use is not stopped, when usage is stopped. So again, concerns coming out from civil society with regards to the cross-sectoral issues, not only from a religious perspective, but general considerations as discussed within the group, right? So there were some public health education and safety concerns with regards to youth mental health issues were raised, recognition of both benefits and risk. A call was made to ban lab-grown cannabis, which was referred to as poison. Locally grown natural cannabis is preferred. The need to debunk myths and overcome stigma. And again, the issue of myths and stigma was articulated, documented as early as or as way back as 2018 in the CARICOM report, i.e., for example, gateway drugs of entry, etc. So issues of cultural tradition and integration, cultivation licenses and conservation, free access and cultivation for religious purposes advocated. Cultivation practices must be aligned with organic and holistic traditions. Preservation of land races and local strains stress. Recommendations to partner with the Portsmouth Agricultural Station for seedling development. Now, mention was made of the Portsmouth Agricultural Station in reference to the investment that the government of Dominica has recently made with regards to seed propagation facilities and tissue culture capacities. And hence, the synergies which need to be developed. So again, for example, reference was made to the possibility use of our existing medical facilities with regards to oncology treatment and the gateways that we can create in terms of the entry points for our medicinal cannabis approach. So recommended actions in terms of items. So again, the age limit, the legal rights in terms of recognizing the sacramental cannabis as a religious right, the safe spaces in terms of the designated zones for protected ceremonial use, cultivation with regards to the free cultivation for religious purposes, licensing, health, product regulation, cultural preservation, economics in terms of the maintenance of a 40 to 60% with regards to local to foreign ownership ratio, which support the creative and the tourism sectors. Education in terms of developing a national education program which includes religious context and international compliance with regards to our alignment to the International Narcotic Control Board. Now mark you, that is very important because once Dominica enters into this regulated cannabis industry and have articulated that to the world, we are obliged to report our activities to the International Narcotic Control Board. We have with us the chief pharmacist out of the Ministry of Health and Wellness, who does that as we speak in terms of regulated substances, not necessarily cannabis, but as a matter of principle, once we get into this regulated space of medicinal cannabis, there will be this international compliance obligation. So again, the whole issue of survey instruments to inform ourselves in terms of home-based data, the whole issue of knowledge, attitude, and practice. What is the perceptions of the Dominican community with regards to the acceptance of cannabis industry, a medicinal cannabis industry? We know there are concerns, there will be concerns, but again, the government of Dominica has taken a bold articulated step that with regards to international development, it is convinced that this is the right way to go, and hence is creating the enabling framework for us to take advantage of that. And as such, the public machinery, the private sector, civil society is answering to the call and needs to answer to the call. So again, we see the Recreational Therapeutic Cannabis Committee meeting for at least 4 times from since April to June. The committee members include a number of our local agro-entrepreneurs, Dr. Gail Defoe, Ms. Anna Roye, Chief Pharmacist, Mr. Dylan Williams, Jeff Pascal, Jody Dangaben, and again, support from our secretariat to include Mr. Bradley Guy from the Forestry and Parks Division, Midian Larrock Adisachota from the Ministry of Agriculture, right? Again, cross-cutting issues define Dominica's cannabis industry to include recreational, medicinal, and therapeutic uses. The whole issue of agro-processing and industrial use, cannabis tourism and indigenous cultural inclusion. And make no mistake that these symposiums that we are actually developing is a very ingenious cultural inclusion, because we heard of the symposiums being promulgated in each sovereign state across the ECCB Union. And as such, what we are definitely doing is strengthening our Caribbean identity, recognizing that yes, this cannabis is not only centered with regards to medicinal approaches, but it is indeed a cultural exchange program, because we have our friends from our sister islands sharing their experiences with us, and they expect us to be there with them in terms of us sharing our experiences with them. Okay, cool. Right. Right. Cool. Wow. You mess up everyone. You mess up my food, you mess up my food. What do you do me there, my blood?
To fix it for the live so they can see.
Oh, okay.
There you was good.
Yeah. Yeah.
Right there?
No.
You pass all that?
Yeah. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, yeah.
There?
Yeah.
There, right?
Yeah. No.
You pass all that?
No, 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 go back, no.
There?
Yeah, okay.
So we
Yeah,
use-
yeah, yeah, okay, cool. Right. Sorry for that technical mishap. But yeah, so moving forward. So some of the key issues that the therapeutic group have actually discussed was, number one, the clarity in terms of definition. And this is the crux of the matter in terms of moving forward. We definitely need a clear and articulate definition in terms of defining the scope of this medicinal cannabis industry that we are talking about. So hence, clarities between medicinal versus medical versus recreational is critical in terms of our discourse. We'll look at the integration of complementary and alternative medicinal approaches, because again, looking at the World Health Organization strategies in terms of the alignment of CAM strategies, in terms of alignment to medicinal policies within state is essential, and that includes the use of non-traditional approaches to include the use of herbal approaches within our complementary strategies. So the group also looked at the issue of the outdated drug and custom laws, the whole issue of the definition of THC thresholds for different uses, and again the alignment with the INCP and international compliance frameworks. The distinction, or the legal and scientific distinction between CBD versus THC products, again are coming out from recommendations as early as 2018. The whole issue of cannabinoids and CBD-based products, again looking at products of less than 0.3% THC considered non-regulated, and hence providing an entry point for international markets. The legislative framework and policy review, they documented in terms of a strong consensus on the need to revise the draft cannabis bill, repeal or amend of conflicting ordinances to include Money Act and laws that affect financial transactions related to cannabis, and that is important. And I think it was mentioned, because yes, we are creating a medicinal cannabis framework, but they are supporting regulations and or enactments that now need to actually be aligned. And one of them, for example, is the Money Laundering Act. And as is, it would state that proceeds from any kind of activity related to narcotics would be classified illegal. Hence, we now need to regulate or redefine and or exclude cannabis as not being activities which are now regulated or are classified as being narcotic. Another issue is, for example, our customs and excise bills in terms of the importation of cannabis-related products. There is provisions in the law for considerations for the enactment of safe spaces for self-medication that requires the importation of quote-unquote medicinal paraphernalia. Hence, revisions of our customs and excise laws as it relates to the importation of this kind of products. So yes, the holistic framework of the medicinal bill is designed to actually address issues of cultivation, access to medicine, but there are complementary regulations and or legislations which now come to the fore in terms of its compliance and complementarity. So for example, the issue of market development and economic integration, emphasis on local cultivation and processing to avoid reliance on imports, potential for economic transformation through job creation and new revenue streams, the promotion of local cooperatives, credit unions involvement, and community-based investments. And that is important, community-based investments in terms of grassroots organizations and participatory involvement. Because of the fact that cannabis is basically grown from a rural community space, the ownership in terms of generational wealth has to be embedded from the onset. Yes, we are desirous of having direct foreign investments which assist us in the economic push, but the homegrown emphasis in terms of local ownership has to be a guiding principle in moving forward. So again, that committee looked at the health benefits from cannabis in treating various diseases, the use of data and analytics in guiding pricing, availability, and targeted conditions. And that is important in terms of our real-time monitoring of the economic potential of that industry that we create, the use of data and real-time data. How do we actually now look at a pricing structure within a regulated medicinal cannabis industry? And what would be the driving factors? Is it based on supply and demand, or are there checks and balances and or cushions that mitigate against price fluctuations? So all these we need to actually input into a model that makes sense with regards to the viability of that industry. Women's role in the cannabis sector. And I think that was mentioned this morning and here. So again, the group identifying that gender inclusivity and managerial representation of women in the cannabis industry is actually essential. And that is actually displayed there, as you can see that a lot of these agro-entrepreneurs are indeed our young women, right? The whole inclusion of women in agriculture, entrepreneurship, testing, regulation, education. So the role of women in the cannabis sector. Public education and engagement, we highlighted that. Cultural and religious considerations, we highlighted that. Health and safety concerns. So again, the committees were tasked with some specific responsibilities, but as you can see, the thematic topic of cannabis is very broad, and hence we have cross-cutting issues being overlapped across the group and the various committees. Proposed inclusion in terms of the surveys. How do we get data? How do we actually find out what is the actualities on the ground in Dominica? Recommendations coming out. Revision and modernization of the legislative framework, the development of national standards, promote Cannabis 101 as an educational tool, both digitally and through community outreach programs, launch a nationwide stakeholder consultation exercise including farmers, women, entrepreneurs, etc. So this national symposium is again the start of that PR outreach campaign, which is now necessarily to not only keep the momentum going, but to indeed educate the general public. The issue of training and certification in terms of capacity building for our pharmacists, herbalists, wellness practitioners, collaboration with the University of the West Indies, and the supporter for the training of the trainer modules. Because again, the experience within the region and further afield suggests that there is a wealth of knowledge that we can harness in even strengthening and empowering our local entrepreneurs. So public engagement, awareness, industry development and infrastructure, the whole issue of the support to smallholder cultivations and indigenous genetic strains, the review of extraction and cultivation standards, emphasis on CBD and THC ratio regulations, accurate product labeling, which was mentioned this morning, develop traceability systems to include GPS tracking, seizure and reporting systems. And like I said, once we engage into this international framework of a regulated medicinal cannabis industry, we have an international compliance with regards to the International Narcotic Control Board. Licensing and oversight structure, the draft blueprint for the licensing authority, etc. So again, a number of good recommendations coming out, even from as early as 8 weeks of work. And we have been charged with the responsibility for at least the first 6 months. So the government is expecting at least some key concrete recommendations by the end of August in the first instance with regards to the work that the National Cannabis Advisory Committee has actually done. So we would like to thank the members who have volunteered their time effortlessly to be part of that exercise. And we did attempt, and I think have successfully included a broad spectrum of the Dominican population within the consultation process, as is ongoing. So again, issues such as clinical trials and pharmaceutical integration, product and tourism development, research and data collection. And again, with an emphasis on wellness and cannabis tourism as a growth promoter. So these are just a summary of issues that have been developed, that have been discussed and have been documented. So we're going quickly along to some other technical committees, and this one would be of interest to us, the Medicinal and Medical Cannabis Committee, and they met for 3 times from May the 15th to at least June the 12th. And the members included Martha Augustus, Irving Pascal, Martin Christmas, and I will not attempt to pronounce my African brother, Ola Jujun. Nicole Armour, Midian Larocque, and the list goes on. So the committee priorities and discussions, the defining of the medicinal and medical cannabis industry, broaden definition to include nutritional, clinical and wellness uses, preventative medicine, and integration into the primary healthcare system. Position cannabis as both medicine and food. Recommendations to address public stigma through education, re-examine the terminology and scope of the term medicinal cannabis industry, urging a shift towards clinical, agricultural, and economic integration. And we underscore that, urging a shift towards clinical, agricultural, and economic integration. The plant's medical use should be governed under the auspices of a licensed doctor and medical experts, but the cultivation and processing aspects fall under or falls within agriculture and economic planning. With regards to the review of the 2022 bill, identified limitations and areas such as traditional healers inclusion, preventative health aspects, clinical application, and professional input. A call for professional review by all medical members. Legal terminology should be future-proofed and broad enough to include hemp. Industry integration, economic framing, economic impact, and global trends. Promote a full-spectrum cannabis industry, emphasis on local ownership and empowerment. Encourage collaboration and certification with herbalists. Caution against restrictive regulatory frameworks, and I think that we have been given some insight in terms of not making it too stringent. There are models that are already existent, are functional. We can copy on that and build up. So we do not want to make that new exercise a very restrictive process. Caution against restrictive regulatory frameworks. Cannabis has the potential to significantly contribute to GDP. Without structured implementation, Dominica risks losing significant potential in terms of revenue. So these are some of the issues even the medical doctors themselves were discussing. So with regards to cannabis in health and primary health care systems, cannabis is viewed as a potential treatment for conditions like asthma, highlighted by Dr. Courtney, encourage scientific validation of local traditional knowledge. And that point there is relevant and is again another discussion all by itself, the whole issue of scientific validation of local traditional knowledge. And with regards to policy and governance, need for amendments for existing ordinances that reflect with a modern cannabis framework. The cannabis bill is viewed as a medical clinical framework requiring the medical board's input and definition of scope. The gap between recreational and medicinal use was acknowledged with a call to separate educational efforts to combat stigma. So the Attorney General's office is tasked with finalizing the narrative of the bill. And hence we can see that even from a medical perspective, there is recommendations suggesting that the scope should not be limited only to clinical applications, right? Time is against us, so we're going to speed up. But again, there's some key points. So for example, doctors must be the gatekeepers. The doctors authorize cannabis treatments, patient access treatment via registered dispensaries, emphasis on continuing medical education and getting CME hours accredited locally. And that is important with regards to the competencies of our local medical professionals with regards to the authority in terms of prescription. Because there must be some competence built within the medical fraternity in terms of the use of cannabis and in terms of its prescriptive use. So moving along, issues of laboratory and quality control. The Dominican Bureau of Standards microbiology lab is accredited. The chemistry lab still needs to be accredited, but in a sense, we have good structures within our local analytical capacity with regards to the quality control systems required for the cultivation of cannabis for medicinal purposes. So we're going to go quickly into some key recommendations. Develop a broad, inclusive cannabis industry framework, integrate traditional healers into the formal medical ecosystem, emphasize preventative healthcare, wellness, and tourism applications, accelerate laboratory certification and testing protocols. Legal framework should be support cultural and scientific cannabis applications, refine and finalize cannabis legislation with input from the medical board and the Attorney General's office. So initiate a continual medical education certification program for doctors in collaboration with all sense universities and international bodies, just to name a few. So we're getting strong recommendations from the medical board in terms of what the draft framework is saying and what their views are with regards to the way forward. So we're going to, well, we heard an overview from the legal team this morning through the presentation by Ms. Sheradine Rampel, so definitely I will skip that, and at that time I will bring on Mr. Midian Larrock to just present on the agricultural side, and then we will have a presentation from the ECCB. So thank you for the indulgence. This is a lot of work that we have compiled. We will actually have this online once the report is approved, but for now we're still working on it in terms of finalization. So these are some of the work that we have done with regards to key recommendations we attempting to put forward with regards to the legislative framework and review we think is necessary in moving forward. So thank you very much. Mr. Midian Larrock will take over from there.
Okay, good day everybody. I'll try to be as quick as possible. We're just going to go through some slides dealing with the agronomy and agriculture subcommittee. Just want to say thanks to the members of the committee. I see Mr. Ansem, I see Buju, I see Mr. Nation. Who else is there? Can you hear me? You can hear me now? All right. So we'll get to the main part of it, which is the process flow. This is a draft, because the work still continues until August, which is the lifespan of the committee. This is basically the proposed framework. Some of you might be thinking, how is this going to work? So this is the proposal that the committee came up with. It will start with growers or farmers. These growers and farmers will be subjected to some form of regulation. Now I know the consensus is once a year regulation means it's going to be difficult, it's going to be killing the industry, but it's quite the opposite. Lack of regulation will cause chaos. Lack of regulation is what we have right now. So by putting regulation and certification, we get our growers and our farmers on international best practices. In this case, as Dr. Kazimi mentioned, we'll be looking at DOMGAP, which is Dominica Good Agriculture Practices, which is part of the Fresh Produce Act. These growers will have a direct market where they could sell to a processing facility or a processing plant. That processing plant will be GMP certified, which is Good Manufacturing Practices, and also it will be a PPP, which is a public-private partnership. We're hoping that it could be local, regional, international partners. Government creates the environment so the private sector can actually run it. That processing facility has the ability right now to supply our agro-processors who are outside with all these products that we have. One of the main issues is the volumes of raw material, which is the cannabis buds. Because of lack of legislation, the volume is limited. They now would have increased volume, so they could increase the product diversification, the product diversity, and also they could increase the number of products. That the agro-processors and so on will also be GMP certified, which is a good manufacturing practice, which is a standard that will ensure that we could get market penetration and we could also meet best practices in the markets out there. It was mentioned by Mr. Robin earlier on that manufacturing is important, so you have two cases where you have manufacturers right there. There's a new area, well, it's not new, it still happens illicitly, but there's an area called the retail industry. We're talking about our dispensaries, our cafes, our shops. They would have license as well. They would be subjected to some sort of regulation where we, as the public, would get a license and actually purchase the herbs directly from them. And all of this, as you can see, can be exported. But not only exported outwards, people could come in as well to get self-medicated, to get healing. Our hashtag, as we said, is Dominica Heals. So we want to use our food, we want to use our natural resources, our hot spas, and our cannabis to heal mind, body, and soul. So this is just a proposal of what the process flow would look like, what the framework can look like. Of course, the work is not completed, it will continue. So just to have a visual of what and how it's going to work. A lot of what I have is cross-cutting. Dr. Kazimi mentioned it, but I'll just run through it. The agronomy and agriculture cannabis community sees cannabis like any other high-value agriculture crop that requires a structured and technically guided approach to ensure its successful integration into Dominica's agriculture sector. As a crop with economic, medicinal, and agro-industrial potential, cannabis development must be rooted in sustainable agronomic practices and evidence-based decision-making. The Ministry of Agriculture holds the primary responsibility for leading the development of the cannabis industry as a crop, including setting cultivation standards, facilitating land access, guiding research and development, and building capacity across the value chain, which was what I just showed a while ago. The purpose of this committee really is to provide technical expert guidance, develop cultivation standards, and other practical recommendations to support the successful development of the regulated cannabis industry. Agriculture diversification for the ministry through the 5 Cs, as we always say: coconut, coffee, cocoa, citrus, and of course cannabis. Cannabis is a strategic crop to enhance primary health, sustainability, climate resilience, environmental stewardship, and as an export crop. Safety through standards and investments in agricultural research and development, compliance testing. And testing, of course, we'll be using the Bureau of Standards, which I'll show just now, but some of the major tests that we're looking at is pesticide residue, heavy metals, mycotoxins, basically yeast and mold. We want to ensure that the product is fit for purpose, that it's fit for human consumption, that when we have cannabis, no matter where it ends up, who uses it, is a safe product. This is fundamental to us. Objectives. Some of the objectives of the committee basically to assess and recommend standards in cannabis. Of course, at the front end, we're looking at DOMGAP from the fresh produce, so we'll train our farmers on safety issues, especially if you're using conventional forms of farming. We want to ensure that your equipment is calibrated, that you know how to use it, you use your PPEs, that you, your workers, your family, your environment are all safe. How do you dispose of your agrochemical containers, and so on. All of this is very important if you go in the conventional way. Of course, we would promote organic farming, that's the best, but not everybody would do it. But if you're going to do it, we want to make sure you do it safely. So that's at the front end, and at the back end, when the product goes to the factory, we will do testing to ensure that your limits are within the standard. So there's a front end we train, and there's a back end to ensure that you meet the limits. To evaluate and propose systems for farmer registration, training and support, to advise on land access, zoning and agronomic stability for cannabis farming, to guide the development of plant genetics programs and seed banks and research institutions. I think the gentleman mentioned how do we get imported hybrids or germplasm. We would want to protect our germplasm, right, Doc? We would definitely want to, because it's unique. It's very unique to us in Dominica, endemic to what we have in Dominica. And because of that, we can use it as a geographic indicator to show that the hybrid or the strains of herb we have right now, you can find it only in Dominica. So you have to come to Dominica to get it. We have a good balance of 50% DOC, THC, CDB, from some of the hybrids that we have. So we want to make good use of that. The recommendation framework for licensing, certification and compliance, DOMGAP, GMPs at the farm level and at the factory and agro-processing level to support the creation of traceability systems, post-harvest standards and best practices. All of these are just some of the standards that will ensure that there's uniformity and that all products meet the requirements of the markets, whether local, international, or regional markets. To support incentive programs for cannabis growers or farmer groups, we want to ensure that the small man, the local man, the marginalized man can get access into it. And that is also important when it comes to the tier system. The tier system is going to be based on acreage. We haven't completed the work, so we do not know the pricing as per the acreage. But let's say we start from 0 to half an acre. The small man could enter into the market by having half an acre. That will have a stipulated license structure fee, which hasn't been decided as yet. And then it goes up, half an acre to 1 acre. That will have another fee. 1 acre to 5 acres, another fee, and more than 5 acres. So it's not for those with the big pockets only. Of course, we have to safeguard that, but we're ensuring that the local man on the ground can enter into the market and can be part of it. And the benefits are for everybody. Strategic planning framework, the program decision tree model was adopted. That's what the group used to develop thematic strategies and actions categorized in short, medium, and long term. Some of the key themes that came out from that was human resource. We say training is always ongoing, it's always needed. Farm labor is an issue. We have to get this corrected and support farming associations or organizations. Market entry, emphasizing on niche market branding and value-added products. Financial access, very, very important, always an issue. Addressing funding, banking, and regulatory burdens, some of which have been mentioned over the past 2 days. Infrastructure, improving transportation protocols. The list of licenses was mentioned, but they are important. They're important. How would you leave your farm in Portsmouth, in Granby, and bring it to a factory, maybe in Maho, in Roseau? You need a license so you will not get into problems with the law. So we have to address all these issues. Testing laboratories and compliance readiness, very, very important. Policy and coordination, where we look at enhancing governance and cross-sectorial alignments. So we're looking at Ministry of Agriculture, Health, Trade, Industry, Commerce, Small Business. All of this have to work all these ministries have to work together to get this framework up and going and alive. Cultivation focus areas, we look at emphasis on agronomic practices rather than licensing administration. Licensing administration is important, yes, but without farmers, the process can't start. So we need to have a cadre of farmers, both existing farmers that already know the trade, but even young farmers to come into, because we have an aging population of farmers in Dominica, and we want to ensure when we start this industry that it's sustainable for tomorrow. Encouragement of organic systems and agroforestry where feasible, we want to promote that. Support land bank and zoning strategies. We want to ensure that there are no farms close to schools or no processing plants close to schools, close to churches, and so on. We want to ensure that our kids are protected. Development of certified nurseries, we need this. All the service providers, like the input suppliers, the plant nurseries and so on, all have to go through the certification scheme to ensure that the entire supply chain meets the requirements of the international markets or regional markets, and especially our local markets, because what is good for them is also good for us. Develop of certification nurseries, seed banks, tissue culture, in vitro partnerships, a collaboration with other institutions and other laboratories out there that could help us enhance our in vitro and our tissue culture development. Promotion of geographic indicator. Geographic indicator basically is a certification scheme. It's offered by the Bureau of Standards as well, where when you have a unique product that is endemic to you, to your area, it focuses on your area. So for example, that hybrid we have or that landrace we have that's endemic to Dominica, we want to ensure that people can come here because you can only get it here. And because of that, it's been highlighted and it's been promoted as Dominica. Okay? We have that, and that's why we cannot have cross-contamination with suppliers coming from outside. There must be standards to help protect that, because what we have is very unique and we want to promote it. Okay? Grower development and support, a structured tiered grower system, as I mentioned, so that tier system will be part of the standards. Providing technical training and promoting crop insurance, very, very important. Even for regular crops, insurance is important. You spend, what, $8,000-$10,000, a hurricane comes, puts it flat down, where do you go? So insurance is very important and valuable at times of need. Establishing audit systems and farmer compliance mechanisms. There must be auditing. Monitoring and evaluation is a must. We have to ensure that there's traceability from the seed to sale. Every tree will be accounted for, every tree will be targeted, will be traceable. So if there's any problem, we trace it right back to the farmer. We know what's happening. So we don't have to pull out the entire shipment from different farmers, but we know exactly which farmer that has heavy metals, that have pesticide, high pesticide residue, or even yeast and mold. So we can target it directly by having traceability systems. Building capacity for farmer groups and cooperatives. That is something maybe the House of Nyabingi can think of doing, instead of having individuals come together as a group as Nyabingi. There are more benefits. It's easier to meet the certification. It's easier to meet the standard that way. And of course, it's cheaper as a group than an individual grower. Key cultivation recommendations, as I said, it will be from seed to sale traceability tracking. We have to, we must, in case of problems. Standards, again, are here for conformity, uniformity, to ensure that when any one of us, even for our recreational practices, we wrap a joint, we want that same joint, that same bud, to be the same that we sell to Europe, we sell to America, in terms of the standards for the joint. There are standards for ASTM D37, which is the subcommittee, Marinol subcommittee. There are standards for the length of a joint. There are standards for the filter size. There are standards for the head of a joint. So everything is there. We're not going to reinvent the wheel. It's there. We just choose what's applicable to us. Transition period, of course, from illicit growing to existing producers on focus of DOMGAP. So in that transition period, we will ensure that we train our farmers to meet the DOMGAP standard, the requirements of the standard, that they can move from an illicit grower to a legal grower, basically. Support tier license system, as I said, some of it has been said already, for traceability of farmers and producers. Land bank creation and zoning for optional cultivation areas. We have the whole question of organic versus conventional systems, where we believe a hybrid balance approach is favored. Not everybody would go to organic, which is the safer area, but you have people that use agrochemicals. We want to ensure there is a balance and that the actions and the practices are safe. Also, establishment of nurseries, seed banks, strain preservation programs, agroforestry practices, and preservation of the indigenous landrace that we spoke about. Quality assurance, very, very important. Without quality assurance, again, we'll have chaos. Without standards, we're going to have problems. Everybody will do what they want. I know even the users in the house right now, you will not use cannabis from anybody because you know some of the practices are not healthy, they are not safe. We want to ensure that everybody's on the same level, and you can only do that through standards and quality assurance. The Dominica Bureau of Standards, the BOS, through its laboratory, the National Center of Testing Excellence, is an accredited body that we have right here in Dominica. Is ISO IEC 17025, which is compliance for laboratory compliance inspection. It's already accredited right here in Dominica, first in the OECS, only one in the OECS so far. It is proposed that we use this as our original cannabis testing authority. Of course, they will need a license for research and development. Presently, it's limited. The labeling issues, labeling is mandatory in Dominica for all products, but we cannot do anything on cannabis because of its legislation. So we're limited, well, the Bureau is limited, so that will allow the Bureau to give full service through testing, through best practices in terms of label requirements, in terms of market requirements. Additional standards are needed. There are some standards that are still missing in terms of testing. We need staff, we need training, equipment, and allocate operational budget for effective functioning. The Bureau needs that. Post-harvest standards are very important and will promote wet cannabis delivery to the processing facility for uniform curing and quality assurance. So the factory will get the herbs dry, it will get it wet, and they will do their own curing. That way, everything is cured at a certain way, a certain practice. I mentioned, of course, THC. Good question. Well, it will come in wet, and I believe the way the committee looked at it, we didn't look at whether it's wet or dry. We look at the THC content or CDB content, and especially with the testing of the stuff. But that is a good question that we can bring up for sure. Yes, I take note of that. So we also look at pesticide residue, mycotoxins, and yeast and mold. We know cannabis is a plant that has it always has yeast and mold on it. It would be very important to limit the yeast and mold, because especially for users in smoking, you do not want to ingest that and have respiratory issues. We want that it adds to the body but not complicates more on the body. Research, germplasm, and genetics, emphasis on developing certified planting material through partnerships. We have the 1 Mile Science Complex and Tissue Culture Lab that will be used for propagation, where we can do varietal trials and germplasm preservation, drawing on the experience of Dr. Michael, for sure. He's leading in that in the Caribbean. Importance of diagnostic, analytic, baseline data, and contamination control standards. All of these are very important. With lack of data, we basically can't do anything. And we need a baseline where we're at to know where we're going. Sometimes that's lacking, and that's why we have a survey instrument out there, and it will be out there for getting that information, that baseline information, which is so critical. Of course, the survey in farming communities. So when it comes out to you through blast or through whatever on your phone, please take time. It's not that we want to know your private business, we just want to know your practices and to have an idea in Dominica how best we can help our cultivators. Cultural market standards and regulatory recommendations for medical cannabis. We want to differentiate clearly between standards for medicinal and recreational. That has to be done. We want to align THC CDB content to international benchmarks. Use medical market to justify the structured licensing that we spoke about, but start broad so that we don't alienate the small man. We want the small man to be included, basically. We want to encourage public-private partnerships, government bills, private sector runs. Require GMP certification for processing facilities and agro-processors. We want to use age control restriction. 21 years is what we're proposing. Anybody below 21 years will not be engaged in any activity of cannabis. So we want to safeguard our kids, we want to safeguard our children.
Greetings, yes. So I understand the age limit being, 21, but you do have certain conditions where an adolescent could benefit from using, cannabis, particularly the non-psychoactive component of CBD in terms of treating epileptic seizures, right? So I heard discussions in regards to hemp industrial hemp, but I think the differentiation must be made between craft hemp, which is plants grown for CBD, versus plants grown for non-human consumption based on fiber, so on. So 21 is there. There should be some provisions in place for adolescent use.
Yes, with the recommendation of a medical doctor. Yes. So being part of it in the process flow. So production must be medical cannabis, and only certified farmers cultivating cannabis on the legal approved conditions shall enter the medical market. So if you choose not to, that's up to you, but you will still be subjected to the laws of the Commonwealth of Dominica. But as a licensed grower, you are exempted, basically, and there's a direct market for you, which is the processing facility. We want to ensure that traditional knowledge with facility.
Tonight, the summer of floods, the video showing the rush of water and wood carrying houses and families away. Dozens of swift water rescues as people were stranded in New Mexico, in their homes and in their cars, even in trees. The devastating news for a Fort Bliss family, 2 of their children swept away, and the surveillance video showing the rapid rise of that water. 173 still missing in the Texas Hill Country as cadaver dogs are being used to help out search and rescue teams. The questions we're asking about why a better system wasn't in place when county documents showed they've known about this issue for nearly a decade. Plus, Al Roker standing by with more on why this wild summer has been so volatile for floods and the next threat coming up. Also tonight, Biden's physician refusing to answer questions about the former president's health while he was in the White House, invoking the Fifth Amendment to a committee in Congress. Pulled from the flames, the heart-stopping video capturing the moment officers rescued people trapped in a burning car. Who killed the Maine paddleboarder? The homicide investigation after a woman was found dead after she went out at dusk. Would you let your kids into a driverless car? The new move from Waymo, allowing teens to hail a ride without mom or dad. And great white shark encounter. You'll hear from the young woman who came within feet of this fin and the massive shark it belonged to. Nightly News starts right now.
This is NBC Nightly News with Tom Yamas.
And good evening. Tonight, as we come on the air with another American community facing deadly flooding and destruction. This week, following so much pain in Texas and North Carolina, rushing water slamming Ruidoso, New Mexico. A house, you see it right here, unmoored, floating away down a rushing wall of water. And look at this, an avalanche of debris and water crashing through a town. The storm turning deadly for 3, including 2 children. You can see the power of the flash flooding here when suddenly this river is inundated with water, leading to that flash flood. It happens right there. And this store's sped up surveillance video shows just how high the water rose, causing that destruction. horses swept away in rushing waters as well. You see that there, trying to escape the floods. The aftermath immense as the small town works to find the missing. Steve Patterson leads us off tonight from Ruidoso, New Mexico.
Tonight, residents in scenic southern New Mexico reckoning with the fury of raging floodwaters, taking stock of anything left. In Ruidoso, the flood's so terrible it cleaved through whole neighborhoods, so powerful it ripped homes away from their owners.
Oh my God. Oh my God.
This store's sped-up surveillance video shows just how high the water rose. Overnight, exhausted rescue workers made the discovery they were hoping to avoid. 3 dead, including 2 young children, a 7-year-old boy and a 4-year-old girl.
The little boy was found under the utility trailer by the bridge on a meander, and the little girl was about 50 feet away from him.
Tonight, officials from Fort Bliss, Texas, confirming the children belong to a soldier and their spouse, both in the hospital with serious injuries.
You have multiple vehicles and mobile homes starting to float away here at Gatlin.
Rescuers working around the clock, scouring for the stranded. In all, officials say 65 swiftwater rescues made just yesterday.
We had people in trees, we had people in the water, people trapped in houses with water coming into them.
The village's river, the Rio Ruidoso, rising 18 feet in just 30 minutes.
The mud is just everywhere.
Lifelong Ruidoso resident Eric Orozco says he and his family's decades-old home is just too far gone.
And just see so much work that you put into, and not just for us, bro, it's just for everyone in this community right here that's going through this flood damage, and it just really hurts.
Officials say part of the problem, burn scars from a series of wildfires that cut into the hillsides almost exactly a year ago. Now, the town's mayor says they're runways for disaster.
How direct is the devastation we're seeing today to the fact that there was a saturation on that scar running off into town?
It's 100% related to that. There's nothing to absorb it, to slow it down, so the water picks up whatever debris and pushes it.
A cycle of climate disaster, punishing residents just for calling these hillsides home.
Steve Patterson and his team join us live from the disaster zone tonight. And Steve, we just heard the mayor right there mention those burn scars. So how long will those pose a threat to the people who live there?
Tom, the mayor tells me if this community gets a rain that bad, anytime within the next 3 to 5 years, there is the potential for more disastrous flooding. Meanwhile, officials are starting to run the numbers. They estimate about 35 homes, and I mean just residential homes here, have been destroyed. Tom.
Steve Patterson amid all that destruction in New Mexico. I want to bring in Al Roker right now. Al, it's been such a chaotic week or so, and the threat's still not over?
Yeah, that's the big problem here, Tom. And in fact, we've had such a volatile flooding summer because of climate change, warmer atmosphere, holding more water. We've been looking at this summer. It's the peak flooding season, prolonged and intense rainfall, and urbanization and land. A lot of folks in these areas that they didn't live in before. Burn scars and flood-prone locations. Now, what we are looking at, we've got severe thunderstorm watches and warnings south of New York, all the way down into the Carolinas as heavy thunderstorms make their way in. We've got the possibility for flash flooding stretching from New York into Pennsylvania, down into the Carolinas. And we've got the risk of severe weather tonight in the Northeast and all the way into the plains for tonight. Wind gust of 70 miles per hour, tornadoes possible. And then we move into tomorrow, more severe weather from Burlington to Columbia, out into the plains and the Rockies. And we're talking, Tom, another 5 inches of rain possible along the mid-Atlantic and heavier rain also in the upper Midwest. So we are not done by a long shot.
All right, Al Roker. Al, we appreciate that. We want to head to Texas now, where more than 170 people are still missing after the catastrophic floods there. And officials are facing questions about whether enough was done to warn residents about rising floodwaters. Here's Morgan Chesky.
Tonight, from high above a heartbroken hill country to the depths of its muddy, debris-filled waters, crews battling to find the more than 173 people still declared missing.
As crews dig through seemingly endless piles of debris, heartbreaking details are emerging. One of the first people upon this site sharing when they walked up, cell phones were still ringing beneath the rubble.
The death toll now at least 119 lives. Today, Braxton Jarman's high school confirmed the rising sophomore died in the catastrophic flooding. His stepmother and sister are still missing. And the family of 8-year-old Mary Kate Jacoby said she's entered the gates of heaven, calling her tiny but mighty and full of love. She was attending Camp Mystic, where these new images capture a telling scene. Campers' clothes and trunks spread outside a cabin as cadaver dogs carried out their grim work nearby. Today, amid questions about whether more should have been done to warn people about the dangerous rising waters, local officials said they are laser focused on search efforts.
You know, we're not running, we're not going to hide from everything. That's going to be checked into at a later time. I wish I could tell you that time. I don't know that time.
But records from a county meeting in 2016 show a former commissioner said the flood warning system was, quite simply, pretty antiquated, calling it marginal at the best.
Records show that the concept of flood warnings have been discussed at least 24 times by the county. What's the biggest reason that these systems have not gone into place at this point?
You know, Morgan, you and I grew up here. And I wasn't in office during those discussions. And frankly, I'm more focused on the future than the past.
Back in the flood zone.
When you first laid eyes on this one, what stood out?
It was the massive amounts of water.
Disaster specialist Larry Miner says his teams have seen the unthinkable. Cadaver dogs leading those on horseback to remote river areas where heartbreaking discoveries have yet to slow down.
We'll stay until we get it done. Yeah, and we want them to have closure.
And for the families of those who don't know what to think right now.
Yeah, I've seen a lot of loss. I feel for them. We're praying for them.
It's terrible what they're seeing over there. Morgan joins us now live, day 6 of this search. Morgan, it looks like it may be raining again where you are. Just how large is this search area?
Yeah, Tom, this is a monumental effort that crews are facing. The Guadalupe River runs for 22 miles throughout Kirk County. And keep in mind that much of that area not only has debris along the banks that you can see behind me, but debris underwater as well, posing a risk for those dive crews. That is why it is definitely an all-hands-on-deck approach here. Tom, the last time a living survivor was found, that was on Friday. That was 5 days ago. Whether or not anyone wants to admit it, we are now approaching the miracle stage here. Tom.
Morgan Chesky for us. Okay, Morgan. To Washington now, and the new escalation in President Trump's trade war. He says it will bring back American jobs, but it could also increase the price you pay, including a steep new tariff on products from Brazil and its coffee. Gabe Gutierrez has late details.
Tonight, the new trade ultimatums that could impact the price you pay for imports. President Trump sending new letters slapping certain countries with higher tariffs if they don't reach trade deals with the U.S. by August 1st. Among them, a 20% tariff on goods from the Philippines and a 30% tax on imports from Iraq.
The formula was a formula based on common sense, based on deficits, based on how we've been treated over the years.
And late today, the president also announcing a 50% tariff on goods from Brazil, in part over its prosecution of its former president. In the 3 months since President Trump declared Liberation Day, the White House has announced partial trade frameworks with the UK, Vietnam, and China, but no others so far. The president says the tariffs have already been worth it, and inflation has remained steady.
We're taking in hundreds of billions of dollars, money that we've never seen before.
Some American companies tell us the president's tariffs have already leveled the playing field.
We find it offensive that there are Chinese manufacturers, in my opinion, dumping products in this country at prices below our cost to make them here in this country.
Brian Gantz's company manufactures non-lethal self-defense products in Indiana.
We're hiring a lot more people in the U.S. as a result of this.
But other businesses say the impact has been devastating.
Well, the uncertainty is really the biggest problem.
Heather Fritchie runs a packaging company in Pennsylvania and says it's not so simple to stop importing products from China.
The problem is that the last, 30 or 40 years have seen the decrease in the plants that we have and the machinery we have and the skilled labor that we have.
And Tom, we're learning new details about the dramatic fallout between Elon Musk and President Trump. In a new podcast interview, White House Chief of Staff Susie Wiles called it a very troublesome ending, adding that Musk is a fascinating person who sees the world differently. This all comes after the president said he thinks it's ridiculous for Musk to start a new political party. Tom?
Gabe Gutierrez at the White House, where it is coming down tonight. All right, Gabe, we thank you. Now to the fireworks on Capitol Hill, with former President Biden's doctor subpoenaed by Republicans, declining to answer questions about Biden's health while he was in office, citing his Fifth Amendment rights. Here's Kelly O'Donnell.
Today, the kind of house call that a former White House physician did not want to make.
Dr. Kevin O'Connor, who treated former President Biden for at least 16 years, asserted his Fifth Amendment right today and declined to give testimony after he was subpoenaed by House Republicans investigating Mr. Biden's medical and mental fitness while in office.
Dr. O'Connor, were you ever told to lie about the president's health?
On the advice of counsel, I must respectfully decline to answer based upon physician-patient privilege and in reliance on my right under the Fifth Amendment of the Constitution.
This is unprecedented, and I think that this adds more fuel to the fire, that there was a cover-up.
But a lawyer for O'Connor insists the doctor could not testify without risking his medical license, writing, Dr. O'Connor will not violate his oath of confidentiality for any of his patients, including President Biden. The 82-year-old former president is now being treated for an aggressive prostate cancer.
I'm feeling good.
Recent books allege episodes of mental decline while he was president, like not recalling the names of longtime aides. The former president has disputed that. Democrat Jasmine Crockett defended Biden's mental fitness.
I did have an opportunity to interact with the president. I never had a concern.
Dr. O'Connor is among several close Biden aides being called to testify as Republicans question whether Biden was in command during his presidency. Tom?
All right, Kelly O'Donnell. Kelly, thank you. Now to the mysterious death of a woman in Maine who police say was just out paddleboarding in a pond. The community is shocked and questions are swirling around what has been deemed a homicide. Aaron McLaughlin picks it up from there.
Tonight, the hunt for a potential killer after the body of Sunshine Stewart was found near a campsite in Maine. State police say an autopsy was performed on the 48-year-old and that they consider her death a homicide, telling NBC News her body was found under unusual circumstances, but not releasing the cause of death.
Just for search purposes, she is very experienced on the water with a paddleboard.
Last seen July 2nd, paddleboarding across this pond in the small town of Union. Police say Sunshine's body was discovered by investigators the next day. Close family friends stunned.
Honestly, she's like one of the best people I ever knew. Sorry. She was somebody who believed in everyone she ever met.
Kimberly Hamill has known Sunshine since grade school.
She was a biologist and she was also a carpenter. She owned her own construction business. She had this incredible life.
Police now appealing to anyone who may have seen Sunshine paddling last Wednesday between 6 and 9 p.m. to come forward. The campground adjacent to the pond tells NBC News state investigators have been there daily to access the crime scene. Police saying they've ruled out accidental death or drowning. In a statement, the police now urging the public to remain aware of their surroundings and report any suspicious behavior to law enforcement.
I grew up in Union, and as far as I know, nothing like that has ever happened there. And for it to have happened to Sunshine is like, how could that even be? It just makes it feel like nothing will be right again, ever.
Aaron McLaughlin, NBC News.
And we will be back in 60 seconds with the brief encounter they'll never forget. Two teens brush with a great white. We are back now with the stunning new images off a Massachusetts beach. A paddleboarder in the water with the fin of a great white shark just feet away from her. Sam Brock has this one.
It was a split second.
Oh, Maddie?
That felt like a shark-filled eternity for Margaret Bowles.
We were obviously shocked to see that fin pop up.
Marine scientists soon confirming that this dorsal fin, protruding from the water by Woods Hole, Massachusetts, where the Harvard student was paddleboarding, belonged to a great white shark.
Never expect to run into the apex predator out there.
Shark sightings have been grabbing headlines all summer, from this stunning aerial of a great white shark swimming off the coast of Montauk, New York, to a 20-foot basking shark that popped up in a Rhode Island bay.
So you were perched on that deck?
Yes, sir.
Right out in the water over your shoulder, that's where you saw the shark?
Yeah.
Then, only weeks ago,
How are you, sweetheart?
9-year-old Leah Lendell nearly had her hand severed from a shark attack in Florida.
Something hard bit me and tried to take me away.
Surgeons working for 6 hours to put Leah's hand back together. Bowles, for her part, just feeling fortunate that this chance encounter was harmless.
The dorsal fin was around 4 feet away from her board, which would have put the head about a foot away.
I mean, does that terrify you?
I I think, again, a near miss is still a miss.
The Atlantic Shark Institute says it's quite rare to see a great white shark that far away from the Cape. They also this year had their earliest great white sighting ever in neighboring Rhode Island. Tom?
All right, Sam Brock for us. We're back in a moment with body cam video showing the moment these first responders pulled passengers out of a burning car, saving their lives, plus wild video of a kid's worst nightmare, getting caught and trapped, yep, inside the claw machine. Stay with us. We're back now with some new body cam video we want to show you, capturing the moment Atlanta firefighters pulled passengers from a burning car. You see those first responders racing to the scene of the fiery crash, quickly cutting a passenger out of her seatbelt, pulling her away from the blaze before rushing back to rescue the driver. Officers say the crash happened July 4th after they tried to pull the car over for drag racing. Also tonight, the age-old question from every teenager, mom or dad, can you pick me up? The answer for some parents now, just Waymo it. The driverless car company now offering teens between 14 and 17 years old rides starting in Phoenix. Waymo says parents can pair teens to their accounts so they can hail the fully autonomous rides. And a little boy near Cincinnati thought he came up with a life hack for the claw machine. Turns out it didn't work. He tried climbing inside but got stuck, and he won a free chance to get rescued by police and firefighters who eventually were able to pull the little guy out. All right, when we come back, for decades, Barbie has looked much the same, and while the new model just out looks similar, there is a major departure for the beloved doll. We'll explain. That's next. Finally tonight, a brand new Barbie will soon hit toy store shelves, and she comes with some extra special accessories, an insulin pump and glucose monitor. Here's Emily Aketa on the first Barbie with type 1 diabetes.
After more than 6 decades of Barbie, there's no question the beloved doll can do it all. She rocks different hairstyles, explores countless careers, and celebrates different backgrounds. Express yourself. And this week, doll maker Mattel is expanding her repertoire, introducing the first Barbie doll with type 1 diabetes. After past criticism over Barbie's early lack of diversity, Mattel says it marks an important step in our commitment to inclusivity and enables more children to see themselves reflected in Barbie. Children like Eloise.
I've always wanted a Barbie just like me that has a pump like me and a Dexcom like me.
Reactions already pouring in.
She's just like me.
Mattel worked with nonprofit Breakthrough T1D to develop the doll.
You got the chance to give some kids the Barbie, and what was their reaction?
It was amazing, the moment that we unveiled Barbie. The screams, the shrieks, the joy was extraordinary. Frankly, the tears. I was crying. The kids were crying. Then they started chanting, Barbie, Barbie, Barbie.
4-year-old Cora Patel showed us her continuous glucose monitor.
What does it do?
Make me healthy.
Just like Barbie's.
When she saw this Barbie, it's the only time I've seen her ask for a doll. So she saw something in it that she sees in herself, which is really cool.
Emily Ikeda, NBC News.
All right, that does it for us tonight. That's Nightly News for this Wednesday. I'm Tom Yamas. Thanks so much for watching. Tonight and always, we're here for you. Good night. We thank you for watching, and remember, stay updated on breaking news and top stories on the NBC News app or watch live on our YouTube channel. Tonight, the staggering new numbers announced by the governor of Texas. More than 100 dead and 161 still missing. Armies of crews working the riverbed in that Texas heat. The new view from above showing the scope of the wreckage. Tonight, local officials being pressed. Why did one of the most heavily flooded regions in the country never get a warning system? And could it have saved lives? Plus, the return to Camp Mystic. The new images of what was left behind. We meet the mother and her daughter who somehow made it out, and the haunting photo of 13 campers and counselors just days earlier all swept away. Plus the life-threatening flash flood emergency in New Mexico right now along a burn scar. The National Weather Service warning people to get to higher ground now. It comes after a Boys and Girls Club was evacuated in Oklahoma after 7 inches of rain. plus the death toll rising in North Carolina and the new system drenching the East Coast. Also breaking tonight, all airports nationwide will no longer make you take off your shoes when you go through checkpoints. The new TSA protocols. The Epstein files. After years of demands for answers and internet conspiracy theories, top justice officials now say Jeffrey Epstein did not keep an incriminating client list. We'll show you the video of his prison cell the night he died and what President Trump said about Epstein today. Arming Ukraine, the Pentagon halted some weapon shipments to that country, but now the president announcing they're sending them again as he blasts President Putin for, quote, BS on wanting peace. And when dozens of kids hit the dirt to run the bases after a ball game, this 85-year-old grandfather and veteran was not going to be left out.
This is NBC Nightly News with Tom Yamas.
And good evening. Tonight, frustration in Texas as the death toll there rises to 109, with at least 161 still missing. New video showing the widespread devastation with mud for miles and miles. Look at that. And from the ground, Camp Mystic in ruins. This chilling photo showing 13 Camp Mystic campers and 2 counselors just days before their entire cabin was swept away. And more heartbreaking images showing that destructive water line. The mud-caked mattresses as you look closely and the overturned trunks telling only part of the story. Officials in Texas are facing tough questions right now over Kirk County's flood emergency alert system or lack of it, with new reporting that an upgrade to the alert system was discussed but never implemented. We've got our team across it all tonight. We begin with Priscilla Thompson in Kerrville, Texas.
This was my house, and the front porch was here.
Ricky Ray Robertson lost nearly everything. But with at least 109 people now confirmed dead and more than 160 still missing from these catastrophic floods, Robertson counts himself among the fortunate.
Last night, there was a man and a woman about 11 o'clock here, and they were looking for their daughter. I can rebuild the house. They lost a little girl.
He says local officials drove down his street early that morning, blasting sirens. They woke you up.
Yes, ma'am.
But many here say they weren't properly alerted when floodwaters began to rapidly rise early on the 4th of July. Officials today pressed by reporters about the response.
What happened? When did it happen? Was the emergency manager awake at the time? Did they push the button to issue an emergency alert?
Sir, it's not that easy when you just push a button, okay? There's a lot more to that. And we've told you several times.
Texas Governor Greg Abbott said the state was prepared.
We were ready, and if you heard a flash flood warning, no one would know that would be a 30-foot high tsunami wall of water.
One thing Kerr County doesn't have, a county-wide siren system. Former County Commissioner Tom Moser says he proposed adding one in the wake of a 2015 flood.
There was an objection to sirens because of false alarms.
Do you think sirens could have saved lives here?
Most likely so, yes. Yes, I'm confident they could have.
About 20 miles away in the town of Comfort, this is the sound residents heard as the fast-moving water rose. It was late morning there when many people were already awake. The town, which had recently installed a new alarm, had 0 fatalities. Daniel Morales pushed for the sirens.
It makes me feel good that I was able to do that, and that I'm part of it.
Ricky Ray Robertson says he wishes they'd had the same system in Kerr County. Do you think a universal siren would have made a difference?
Yeah, absolutely.
Let's pick it up right there, Priscilla. Is there talk now of adding a siren system in the wake of this disaster?
Yeah, Tom, there is. As this community continues to grapple with this massive cleanup and recovery effort, the governor is vowing to implement new systems so that this doesn't happen again. Tom?
Priscilla Thompson leading us off. Search and rescue teams are continuing to painstakingly sift through debris, looking for any signs of survivors. For more, here's Morgan Chesky.
Tonight, with more than 160 missing in the Texas Hill Country,
we have another search party down there.
Tireless search and rescue teams fighting their latest challenge, time.
And that is the sound that is really nonstop, even on day 5 here on the banks of the Guadalupe River. These search crews still going.
Today, Governor Abbott surveyed the damage at Camp Mystic from the air.
We will not stop until every missing person is accounted for.
The sheriff says 5 campers and 1 counselor are still unaccounted for, as we learn more about the young girls who lost their lives there. Blakely McCrory, Hadley Hanna, Lenny McCown, and Mary Stevens were all just 8 years old. This harrowing photo showing 1 cabin of girls, several now confirmed dead. Wynn Kennedy returned to Camp Mystic on Sunday and took these pictures, a glimpse of what her 10-year-old daughter Lucy and her fellow campers went through. That's Lucy's bunk bed surrounded by debris. Tiny clothes still hang in a closet where the water line is several feet high. You can see it again here in the girl's shower. Lucy says she woke up that night to rain and thunder.
People from like different cabins started coming to our porch and yelling like, wake up and go to rec hall because there's a flood.
How would you describe that 4-hour window where you didn't know how Lucy was?
I mean, just the longest 4 hours of my life.
Lucy says when the sun rose, they drove to another camp where they were eventually evacuated by helicopter.
When I saw her, she was wrapped up in a blanket and had a teddy bear. So we just held each other tight, and I held her all night, and just so grateful to God.
Morgan Chesky, NBC News, Kerrville, Texas.
And there are new severe weather threats all over the map. Look at this wall of water in New Mexico. The National Weather Service warning a flash flood emergency after a river rose 13 feet in 2 hours. Let's get right to Camila Bernal with the latest.
A river of floodwater rushing through Ruidoso, New Mexico. This home swept away intact before beginning to break apart as it smashed into trees. Caitlin Carpenter watched as her friend's house washed away before her eyes.
It was terrifying, honestly. I was not expecting that. I was really shaken up.
The river rose nearly 13 feet in a little over 2 hours. Rescues are underway, with several people already brought to safety.
Blue Bridge completely compromised. We are all backing out of the water's way.
The National Weather Service issuing a severe thunderstorm warning at 3:45 local time. Later cautioning, seek higher ground now. The current will carry away your vehicle. The village particularly vulnerable after wildfires in the area last year. Just a couple of weeks ago, a flash flood swept through a burn scar there, where tonight, once again, there's a frantic search to make sure everyone is accounted for. Camila Bernal, NBC News.
We're also following breaking news tonight at airports across the country. For the first time in nearly 20 years, the TSA will allow airline passengers to keep their shoes on, effective immediately. Here's Tom Costello.
It's a major security shift at TSA checkpoints nationwide. Effective immediately, all passengers can keep their shoes on. No need to screen them separately. Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem says 94% of passengers now have real IDs, improving identity confirmation. And TSA procedures and checkpoints have improved.
We've added new scanners, new technologies, more TSO officers in some areas.
The TSA began screening shoes for explosives in 2006 after shoe bomber Richard Reed attempted to blow up a flight from Paris to Miami in 2001. While pre-checked passengers have been able to leave their shoes on, removing shoes has been a top complaint among all passengers.
For women, it's like, ew, I don't want to touch the floor.
In December, we saw how detecting explosives is still a top priority at the TSA range in Huntsville. This is what's left, a piece of a shoe and the handle from a suitcase. The bottom line is this would have been catastrophic, and the TSA and the FBI continue to focus on mitigating the threat of potentially catastrophic explosives. Security experts believe the terror threat remains real, even as new technology provides better detection and shoes stay on. Secretary Noem says TSA PreCheck will still be valuable for passengers who don't want to remove their laptops, and Sheehan says passenger safety will not be compromised. Tom?
All right, Tom Costello for us. Now to the White House and President Trump lashing out at Vladimir Putin as the president announced he's sending more weapons to Ukraine days after the Pentagon had paused shipments. Gabe Gutierrez is at the White House.
Tonight, as the fighting in Ukraine intensifies with the largest Russian airstrikes of the war underway, the Trump administration is reversing course, sending more weapons to Ukraine and growing increasingly frustrated with Vladimir Putin.
We get a lot of bull thrown at us by Putin, for you want to know the truth.
It's a dramatic shift in tone for the president after years of praising the Russian leader.
I said he was a strong leader, which he is.
And months after erupting in anger against Ukrainian President Zelensky.
You don't have the cards right now.
The new reversal comes after President Trump spoke with Putin and Zelensky by phone last week, just days after the Pentagon held up a shipment of U.S. weapons for Ukraine, citing concerns about low stockpiles. That decision blindsided the State Department and European allies, according to multiple sources with knowledge of the matter. It's not clear who ordered the pause.
Putin is not treating human beings right. He's killing too many people. So we're sending some defensive weapons to Ukraine, and I've approved that.
So who ordered the pause last week?
I don't know. Why don't you tell me?
The Kremlin said today sending more U.S. weapons is not in line with attempts to promote a peaceful settlement. On the campaign trail, Trump frequently bragged he could end the war in Ukraine in one day.
Within 24 hours.
A claim he later said was sarcasm. Now his patience with Putin appears to be wearing thin.
He's very nice all the time, but it turns out to be meaningless.
And Gabe, you've also been following this story about Secretary of State Marco Rubio being impersonated with the use of AI.
Yes, Tom. According to the State Department cable obtained by NBC News, an unknown person or group using AI impersonated Secretary Rubio to contact at least 5 high-level government officials last month. The fake Rubio reached out to at least 3 foreign ministers, a U.S. governor, and a member of Congress. The State Department is now investigating why. Tom?
Okay, Gabe, we thank you for that. Jeffrey Epstein was awaiting trial on sex trafficking charges when he took his own life in a federal prison back in 2019. His death fueling a wave of conspiracy theories the Department of Justice is now trying to put to rest. Stephanie Gosk has that story.
You're asking.
President Trump not happy getting a Jeffrey Epstein question at the White House today.
And are people still talking about this guy, this creep?
On Monday, the DOJ released this video of Epstein's federal jail cell the night the disgraced financier died. But the time code jumps just before midnight. Attorney General Pam Bondi explaining.
And what we learned from Bureau of Prisons was every night the video is reset, and every night should have the same minute missing.
Together with the video, the DOJ issued an undated and unsigned memo confirming Epstein died by suicide and that he did not have a client list to traffic underage girls. The statement and the video triggering backlash from normally loyal Trump allies. Right-wing influencer Laura Loomer wants Bondi fired. Alex Jones saying no one is buying this. The DOJ is attempting to debunk conspiracy theories that have swirled since Epstein's death in 2019, spread in part by some administration officials, including now Deputy FBI Director Dan Bongino.
That apparently 170 plus people on his client list may be outed in the coming days.
In February, Bondi was asked on Fox News about a possible client list.
It's sitting on my desk right now to review. That's been a directive by President Trump.
Bondi responding to that appearance today.
And my response was, it's sitting on my desk to be reviewed, meaning the file along with the JFK, MLK files as well.
Helping fuel the backlash, Elon Musk. In June, he alleged President Trump was named in the Epstein files, later deleting the post. The president has repeatedly denied any wrongdoing. Tonight, Musk hammering the administration, questioning how it can be trusted. For now, it seems an attempt to put the conspiracies to rest is having the opposite effect. Stephanie Gosk, NBC News.
And we will be right back with the rising risk of liver damage linked to some of those popular supplements. One woman's warning after she saw our report she credits with saving her life. We'll explain next. We're back with the rise of liver injuries tied to those popular supplements and how our reporting changed one woman's life. Our Emily Aketa with that story that could change yours too.
I was noticing just a hint of yellowness.
57-year-old Katie Mohan thought she was doing everything right. She ate healthy foods, exercised regularly, and when she wanted to reduce inflammation and wrist pain, she added a turmeric supplement to her routine. But she felt worse, and within 2.5 months was in the ER.
Have you ever had a health scare like this?
Never.
She said it was our reporting on supplement-induced liver injuries that made her prioritize getting to a doctor.
I felt nauseous. I started itching.
Mohan had similar symptoms.
Just a light bulb went up off in my head, and I said, oh my gosh, I wonder if this is what's wrong with me.
What do you think would have happened if you didn't come across our report?
I don't even want to think about what could have happened. Who knows if I'd be sitting here today.
Well, this is very alarming.
Her liver enzymes had reached 60 times normal levels, according to her hepatologist.
It was very serious. It was just one step before significant liver damage necessitating transplant evaluation.
While still rare, numerous studies show cases like Mohan's are on the rise, and turmeric's suspected role has increased markedly.
I think when people hear liver damage, they might think of, okay, alcohol could be playing a role, maybe acetaminophen, but supplements, I don't think that comes to top of mind for people.
You're absolutely right, because the misconception is that herbal products are absolutely innocent. Katie got this turmeric along with black pepper. That increases the levels of this ingredient in the blood.
There's limited regulation and research around herbal supplements in particular. So while Mohan was taking what the bottle told her, her doctor says at more than 2,200 milligrams of turmeric extract, it was way too much.
I had no idea that I could cause that much harm that quickly to my body.
Now sharing her experience and the chance it could impact one other life. The way this story, she says, touched hers.
It potentially saved my life.
Emily Ikeda, NBC News, New York.
Up next, the fireworks disaster, the new video from one of the dangerous explosions during a volatile July 4th holiday weekend. Stay with us. We are back now with a major development from the Supreme Court, allowing the Trump administration to move forward with plans to slash the federal workforce. A California judge has said the president couldn't do a major reorganization of the executive branch without working with Congress. But today's announcement clears the way for mass firings at nearly 24 departments while the case proceeds in the lower courts. Now to the heat wave in Europe, where firefighters in southern France are battling a massive blaze that's closed the airport in that city, the second largest in France. And those wanting to visit one of Greece's most iconic attractions were out of luck for part of today as the Acropolis was temporarily closed because of those blistering temperatures. And there's new video of yet another fireworks disaster over the 4th of July weekend, this time in Michigan. Dashcam video released by state police shows fireworks shooting in all directions, engulfing a tent in smoke. Police are still looking for any information on who started this. Okay, up next, there's good news tonight. The grandfather who couldn't pass up an opportunity to feel like a kid again. It's a moment after a ball game that so many families look forward to, when kids can take to the field to run the bases. There's good news tonight about one grandfather who decided to join the fun.
Now comes home.
When the Peoria Chiefs wrapped up their final inning one recent July night, fans had no idea what they were about to see. As the team invited the crowd to run the bases, one grandpa had an idea.
I was with my whole family, and I said, I'd kind of like to do that.
85-year-old Tom Persich, bouncing back from a hip replacement, took to the field.
When you started running the bases, what do you remember thinking?
I'm thinking, I don't want to pass up this moment. I feel like a kid again. I really did.
Right by his side, his grandson, pushing him along.
I was just trying to make sure that he wasn't going to end up on the ground. All I could think was my grandma, Minnie, was going to be very upset if that man ended up on the dirt somehow.
Tom took his time, but didn't give up. You see, for this former paratrooper, taking risks and challenging yourself has always been a part of his life. From raising kids, grandkids, and now 9 great-grandkids, Tom, who has been known to still dance on chairs at weddings, lives his life like he wants to.
If I rest, I rust. I try to keep in shape and enjoy every moment.
Back on the diamond, Tom was the last to finish, but everyone stayed to watch and cheer as this grandpa made it all the way home.
When you got to touch home plate, what did you think?
I did it. I got one more time around. I got to live my life again like in a flash. It was just awesome. It was a heck of a feeling.
Hope I can round those bases at 85. That's Nightly News for this Tuesday. I'm Tom Llamas. Thanks so much for watching. Tonight and always, we're here for you. Good night. We thank you for watching, and remember, stay updated on breaking news and top stories on the NBC News app or watch live on our YouTube channel.
Tonight, a major test for President Trump's agenda. The Senate pushing to pass what the president calls his big, beautiful bill, facing massive hurdles and a marathon debate. What lies ahead? Plus, what's in the bill, what didn't make it, and what it all means for you if it passes. Canada strikes back, announcing new tariffs on the U.S. after President Trump called off trade talks. A funnel cloud touches down overnight, and thunderstorms force a ground stop at a major airport. We're tracking severe weather and the impact it could have on holiday travel. The former president and vice president pay their respects to the Minnesota lawmaker killed in a targeted attack. Protests against a migrant detention center nicknamed Alligator Alcatraz under construction in the Florida Everglades. As the ceasefire holds, thousands take to the streets in Iran a week after the U.S. strike. The calls for vengeance against Israel and the new questions about peace in the region. Jeff Bezos and Lauren Sanchez's star-studded wedding in Venice. But the big party is also sparking protests. Beyonce's Cowboy Carter tour is drawing huge crowds and now sparking a surprising new trend. And there's good news tonight about a town going above and beyond to help one family who needed it most.
This is NBC Nightly News with Jose Diaz-Balart.
Good evening. We begin tonight with a critical moment for the Senate, with President Trump's domestic agenda hanging in the balance. This was the Senate floor earlier today, with Republicans rushing to make changes to their 940-page spending bill, known as the president's big, beautiful bill, before his self-imposed July 4th deadline. But questions still remain, including what's in it, what's out, and what changes are needed to get enough Republicans on board. The president is staying in Washington over the weekend to help move the bill along. And tonight it's unclear if there is enough support to pass it. Our Ryan Noble starts us off tonight on Capitol Hill.
Tonight, the United States Senate inching closer to passing the piece of legislation designed to serve as the foundation of the Trump agenda.
The Senate will come to order.
Senators preparing to kick off what will be a lengthy process to pass what President Donald Trump has dubbed his big, beautiful bill. At this stage, final passage is still not guaranteed. The massive package includes the extension of $4.5 trillion in Trump tax cuts. It also provides hundreds of billions of dollars to fund the Trump mass deportation program. But in an effort to rein in government spending, Republicans are overhauling benefits programs like Medicaid and SNAP, also known as food stamps, including new work requirements and forcing reauthorization to receive benefits every 6 months instead of 1 year.
It's really a terrifying time.
Those barriers make Courtney Leader nervous. The mom from Springfield, Missouri has a child with special needs and relies on Medicaid. She warns the extensive authorization process alone could lead to deserving people falling through the cracks.
We're not talking about living this life of luxury with Medicaid. We are honestly talking about this life and death and how do we provide for our child in our home.
Her Senator, Josh Hawley, shares those concerns, but signaled his intention to move the bill forward.
The Medicaid stuff in here, I think, is bad, and I think we've delayed the worst of it.
There's still work to be done in the Senate to get the bill passed. But if it does, the identical package needs to be voted on in the House. And already House members like David Valadao of California are warning they will vote no. Republicans can only afford to lose 3 votes in the House and have the bill pass.
Ryan, what steps are Democrats going to take to try to slow this down?
Well, Jose, Democrats plan to force the Senate clerk to read every single word of this more than 900-page bill. Now, that's a process that could take up to 20 hours, but it ultimately will not prevent the bill from being voted on. And when that happens, Republicans believe they have enough votes for it to pass. Jose?
Ryan Nobles on Capitol Hill. Thank you. President Trump is staying in Washington tonight to help push the bill forward. Vaughn Hilliard is at the White House. And Vaughn, the president set his own July 4th deadline. Is he planning to stick to it?
Jose, it's notable that just yesterday the president opened the door to being okay with this package not being sent to his desk until after that initial July 4th self-imposed deadline, almost foreshadowing this moment of uncertainty that is calling into deeper question the bill's fate. The White House has called this package a once-in-a-generation opportunity, but the president clearly still has some persuading to do. Now, he opted to forego a weekend trip to his New Jersey golf club ahead of this would-be vote so that he is in closer proximity to these Capitol Hill negotiations. Today, though, he did golf in Virginia with 3 Republican senators, including Kentucky's Rand Paul, who has remained a holdout, not committing to supporting it at this time.
And Vaughn, Canada announced new tariffs on the U.S. after the president ended trade negotiations.
That's right, Jose. Canada has said it will begin this week collecting a digital services tax from major American companies like Amazon and Google. The collection is set to bring in billions of dollars. Now, President Trump calling Canada foolish for that decision and suggesting he will announce a new, even higher tariff on Canadian goods soon. In response, Canada says it has immediately imposed a quota and then tariff on American steel coming into their country. Jose?
Vaughn Hilliard at the White House, thank you. Also tonight, we are tracking severe weather across the country and the impact it could have on your holiday travel plans. Aaron Gilchrist has the latest from Atlanta.
We're cooked. Look at that. Breathtaking scenes overnight in North Dakota as several people captured video of tornadoes near Bismarck. Wow. The National Weather Service logging 9 preliminary twisters in the state. Just some of the severe weather across the country at the start of this weekend. Driving wind and rain tearing apart trees in Tennessee.
Well, it broke the tree.
And setting off a spectacular lightning display in Atlanta that also included torrential downpours, strong wind, and hail, complicating travel plans going into the holiday week. Thunderstorms forcing an hours-long ground stop at Atlanta's airport. The FAA even having to evacuate the tower for a time because of high wind. Delta saying teams had to inspect nearly 100 aircraft for hail damage in the middle of the night. FlightAware showing thousands of delays and more than 1,100 cancellations across the country today, raising concerns about the July 4th holiday ahead.
It's been a long day.
It's been kind of brutal, just trying to get back home.
The TSA expects to screen more than 18 million air travelers between Tuesday and next Monday, with questions about more potential delays still up in the air.
Aaron joins us from the Atlanta airport. Aaron, the severe weather threat is not over yet.
Jose, parts of the country will have at least a chance for severe weather over the next several days, including tomorrow, where the upper Midwest could see damaging wind and large hail. Jose?
Aaron Gilchrist in Atlanta, thank you. Turning to Minnesota now, where a private funeral was held for a lawmaker and her husband gunned down in their home in a targeted attack. Adrian Broadus reports.
In life and in death, Minnesota State Representative Melissa Hortman and her husband Mark side by side. Their children grieving as Minnesota's governor, Tim Walz, served as a pallbearer, carrying the weight of a loss that rocked their state.
Melissa was an extraordinary legislator, and Mark was her proudest supporter.
During a private funeral in Minneapolis, former President Joe Biden and former Vice President Kamala Harris, among the nearly 1,500 people on hand to honor the couple, remembered for their service and devotion to their children. The Hortmans, killed 2 weeks ago in what authorities have called a, quote, politically motivated attack. Federal prosecutors say Vance Belter impersonated a law enforcement officer and killed the Hortmans in their home.
Here in Minnesota, we have been the ground zero place, sadly, for racial injustice. The killing of George Floyd just miles from our church today. And now we are the ground zero place for political violence and extremism.
On Friday, thousands paid tribute. At times, the line stretched around the Capitol, where the Hortmans were lying in state.
I feel it's an honor to be able to pay respects to someone who served our state so well.
A pause from politics to remember how the Hortmans lived, their son, what the closing prayer Melissa kept in her wallet.
Lord, make me an instrument of your peace. Where there is hatred, let me sow love.
Adrian Broadus, NBC News, Minneapolis.
Protests heating up in Florida today over a new migrant detention facility being built in the Everglades, nicknamed Alligator Alcatraz. Ryan Chandler has the details.
Get out, my swamp!
Tonight, legal challenges loom as Florida scrambles to complete the isolated detention center dubbed Alligator Alcatraz. Deep in the Everglades, dump trucks today rolling right past hundreds of protesters condemning the development. What does this land mean to you?
This is my home.
Environmental advocates are suing DHS and the state, alleging the site did not get an environmental review required by federal law.
We are for the earth. We are
the land's native people, central to calls to preserve this delicate ecosystem.
This is a place where we come for healing, where we look for our herbs, where we come to pray.
Protesters here draw the line at developing this delicate ecosystem, but no amount of chants or signs or honks is stopping this near constant stream of construction racing to finish this site by next week. New views from above show the dizzying pace of construction. Trailers and tents intended to hold thousands of migrants as ICE looks for more capacity to support President Trump's deportation goals.
Any sense that somehow this is going to have any impact at all on the overall Everglades there's zero impact.
Florida Governor Ron DeSantis downplaying environmental concerns while the state Republican Party fundraises off the flashy Alligator Alcatraz name. Today's protesters calling the facility political, pushing instead for preservation. Ryan Chandler, NBC News, the Everglades.
To the Middle East now, and thousands taking to the streets of Iran, some calling for revenge a week after the U.S. strikes there. Raf Sanchez has the latest.
Tonight in Iran, mass funerals for military officers and nuclear scientists killed in the country's 12-day war with Israel. Tens of thousands taking to the streets of Tehran. The Iranian capital echoing with the wails of mourners and calls for vengeance. We want revenge for our martyrs' blood, this woman says. But despite the rhetoric, no sign Iran's battered regime wants to return to the fight. After those widespread strikes by Israel and the American attack on its nuclear facilities with B-2 bombers. President Trump saying Friday he won't hesitate to order another strike if Iran resumes enriching uranium.
Would you consider bombing the country again?
Without question, absolutely.
But also insisting Iran wants to make a deal.
Wouldn't you think that they want to meet me? I mean, they're not stupid people.
Global attention now returning to Gaza, where the UN says hundreds of Palestinians have been gunned down trying to reach aid sites. President Trump predicting a ceasefire hostage deal potentially within days.
And we think within the next week we're going to get a ceasefire.
And the Israeli military saying tonight it's killed one of the co-founders of Hamas. They say he was one of the last surviving leaders who held a senior position before the October 7th attack. Jose?
Raf Sanchez, thank you. Still ahead tonight, the massive wedding celebrations for Jeff Bezos and Lauren Sanchez, and the A-listers turning out for their big day. Back now with a wedding extravaganza for Jeff Bezos and Lauren Sanchez, the couple officially tying the knot in Venice, surrounded by big names and also protests. Molly Hunter is in Venice.
Tonight, protesters shooting smoke flares off Venice's famed Rialto Bridge. Several hundred people marching through the city's canals, yelling Bezos out of the lagoon and no space for Bezos. Protester Giacomo Scarpa says, as a Venetian, I want to defend my city from this mass tourism. Bezos is a symbol of that. Venetian Martina Vergana says, we're here to continue ruining the plans for this day. But nearby on the Grand Canal, plans for newlyweds Jeff Bezos and Lauren Sanchez Bezos carried on, accompanied by security and lots of paparazzi as they and their A-list guests made their way to the final wedding bash at the Arsenale.
Even more off the beaten track, it is at the Arsenale, the city's old naval shipyard, still controlled by the military, and it is incredibly hard to get to for the public, for the paparazzi, and most importantly, for the protesters.
But in the face of backlash, the couple donating €3 million to local conservation efforts, and most Venetians we met shrugged at the spectacle.
This city is for everybody, for Bezos, for her
wife, and for you, for me, for everybody.
And Jose, every Venetian we spoke with brought up those multi-million-dollar donations to organizations near and dear to the city's heart. They see it as a real sign of gratitude. Jose?
Molly Hunter in Venice, thank you. We are back in a moment with a cowboy comeback, how Beyonce's Cowboy Carter tour is inspiring a big trend. We're back with Beyonce's Cowboy Carter tour, now back in the U.S. tonight in her hometown of Houston. But the tour isn't just about music. It's also making the cowboy look even more popular. Here's Shaquille Brewster.
This ain't Texas, but at Beyonce's Cowboy Carter tour from L.A. to New York City and even London, it has kind of looked like it. In a swarm of denim, cowboy hats and boots, the Beehive taking over stadiums and Western wear stores around the country.
Non-stop traffic, you just had to say, excuse me, everywhere you kind of walked.
Including at family-owned Alcala's Western Wear in Chicago.
Honestly, it was like nothing we've ever really seen. Muchas gracias.
Where Manny Alcala says their sales hit record levels when Beyonce came to town.
What was that Beyonce effect here? Honestly, it was bringing in a bunch of brand new people, new faces, people that never wore Western wear, that didn't know really what Western wear was, but they knew Beyonce.
Part of a trend seen nationwide. This ain't Texas, but at Beyonce's Cowboy Carter tour from LA to New York City and even London, it has kind of looked like it. In a swarm of denim, cowboy hats and boots, the Beehive taking over stadiums and Western wear stores around the country.
Non-stop traffic, you just had to say, excuse me, everywhere you kind of walked.
Including at family-owned Alcala's Western Wear in Chicago.
Honestly, it was like nothing we've ever really seen. Muchas gracias.
Where Manny Alcala says their sales hit record levels when Beyonce came to town.
What was that Beyonce effect here? Honestly, it was bringing in a bunch of brand new people, new faces, people that never wore Western wear, that didn't know really what Western wear was, but they knew Beyonce.
Part of a trend seen nationwide, where Western boot sales surged more than 20% the week after the release of the Grammy Award-winning Cowboy Carter album. Sales also jumped the week the tour started, and Chicago was a hotspot.
You can't find any of this stuff.
One first-time customer, Janae Smith, still coming back weeks after spending more than $400 there ahead of the concert.
Hats, we got boots the last time.
Even though the concert's over?
Even though the concert's over, denim is alive.
Plain and simple, every man needs a pair of cowboy boots.
Hard at work.
Including me, apparently.
So I think it's time to get you in the cowboy look. Let's do it.
Manny got me concert ready.
So I got to get it measured. Yeah, we got it.
From the hat and shirt.
This was one of our most popular shirts.
To the boots.
How's that Navigator? I like it. Let's do it.
Showing anyone can be a cowboy.
Ah, there he is. That's a brand new man. That's a real cowboy right there. Cowboy Shaq.
A classic style enjoying a surge in popularity, but rooted in decades of history and culture.
My parents always said there was nothing like the 80s and 90s when the urban cowboy came out and everybody was running to be a cowboy. This was just like it.
The question now, is this a trend that's here to stay? Shaquille Brewster, NBC News, Chicago, or maybe Texas.
When we come back, there is good news tonight about a town that stepped up big time for this little boy and the total strangers that wanted to make his birthday extra special. There's good news tonight. So often the good news doesn't get as much attention as the bad. So every Saturday we highlight the many people who spread joy and love. And these are just some of those stories this week. Talk about a surprise. That's Danielle Sutherland, a third-grade teacher at Old Bonham Elementary School near St. Louis. She thinks she's going to be interviewed by the school district. But her boyfriend, Josh, had a different idea. On the last day of school, her students asking a new kind of question.
Will you marry him?
Josh planned to include the kids in his proposal because he knew he couldn't leave them out.
Definitely having the kids' involvement and their enthusiasm was very helpful.
Danielle now gearing up for a summer of lesson plans and wedding plans.
This is something that I've been dreaming of not only my whole life, but since I met Josh, just knowing that he was going to be my person.
Take a look at this first pitch. That's 3-year-old Lewis Anderson, a cancer survivor who recently rang the bell. And behind home plate, his catcher, Parker Bird. Parker plays for East Carolina University and the Edenton Steamer. For Lewis, he's a baseball hero. And get this, they have something else in common. Both have prosthetic legs. For Lewis's parents, Sam and Mallory, it meant the world.
He's still an independent little guy, can do whatever he wants, and it hasn't slowed him down.
And for Parker, it was a no-brainer.
I'm a ball player, but hopefully he's going to be public speaker, Paralympian, ball player, all in one, whatever he wants to be.
And nobody rained on this parade in Springfield, Ohio. That little boy is 5-year-old Larkin Falk, celebrated by family, friends, neighbors, and even total strangers. Larkin couldn't have a typical birthday party as he goes through cancer treatment, so his mom, Julia, got creative. Larkin's family only expected a couple of people. Instead, they got hundreds.
What was that smile like for you?
Worth everything. And he still talks about it, and his smile was just ear to ear, just so big. He was just so happy that people cared enough to tell him happy birthday.
Once this parade began, it lasted more than an hour.
And then when Larkin gets a parade of hundreds of people with Super Mario and the police and the fire department, how do you explain that?
It's overwhelming in the best ways possible because we couldn't do it without our community. I wish I could give them all a hug. I wish I could just tell every single person thank you.
That's NBC Nightly News for this Saturday. Hallie Jackson will be here tomorrow night. I'm Jose Diaz-Balart. Thank you for the privilege of your time, and good night.
We thank you for watching, and remember, stay updated on breaking news and top stories on the NBC News app or watch live on our YouTube channel. Tonight, mission to return. The launch this evening to bring home the NASA astronauts left in space for months. Suni Williams and Butch Wilmore's unexpected 9-month journey finally coming to an end. The SpaceX Falcon 9 rocket heading to the International Space Station in a mission to bring them back to Earth. How the long-awaited handoff will work. Also tonight, Europe hits back, the EU and Canada announcing new retaliatory measures as President Trump's tariffs on steel and aluminum take effect. The president's new threat as the trade war reaches new heights. Officials naming a person of interest after a college student went missing while on spring break. The new details just emerging as police look for clues into her disappearance. Terrorist train takeover. New video showing the attack in Pakistan as militants take hundreds hostage, even blowing up a train car. A leader of a pro-Palestinian protest at Columbia University now fighting deportation. Massive demonstrations outside the courthouse today as his case was heard. In just moments, you'll hear from his lawyer right here on Top Story, who spoke to him today, why she says this could be the start of a dangerous overreach by the Trump White House. And the wild road rage incident caught on camera. A driver swinging a baseball bat, another firing off a flare gun. What happened next? Plus, how will mass layoffs at the Department of Education impact your child? We go inside the classroom to find out if their education is at risk. Top Story starts right now. Hey, good evening. Tonight, the countdown is on. The first phase of a mission to return the NASA astronauts left in space for 9 months, now less than an hour away. We're taking a live look at the launch pad right here at the Kennedy Space Center, where the SpaceX Falcon 9 rocket, you see it right there, slated to take off at 7:48 p.m. Eastern. We will bring you that live as it happens over those clear skies. That launch will allow Suni Williams and Butch Wilmore, you will remember them, to finally return home after their unexpectedly long mission on the International Space Station. That's because they will be able to swap out with these 4 astronauts, also known as the SpaceX 10 crew. We should say 2 astronauts, one from Russia, one from Japan. Williams and Wilmore were only supposed to be in orbit for 10 days back in June, but it turned into a 9-month ordeal when their Boeing capsule malfunctioned during the docking process. If things all go according to plan, here's how it will work. After liftoff, that rocket will travel through space and is expected to arrive at the space station tomorrow morning. Then it will take a few days to prepare for their departure. NBC News aviation correspondent Tom Costello is at the Kennedy Space Center with the very latest.
And here they come. Heading to the launch pad at the Kennedy Space Center, SpaceX Crew 10. Astronauts Anne McClain and Nicole Ayers, Japanese astronaut Takuya Onishi, and Russian cosmonaut Kirill Peskov, scheduled for a nighttime launch to the International Space Station.
Are you ready for comm checks with MD, LD, and DC?
While they'll spend 6 months on station testing lunar navigation equipment and studying the impact of space travel on humans, their arrival will also allow astronauts Butch Wilmore and Suni Williams to finally come home after 9 long months in space.
Really excited to high-five them and get the handover from them and take the watch after they go home.
It was June 5th when Suni and Butch launched on a 10-day mission in a new Boeing Starliner spacecraft. But Starliner developed helium leaks and engine thruster problems, and NASA worried it was too risky to bring Butch and Suni home. Mission managers ordered them to remain on the station. Starliner came home empty, but only after a SpaceX Crew 9 ship arrived on station with just 2 crew members. Butch and Suni then joined Crew 9's 6-month assignment to the station. While they missed family events, birthdays, and holidays, they insist they do not feel bitter or abandoned.
We came up prepared to stay long, even though we planned to stay short. That's what we do in human spaceflight.
We're coming back before long, so, don't make all those plans without me.
All right, Tom Costello joins us tonight from Kennedy Space Center at Cape Canaveral there in Florida. First, Tom, the weather looks great. I know it's a go for launch, but they're still working through one issue.
Yeah, by the way, 95% chance for go for launch because we have beautiful weather in Florida, but they're working a single issue right now, an hydraulic issue related to the clamp arm that comes out and literally one of the clamp arms that holds the rocket in place. So they're working that hydraulic issue right now. It's on the ground, not on the rocket. They hope to have a decision. I'm looking at the countdown clock. They hope to have a decision within the next 3 minutes of whether they go or not. And if they do go, it's at 7:48 p.m. Eastern time, Tom.
Okay, that is so great. Tom, we appreciate all your reporting. Oh,
standing down. They just scrubbed, Tom.
Oh, okay.
They just scrubbed. Just now, they scrubbed because of this ongoing issue with the hydraulics. Sorry, I've got mission control in my left ear. They're dealing with an ongoing hydraulic issue related to the clamp that holds the rocket in place. And because of that, they've decided they can't resolve it in time for launch. And they're now scrubbing for today. We'll see when the next launch attempt is, but they're going to call it off for now.
Tom, we know these things happen quite often, right? These things have to be perfect for that rocket to take off. In your experience now, how many days do you think they have to wait? And I know you don't have the forecast right in front of you.
5.100
Yeah.
launch scrub.
I can't really answer that, Tom. I can't tell you. First of all, they've got to drain they may have to drain the fuel out of the rocket. That's going to be up to the mission managers. And then they've got to decide, okay, when do we go forward and refuel, and how long might it take to deal with this clamp issue, this hydraulic clamp issue on the ground? I want to stress again, this is not on the rocket. It's on the ground, on the structure that holds the rocket in place. And we will hear from mission managers later this evening about what their plan is going forward. They may try tomorrow. They may wait a day or two. We'll have to see what they say.
Tom Costello instantly breaking that news as it happened, listening to Mission Control as he was reporting. Pretty incredible, Tom. We appreciate that. Appreciate having you here. Any updates, we'll bring you back on the air. We want to turn now to the White House. The global trade war entering a new phase today with President Trump imposing a 25% worldwide tariff on metal as Canada and Europe retaliate on increasing tariffs on essential goods. NBC's Gabe Gutierrez has more.
Welcoming Ireland's Prime Minister to the Oval Office.
Very good news.
President Trump touting today's better-than-expected inflation numbers.
Inflation is way down, and it's based on what we've done.
But tonight, his trade war is escalating. Canada and the European Union slapping new retaliatory tariffs on the U.S., including the EU hitting Kentucky bourbon and Harley-Davidson motorcycles with 50% tariffs. Well, the president's latest round of tariffs took effect, 25% on steel and aluminum imports from around the world.
The European Union treats us very badly. They have for years.
President Trump saying today he'll consider raising the tax on cars imported from Europe, which is currently 2.5%. The EU tariff on imported American cars is 10%.
So whatever they charge us, we're charging them. If they charge us 25 or 20% or 10% or 2% or 200%, then that's what we're charging them. There's nothing more fair than that.
Stephen Capone employs 100 people making steel products in Massachusetts and supports Trump's new tariffs. He says cheaper Canadian steel has decimated his business.
We have to revitalize our industry, our economy. We can't rely on foreign imports for anything critical.
But Trump's new tariffs are devastating for Canada. In the working class city of Drummondville, manufacturing is huge, and about 18% of the jobs here are linked to the U.S. What would your message be to President Trump?
Stop the tariff.
Jean-Francois Nadeau has worked at Matritech, a metal processing company, for 25 years. At one point yesterday, President Trump threatened 50% tariffs on steel and aluminum. What is this uncertainty doing to you?
It's giving us, we are kind of becoming crazy right now. It's going too fast. Yeah. On the morning it says something, on the afternoon it says something else.
And don't get him started on Trump floating the idea of annexing Canada, making it the 51st state.
The first time was, is making a great joke. Now it's not a joke anymore.
Louis-Charles El-Badi works for the mayor's office in Drummondville, where he says some 3,000 Canadian jobs are now at risk. The tariff turmoil potentially driving up prices on both sides of the border. Did this almost feel like a betrayal?
I mean, to some extent, yeah, because America's our greatest friend, right?
All right, Gabe joins us tonight from Quebec. Gabe, we know U.S. and Canadian officials are going to meet tomorrow, right? Meanwhile, there's a headline involving a potential federal government shutdown. What's the latest there?
Yeah, Tom, Senate Republicans need 7 Democrats to support their funding bill to keep the government open. But tonight, top Democrat Chuck Schumer says that Republicans do not have the votes, indicating that Democrats are prepared to block the Republican funding bill with a deadline on Friday. Tom.
Gabe Gutierrez reporting from Canada tonight for us. Gabe, we appreciate that. Next to the latest on that Palestinian activist detained by ICE. Lawyers for Mahmoud Halil in court today as a Columbia University graduate and green card holder awaits his fate in a Louisiana detention center. He's facing deportation in connection to campus protests last year. His supporters protesting outside today's hearing. NBC's Laura Jarrett is following all this.
Release Mahmoud right now!
Outside a New York City courthouse today, demands for the release of Mahmoud Halil.
If they come for Mahmoud today, they will come for every other green card holder.
Halil, a leader of the pro-Palestinian protests that rocked Columbia University last spring, arrived on a student visa and became a permanent resident last year, according to court papers. Now he's facing deportation at the direction of Secretary of State Marco Rubio, accusing him of supporting Hamas.
This is not about free speech. This is about people that don't have a right to be in the United States to begin with.
The Trump administration relying on a law authorizing the Secretary of State to deport any green card holder whose presence or activities in the United States would have potentially serious adverse foreign policy consequences. Halil, an Algerian citizen of Palestinian descent, was set to graduate in May, but his lawyers say immigration agents apprehended him Saturday night at his home in New York in front of his wife, who is due with their child next month. then quickly moved him to a detention center in Louisiana, where he remains. His legal team in court today saying he has no criminal record and has not been charged with any crime.
What happened to Mahmoud Khalil is nothing short of extraordinary and shocking and outrageous. It should outrage anybody who believes that speech should be free in the United States of America.
All this as President Trump threatens to punish any school that allows, quote, illegal protests, promising others will face the same fate as Khalil.
I think we ought to get them all out of the country. They're troublemakers. They're agitators. They don't love our country. We ought to get them the hell out.
So as for what happens next here, Tom, Khalil's lawyers are obviously trying to get him released, trying to get expedited treatment. But as of tonight, it's not at all clear which court is actually going to have jurisdiction to resolve this fight. The judge in court today is suggesting he may not be the one who ultimately gets to resolve it because, of course, Khalil was first transferred to New Jersey before he was eventually transferred to Louisiana. So we have sort of a shuffling of duck chairs here, leaving Khalil essentially in legal purgatory tonight, Tom. Back to you.
Laura Jarrett for us tonight. Laura, we thank you for that. For more on this case, I want to bring in one of the lawyers for Mahmoud Khalil, Amy Greer. Amy, thanks so much for being here.
Thank you.
We learned today the judge said that Khalil can get one privileged phone call today and tomorrow. Have you or your legal team been able to speak to your client yet, and how is he doing?
I have been able to speak to him, but not on a legal privilege or legally privileged call. So we haven't been able to speak about the case freely because all the calls are recorded. So I have spoken to him. I can confirm that he's in as good as spirits as a person can be when they're being unlawfully detained. And we've been able to be in pretty regular contact with him, either myself or his wife. But tonight will be our first chance to actually speak openly with him on a line that's not recorded.
Is he confused? Is he scared?
I think he's angry. I think he's confused and scared. And I think, the fact that he hasn't been able to have good consultation with the legal team means that he's feeling disconnected from everything that's happening so quickly that affects the rest of his life. And yet he hasn't necessarily had a chance to participate in that, to answer questions or have us answer questions so that he understands what we're arguing and why.
Laura Jarrett brought up sort of this jurisdiction roulette, if you will.
Yeah.
He gets picked up in New York, taken to New Jersey. Now he's in Louisiana. Do you know why he's in Louisiana?
We don't know why. What I can say is I was on the phone with him that night when he was picked up, and they told us that they were taking him to 26 Federal Plaza, and then...
which is New York?
Which is New York, Manhattan. And then we learned later the next morning on the ICE website that he was in Elizabeth, but then in New Jersey. When we tried to confirm that, we couldn't confirm that. And then next thing we know, he's on his way to Louisiana.
Okay.
So why, I don't know.
I do want to play some more of what Secretary of State Marco Rubio said. We heard a portion of it, but I want to actually play the whole thought and get your sense of it on the back end. Let's play that.
This is not about free speech. This is about people that don't have a right to be in the United States to begin with. No one has a right to a student visa. No one has a right to a green card, by the way.
So I know you don't agree with Secretary of State Marco Rubio, but legally, does that argument hold any water? Will it uphold in a court of law?
Well, the first thing I'll say is this country did grant him a green card. He has been vetted by this country, and this country has found him to be somebody that we want to have here. So I don't agree with that statement. There is this rarely used provision that we know that they're citing to. I would argue that there isn't a valid ground to invoke that provision in this case, and that's what we're arguing. But will they be successful?
Is there any evidence that your client ever communicated with, emailed, talked to, texted, tweeted with Hamas, that he worked in any kind of coordination with Hamas?
Mahmoud is a human rights defender. He himself is born of refugees from Tiberias, Palestine, was born and raised in a refugee camp in Syria, and has worked his entire life to defend human rights and to defend Palestinian rights. There's no reason to believe, and I don't think anybody who knows him would argue otherwise or suggest that he would have any connection with any of these entities. But that's also not what he stands for. That would be completely opposite to his values.
I want to play another soundbite. This is from one of the attorneys that is working with you on this case. Here's what he had to say.
It simply cannot be the case that you can be disappeared at night off the streets of New York City simply because the current U.S. government, the current administration at the White House dislikes what you have to say. That is, not just un-American, it's also unacceptable.
So my ears went up when he said disappeared, right? Because it sort of harkens back to Los Desaparecidos, which was the dirty war in Argentina, late 70s, early 80s. Tens of thousands of young people literally picked up from the street, disappeared in Argentina, tortured, killed, some thrown from airplanes. Is that what this is here? Is that a fair comparison?
It could be. We're still seeing how this all plays out through the end. But what I can say, having been on the phone and heard how he was taken, we didn't entirely know why he was being taken. It turns out that the reason they gave us wasn't actually the reason he was taken. We didn't know where he was going to be taken. We lost contact with him for, quite some time. So I think that in this country, this is not what we're used to in this country. And it is directly counter to our Constitution that people should just be taken, not heard from again, moved halfway across the country without anybody knowing why or where or how or what the justification is. We still haven't heard a justification. We've heard a lot of press conferences. We've seen a lot of social media, but we ourselves have not received direct evidence from this government as to why they're targeting Mahmoud Khalil with any, evidence that is can be directly attributed to him.
Amy Greer, we thank you for joining Top Story tonight. One of the attorneys for Mahmoud Khalil, we appreciate it.
Yeah, thank you.
We want to head overseas now to the late developing news on the war in Ukraine. President Trump tonight warning Russia that it must accept a ceasefire deal or risk what he calls devastating financial retaliation. This as Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky says he's ready for peace, ready to sign the minerals deal with the U.S. as well. NBC's chief foreign correspondent Richard Engel has this report from Ukraine.
President Zelensky today said he's not the obstacle to peace and that he is ready to immediately implement a 30-day ceasefire proposed by the U.S. if Russia does the same. I am very serious about it, and for me it is important to end the war, he said. I want the President of the United States to see it. I want Americans to see it and feel it. Zelensky also said Ukraine will sign a minerals deal President Trump has been pushing for. And President Trump seems to like what he's hearing, saying now it's up to Russia to accept or reject the ceasefire, adding a threat to Moscow.
I can do things financially that would be very bad for Russia. I don't want to do that because I want to get peace.
In exchange for what seems to be a more flexible Ukrainian approach, Trump also resumed intelligence sharing with Ukraine and the supply of American weapons. Both were suspended after that disastrous meeting in the Oval Office.
You're gambling with World War III.
When President Trump and Vice President Vance accused Zelensky of being unappreciative of American support and not being serious about peace. By unilaterally accepting the U.S. deal, Ukraine has now flipped the script. Secretary of State Marco Rubio saying the onus is squarely on Russia to prove it wants to end the war by agreeing to stop the guns and sit down for talks.
Here's what we'd like the world to look like in a few days. Neither side is shooting at each other. Not rockets, not missiles, not bullets, nothing.
President Putin so far hasn't commented on the ceasefire. Today, he visited his troops in Kursk, a part of Russia that Ukraine captured, but where Russian troops made major advances while American intelligence cooperation to Ukraine was suspended. The Kremlin said Russia is waiting to hear more details about the ceasefire.
We just need the rest, and that's it.
In Ukraine today, Vitaly Kim, governor of Mykolaiv, welcomed the potential pause, but said he sees no indication that Russia will stop attacking.
I think that 100% of Ukrainian people want the war to be ended.
The uncertainty and changing American position are weighing heavily on Ukrainians, who question if President Trump is on their side. Yuri, a construction worker, came to a memorial in Mykolaiv today to pay respects to his friend killed by Russian forces.
What do you think about President Trump and the way he's been dealing with Ukraine?
I can't say those words on camera. What I think about Trump, he says. It's like a young child's behavior. My 1-month-old daughter is acting better than Trump. Now, Ukrainians hope the world will see which country wants peace and which country wants to take pieces of its neighbor.
The proposed ceasefire would not end the war, but it would give each side time to rest and negotiate or rearm. Tom?
Okay, Richard Engel from Ukraine tonight. Richard, we thank you. Back here at home, we're going to turn to the weather now because Southern California bracing for a round of severe storms. More than 20 million people under flood watches right now in the region. Ahead of the rain, evacuation warnings issued to communities near burn scars from those devastating wildfires in January. You see them here. All the concentrated areas near the Palisades and Altadena. Officials saying those areas are at higher risk of debris flows and mudslides. Piles of dirt still lining neighborhoods today. Let's get right to the forecast with NBC meteorologist Bill Karen. So, Bill, what can people in Southern California expect?
It's the middle of the night, Tom, so everyone's going to be sleeping, and that's when you'll get your flash flood warnings and maybe the mud and debris flow warnings, too. So the big storm has been rolling from San Francisco to Sacramento all afternoon long. Sacramento just had a very strong gust go through with some heavy downpours. Tonight, this is what we're going to expect in the Los Angeles area, and all the burn scars is what we're concerned with in Southern California tonight. So here's kind of the timing. Los Angeles, we are expecting about 1 to about 3 inches of rain. It's going to be fast moving, so that's good, but if we get 2 inches of rain in a quick hour, hour and a half, that's when we could have issues. This is at midnight. The red shows you where we're going to have it near Malibu, Pacific Palisades. That's going to be the time of greatest concern for you. Then Altadena, the Eaton fire, it looks like to be about 1 to about 2 a.m. Then after this, we're going to worry about severe weather. Isolated severe storms in Texas and Louisiana. We get a little bit of a break tomorrow, but then as that storm on the West Coast gets into the middle of the country, kind of a classic severe weather setup, this is going to be Friday from St. Louis all the way down through Mississippi. And then on Saturday, we could deal with strong storms and tornadoes into areas from Atlanta all the way down to New Orleans. So this is a coast-to-coast storm, Tom. Tonight, our concerns will be with those fire scar areas.
All right. Bill Cairns first. Bill, we thank you for that. And we're going to be right back in a moment with police now saying they have a person of interest in the case of that missing student in the Dominican Republic. What we know about her final moments before she vanished. And the new plan from the Idaho murder suspect's lawyers, why they say evidence against him was, quote, planted at the scene. And the video of a road rage incident that gets even more fiery. A driver fighting back with a flare gun. You saw it there. We'll show you all the video when Top Story comes back. Okay, we're back now with a major development in the college student who went missing on spring break. U.S. investigators are now saying they've identified a person of interest almost a full week after she first went missing. NBC's Jesse Kirsch again for us tonight from the Dominican Republic.
Tonight, American authorities say there's now a person of interest in the search for missing U.S. college student Sudiksha Kunanki. And sources familiar with the investigation say it's this man.
There's concern about the statements that he's made, the inconsistencies on those statements, and that bothers us.
The sheriff's office in Loudoun County, Virginia, where Kunanki is from, saying a 22-year-old man has caught investigators' attention. He appears to have been the last person with Kunanki before she vanished from this Punta Cana beach. But the sheriff's office stresses this is not the same thing as a suspect, as this is not a criminal matter. It is still a missing person case. Dominican Republic authorities, who are leading the investigation, have neither confirmed nor denied there is a person of interest. The University of Pittsburgh student was last seen on surveillance video here more than 6 days ago at this resort on her spring break trip. Her disappearance around 4:15 a.m. Thursday, later sparking a massive search that has included a focus on the water. The Dominican Republic's National Police telling us they're studying where a body would drift if someone drowned.
We still hold out hope that she's around and that she may still be alive, and we're hoping that she, that we find her.
Okay, Jesse joins us again from Punta Cana in the Dominican Republic. So, Jesse, now that this person of interest is named, do we know where he is, what we can expect moving forward?
Not many details, Tom, and as we were just talking about there, the only authorities on the record telling us that there is a person of interest to begin with is that sheriff's department, that sheriff's office out of Virginia. We have been trying to chase down Dominican officials today. They have not given us an answer either way. So his whereabouts right now, very much unclear.
And I know you also have new information on the Konaki family.
That's right, Tom. A short time ago, that sheriff's office that has been giving us a lot of information that is from Kunaki's hometown, telling us that her family has now returned home to Virginia as her whereabouts remain very uncertain. And we're coming up tomorrow morning on over a full week since her disappearance. Tom?
All right. It's got to be terrible for that family. Just think about them and hope they're okay and in a good place. All right, Jesse, we thank you for that. We want to move on now to the new details in the upcoming murder trial of Bryan Kohberger. Prosecutors in Idaho revealing Kohberger's defense team will argue that key evidence found at the home where 4 students were found dead was planted. The new defense strategy comes amid a series of recent setbacks for Kohberger, who, if convicted, could face the death penalty. To break this all down for us, Liz Kreutz joins us tonight from L.A. So, Liz, the defense has been trying to get mountains of key evidence tossed out in this trial, most of it unsuccessfully. Walk us through what Kohberger's new argument is in this recent motion.
Yeah, Tom. So this comes from a new legal response, not from Kohberger's attorneys, but from the prosecution. And in it, the prosecution says that they believe that Kohberger's attorneys are going to try to make the argument that he was essentially framed in these murders. As you said, they're going to basically try to say that the knife sheath that was found at the home where the murders occurred that had Kohberger's DNA on it, that was planted by the real perpetrator, whoever that may be. Now, we have heard some variation of this argument before. This all comes as Kohberger's attorneys are trying to basically get some of the DNA evidence thrown out, the evidence that was found through investigative genetic genealogy testing. So far, they have been unsuccessful on that. The judge has said that it is permissible to have that evidence using that technique. They are continuing to try it, though. This is another effort. We'll see what happens, Tom.
And then, Liz, it's good to kind of remind our viewers, when do we think this trial is going to officially start and what can we expect next?
Yeah, it's been a long time coming. It happened in 2022. The trial's been pushed back and pushed back. Right now, we know that the hearing about what we were just talking about the genetic genealogy technique testing, that is going to happen in April. We'll hear arguments for and against. Jury selection begins at the end of July, and then the trial is scheduled to begin in August. That will last 3 months. We'll see what happens there. As you mentioned, though, we have just recently learned that he will be up for the death penalty. That is a possibility if he is convicted in those 4 murders, Tom.
Okay, Liz Kreutz with a big update there. Liz, we thank you. Still ahead tonight, will the major cuts to the education department impact students? Our Sam Brock visits a school to find out what those layoffs look like inside the classroom. And an update on the Menendez brothers' bid for freedom, when they could go before a parole board as they ask Governor Newsom for clemency. Stay with us. We're back with Top Stories news feed. 6 Americans jailed in Kuwait for years on drug charges are finally home. Photos showing the former detainees, who include veterans and military contractors, arriving in New York this afternoon. The group's consultant calling the release a gesture of goodwill between 2 allies. He said his clients maintain their innocence. The release follows a recent visit to the region by Adam Bowler, the Trump administration's top hostage envoy. The new head of the Environmental Protection Agency announcing sweeping reversals of landmark environmental regulations put in by the Biden administration. EPA Administrator Lee Zeldin saying he is rolling back 31 environmental rules in total, including restrictions on pollution and vehicle emissions. Zeldin said he will rewrite the EPA's 2009 findings of greenhouse gases endangering public health and welfare. And an update tonight, California Governor Newsom says Eric and Lyle Menendez will go before a parole board hearing on June 13th. On his podcast, Newsom said a group of experts and psychologists will examine if they believe the brothers pose any danger to the public once the independent risk assessment is finished. The governor's office will submit it to the judge for resentencing. At the same time, Newsom's office will also consider commuting their life sentences for the 1989 murders of their parents. A baseball bat and a flare gun used as weapons during a shocking road rage incident in Florida. Video showing the driver of the white van grabbing a man inside another vehicle. The victim defends himself by firing a flare gun. The attacker then strikes the car and breaks the back window with the bat. Hillsborough County Police saying that man was arrested and charged with aggravated assault of a victim over the age of 65. And Othello's Broadway preview in New York City making history at the box office. The Shakespearean tragedy starring Denzel Washington and Jake Gyllenhaal taking Broadway by storm, selling more than $2 million worth of tickets last week. It's now the top-grossing show to hit the Broadway stage, beating the previous record set by Wicked. Othello is open through the first week of June. Tickets cost around $300 on average. Okay, next tonight to the major shakeup at the Department of Education. The office is today a ghost town. More than 1,300 employees were laid off, notified last night in an email of the difficult news that their organization unit is being abolished. Now, those layoffs, plus the more than 500 workers who took voluntary buyouts, leaving the department slashed in half as President Trump considers abolishing the agency entirely and leaving education to the states. The administration has said the move will not impact department functions, including federal student aid, but the uncertainty causing concern at schools across the country. Our Sam Brock visited one New Jersey high school where the superintendent laid out what these drastic changes could mean for her students.
In the halls of this New Jersey high school, echoes of uncertainty.
When you heard about the promise to dismantle the Department of Education, or at least reduce it in the name of efficiency, did that sound like a good idea to you, or were you concerned?
Very concerned. Very concerned.
Superintendent of Englewood Public Schools, Dr. Marnie Hazelton, walking us through the places where her students, faculty, and staff would feel any potential cuts first.
So we'll go in here. Are you anticipating impacts right away in the classroom?
Absolutely. We've already gone through the first wave of cuts a few weeks ago. Our funding for reimbursement for Medicaid, which is part of our IDEA, we saw that reduced from $280,000 down to $28,000.
A 90% cut in that money right away.
Absolutely, yes.
In the middle of the school year.
Yes. The services provided through Medicaid went to support our most fragile students, providing occupational therapy, mental health services, physical therapy.
President Trump has said he wants to shift control of education to the states. In 2021, right around 11% of school funding came from federal sources, according to the National Center for Education Statistics. The other almost 90% from state and local avenues. But Dr. Hazelton says every dollar in her district's budget is critical.
For every $100,000 in funding that you lose, what does that mean for a teacher or staff?
For every $100,000 that we lose, that is the equivalent of one teacher, one full-time teacher, including their benefits.
Another fear, the possibility the school could lose reimbursements for free meals that roughly 80% of their students qualify for.
For some of our most fragile students,
I'll follow you.
This is the only place where they get a hot, nutritious breakfast and lunch. We were so concerned that we partnered with our local grocery store to open a food pantry. We have a food pantry here where we distribute meals once every 2 weeks.
Hearing that the USDA recently just cut $1 billion of assistance for schools nationwide in terms of accessing fresh food from farmers and other sources. $1 billion. Does that give you pause for thought?
Absolutely. If children are hungry, they cannot learn. And if we are going to rely on highly processed food versus fresh fruits and vegetables, that is alarming.
Dr. Hazelton says she may need to make the difficult decision to cut sports and arts programs, which she says are the reasons many students look forward to coming to school.
What do you think the impact on the arts could be from these cuts?
Well, the first priority is always staffing classrooms. The priority is English, language arts, and math and science. So we would start to look at programs, our after-school programs, which include the arts.
A nearly impossible conundrum for school administrators, balancing basic services and those that can shape an entire high school experience.
Some of the students featured in the play, I didn't even realize they were musically inclined until they shared with me, I'm going to be in the musical. I didn't know you were into musicals. And you have to provide students that outlet and the opportunity.
Sam Brock joins us tonight from Englewood, New Jersey. So, Sam, do we know the total amount in dollars we're talking about here that could be cut? And what are you hearing about how that will already impact them for next year?
Yeah, we do right now. Certainly the amount of money that could be cut, Tom. And to give you just a sense of the financial tightrope that school districts like Englewood are walking right now, Englewood's budget for the entire year is $81 million. Then there's an additional $10 or $11 million of federal supplements, which is to say about 11 or 12% of the total financial picture is coming from the federal government. Now, here's the toughest part. We already mentioned in that piece that Medicaid reimbursements for this school year have already been removed by the administration, according to the superintendent. Well, right now, Tom, they're trying to plan their 25-26 budget, which the preliminary report on that is due in a matter of weeks. And Englewood basically doesn't know whether or not they're going to be getting a good chunk of this $10 million that's still on the table from the federal government. That is just a huge open-ended question. And the hardest part about that funding is heavily weighted towards special needs students and low-income students. And of course, as we lined out, there is a trickle-down effect as well, because once that money is taken away, if it is, it could affect things like sports and the arts as well. So just a potentially very difficult situation for school administrators.
Yeah, and then, the Department of Education, it has various functions in the way they interact with public schools. You've mentioned some of them. We know one of them is also anti-discrimination laws and sort of protocols in schools. Do we know what happens there? Does that department go away?
The DOE is responsible for enforcing anti-discrimination laws. So when I asked the superintendent that very question, her face went blank for a second then, and you could see the distress in her eyes, frankly, because what she said was, we don't know. There has been no guidance provided so far from the federal government as to where we're supposed to go if suddenly this entity, if DOE, just disappears tomorrow. She said they would be talking to their HR departments and continuing to handle things internally as they normally would. But from a federal level and federal action, they have absolutely no idea, Tom.
All right, Sam Brock for us, getting the story there. Sam, we appreciate it. Now to Top Stories Global Watch and an update on the train terror attack in Pakistan. Pakistan's military says it has rescued the remaining hostages held by the terror group. That group, known as the Baloch Liberation Army, sharing this video showing attackers blowing up a train with 400 passengers. The group claims it executed at least 100 more hostages. Military officials say 30 terrorists and 4 soldiers were killed during rescue operations. Dozens of inmates breaking out of an overcrowded prison in Indonesia. New video shows the inmates hopping over the prison's front gate and fleeing to the street, others jumping from the roof. Police say they have recaptured 24 prisoners, but nearly 30 are still on the loose. Local media reporting the jail is designed to hold about 100 people, but is currently housing about 400. And Western Europe's oldest human fossil found in a cave in northern Spain. The fossil is an adult facial fragment and is believed to be between 1 to 1.4 million years old. Scientists say the discovery will help researchers get a better timeline of when human ancestors settled in Western Europe. Okay, up next, the launch to bring home those astronauts left in space just called off. Why NASA decided to stand down and when the next opportunity for takeoff could be. 2 former astronauts join us to break it all down. That's next. We are back now with more on that SpaceX rocket launch, scrubbed just moments ago as we're coming on the air. This was audio from the moment Mission Control decided to call it off.
SpaceX LD on countdown 1. At this time, we are standing down from today to further address hydraulic release data.
The mission was intended to relieve the 4-person crew already on board the ISS, which includes Butch Wilmore and Suni Williams, who are currently 9 months into what was supposed to be a 10-day mission. We are joined tonight by 2 former astronauts, Mike Massimino and Eileen Collins, who is also the first ever female shuttle commander. We thank you both for being here. Also back with us, NBC News aviation correspondent Tom Costello, who's out there at the launch and who broke the news for our viewers tonight. Tom, I'm going to start with you. You were listening to Mission Control with one ear, you were listening to me in the other ear, and you heard that the mission was scrubbed. What more have you learned in the last hour or so, if anything?
Well, by the way, you've got the A-team with Eileen and Mike, so that's fantastic. Bottom line here is SpaceX and NASA are stressing this is not an issue with the rocket. This is an issue with a hydraulic problem on the clamp, on a ground clamp that connects to and holds the rocket in place to the erector set, if you will, right? The structure on the ground that keeps it in place. They've been working the issue for a few hours, and then finally at T-minus 43 minutes, they said, okay, we need to stop. We need to fully understand what the problem is. They do have launch possibilities for tomorrow evening and Friday evening. That doesn't mean that they'll use those opportunities, right? They need to first understand what the issue is and can they fix it Or, and this is me saying this, not SpaceX, but or do they need to take the rocket down? There's no suggestion of that right now. So they're going to work it probably through the evening. They'll pick it up again in the morning, and then we should get some update as to what their plan is on when they're going to try again. Beyond that, though, this was a picture-perfect day, 95% chance of go, beautiful weather. And Butch and Sonny, of course, who have been up on the International Space Station since June, 9 months now. And yes, they're good astronauts and they're Navy veterans, and they say we're used to longer than expected deployments. They're ready to come home, and clearly this must be a disappointment for them and their families. Sonny has said, you know, the hardest part is our families who feel like they're constantly getting delay after delay, and they want Butch and Sonny to come home as well. But safety is always the top priority at NASA, at SpaceX. They want to make sure they understand precisely what the issue is, Tom.
Yeah, and we were just looking at some live pictures. We may possibly, and again, this is a fluid situation, it's a breaking news situation. We may actually see the two astronauts, the astronaut from Russia, the cosmonaut, and from Japan come out. Guys, I'm going to ask the control room, are these live pictures? Is this them? So this is them still inside the capsule right now. They're actually, Mike, you can walk us through this. They haven't even gotten out yet. They were told almost an hour ago, no go, but they still got to stay in there. Why?
Well, they got to safe the area, make sure everything's okay with the fuel, make sure everything's okay with whatever the problem they were looking at, and go back in and get them. They have a whole procedure to run through to get this. And, you know, it's funny, Tom, I mean, I'm sitting and listening, and Eileen, my friend, is there. I think it was one of the first launches I went to see. Eileen was on board, and they had a hydraulic issue, and they scrubbed that launch right at the last minute.
Eileen, you can pick up the story from there if that's true, and get us in the minds of these astronauts, right, and cosmonauts. What are they thinking right now? Is it disappointment, or are they trained to know that this happens sometimes?
Well, you know, actually, it's both of those. And I cannot count how many times I've been out there with a scrub. It might have been 5 or 10, but especially with the weather this nice, you go out there and you say, oh, it's beautiful, I want to go. But the mindset of the astronaut is you have to be ready for one or the other. You have to be ready for win or lose, go or no go. And especially when you get in the very last minute seconds of launch countdown, you have to be ready for one or the other. So that's just part of our training.
Yeah.
And I think the disappointment will come after they get out and they're driving back to crew quarters. Then the disappointment will set in. But right now, I'm sure they're just thinking very professionally and doing their procedures.
This is, you know, we are dealing with some SpaceX technology here, but Mike, can you tell us what we were just seeing there? It looked like they were trying to open the hatch, if you will, if that's the correct term?
Yeah, it looks like they had the access on there. You can see the closeout crew there opening up the door, the hatch to the spacecraft. So the crew is, you know, again, they've practiced this before. They've practiced it in the real spaceship not too long ago.
Talk to me about this protective gear. Is there a reason why they're dressed like that?
You never know. You're around a spaceship and there may be something leaking. You know, there may be some coolant leaking. There may be some sort of propellant leak. You never know. It's always good to make sure that you're careful around that area. So you always wear the bunny suits. You always wear protective things on your shoes. That's going to space, that spaceship. Don't want any contamination.
And Mike, I was asking you about the mindset of these four. How about the mindset of Sunni and Butch, who are like, hey guys, been here for 9 months, clock is ticking, what's going on?
That's probably what they're wondering. You know, they thought they were getting 8 days and they keep getting delayed, and here's another day. But I'm sure they're just, you know, this is the way it goes. As Eileen said, these are things that we're used to. We used to say, when you're sitting on the launch pad, you never know you're really going to go until the solid rocket's light. That's what we used to say for the shuttle. And that's when you know you're going somewhere, when that rocket lights and you're on your way. Other than that, you're hopeful.
Eileen, talk to me about the conversation. We're not privy to it just yet, but between Mission Control, if you will, and Sunni and Butch, essentially telling them, listen, it's gonna be another day, maybe be another 2 days. Is that a difficult conversation, or are the astronauts so trained that it's just very formal and it's part of the job?
Well, I would imagine that they were listening to the launch countdown themselves live. I mean, that's what I would guess. But I'm sure they have conversations with Mission Control, and, you know, the Capcom is going to tell them something, you know, very nice, like, you know, don't worry, we're coming to get you. I actually just emailed Butch and Sonny a couple of weeks ago just to kind of get a feel for how they were doing. And I told them, hey, you know, we're concerned down here because you are all over the news. Everyone's talking about you. And they're like, hey, we're fine. You know, we're up here like loving it, doing the mission that they've trained for. And the other thing, they actually trained for a short duration flight and they got a long duration flight out of it. So I think they feel like they're really making some good contributions to science. They've each done some spacewalks, and we're very, very proud of them. And I also told the two of them that when they come back, they're going to have a fantastic greeting from us Earthlings down here. So get ready.
Yeah, I think the book was called The Right Stuff, right?
That's
the
cool
movie,
book. My favorite.
And it's the movie based on the book. And you do have to have the right stuff, right? Because most people complain if their plane is an hour delayed.
Yeah.
These two astronauts have been up there doing, NASA's work, doing work for our country, and haven't been told, listen, your trip is going to be 9 months long, away from your families and up in space, and a lot of unknowns.
Yes, I think it's a great example for everyone. You have to be resilient, go with the flow. Things change, and I think that's what we all can take away from the example that Sonny and Butch have set.
Mike Massimino, Eileen Collins, Tom Costello, we appreciate it. As we still are seeing live pictures, that crew about to be taken out of the capsule. And again, as soon as we have new information on when the new launch will be, we're going to bring that right to you as these astronauts, cosmonauts, and that astronaut from Japan are all coming out now. We thank you for this conversation. We are going to be right back with an interesting story, a historical story. We're going to take you to Italy, Pompeii, 2,000 years after volcanic eruption buried the city. Our team on the ground there, the first U.S. news crew to get a look at the latest excavation. That's next. We're back now with an inside look at the ancient Roman city of Pompeii. Nearly 2,000 years after it was buried under volcanic ash. Researchers now saying they've just wrapped the most important dig there in a century. NBC's Molly Hunter is in Italy with more on their discoveries.
2,000 years later, Mount Vesuvius still towers above the ruins of the Roman city of Pompeii. Walking in before the crowds, we headed to the edge of the excavated area. Archaeologist Dr. Sophie Hay takes us inside the latest discovery.
Wow. These frescoes are spectacular. They go on 3 walls, and you can see the figures are nearly life-size. They're wild women doing things that typically women didn't do at the time, like eating raw meat, like hunting, and their initiation rites into the mysterious cults of Dionysus.
Were the real women going to go out to the woods, hunt animals, eat raw meat? We still don't know that.
We're walking on Roman ground level here, about 30 feet underground. It was all dug by hand, Dr. Hay explains. First, 10 feet of pumice stone from the eruption, then toxic gas and ash.
They basically seal the top of Pompeii. So if you're left in the city at that point, you're never going to leave.
Following Dr. Hay down,
just how the Romans did it, right?
We descend into a small room where 2 people died, barricaded inside. The skeleton of an older woman clutching gold and pearl earrings.
And this is portable wealth. This is something she can use beyond the walls of Pompeii after the eruption. Sadly, she never had that chance.
Was this her lavish house, or was she a slave, maybe a thief? But director Anna Onesti, who heads the dig, says the good news is they've only uncovered half the site.
Every day here there is a surprise.
Molly Hunter, Pompeii, Italy.
We thank you so much for watching Top Story. I'm Tom Yamas in New York. Stay right there. More news on the way.
Thanks for watching. Stay updated about breaking news and top stories on the NBC News app or follow us on social media.
Good evening. I'm Ellison Barber in for Tom Yamas. Right now, we're just minutes away from liftoff. That SpaceX rocket set to send astronauts into space. So astronauts Sonny Williams and Butch Wilmore, who have been up there for 9 months now, can finally come home. This is the second attempt after a hydraulic issue caused the first launch to get called off on Wednesday. We are taking a live look right here at the launch pad. Let's get right to NBC News aviation correspondent Tom Costello, who is live tonight for us at Kennedy Space Center in Florida. Tom, we are in the last moments of the countdown here. Walk us through what we're seeing and what you're hearing.
Yep. T-minus 3 minutes and 5 seconds at this point. 7:03 p.m. Eastern Time is the actual launch time. Again, this is Crew 10. 2 American astronauts, 1 Russian cosmonaut, 1 Japanese astronaut, all headed to the International Space Station, part of a normal crew rotation to spend 6 months up there. But once they are on site, of course, at the station, that will allow Butch and Sonny and the rest of their Crew 9 to come home in their spaceship that they have had docked to the station since September. They've been there much longer than expected, as you well know. They had gone up for a 10-day mission. They've been there for now more than 9 months. So far, all things are going well. I've got mission control in my ear as well. They've been tanking, and when they actually lift off, they'll be consuming 700 gallons per second between liquid oxygen and liquid kerosene. So this is a very, very extensive and just listening as we go here, very, very extensive procedure that they have carried out, making sure they understood the problem from 2 nights ago when they had to scrub the launch, and they did that because a clamp that was holding the rocket to the structure on the ground suddenly was developing a problem. That's been resolved, and so now all systems are go with 95% chance of go because of the weather being so good. Beautiful day here in Florida. Ellison, they need probably undock, probably on Wednesday, splashdown, probably on Thursday, either in the Gulf or in the Atlantic Ocean. So as we approach now 1 minute and 5 seconds to T-minus 1 minute 5 seconds, let me listen.
You can hear that venting now. Obviously, rockets are very loud, and the sound can impart pressure loads back on the rocket itself. The ton of water absorbs and prevents the sound from hitting the structure and reverberating back onto the rocket. And that call out for auto-idle puts the rocket in a state the flight computers understand before it takes over, making sure the transition to final countdown is smooth and all the flight computers on board are in sync and configured for launch.
So, Ellison, let me just explain something for our viewers here. There is about a 20-second delay, right, from where I am, real time, to the image you're seeing, right? So, bottom line is that's why I say it's about T-minus 20 seconds, and you're showing it's going to take a little bit longer than that. Bottom line is we're getting very close right now.
You know, Tom, it was so powerful to hear about when it was about T-minus 10 minutes. We heard the commander, Ann McClain, thank all of the individuals who have made this mission possible. Remind us when Butch and Sonny come back. Well, let's actually go ahead and listen as we're getting close to 30 seconds.
Waiting to watch Crew 10 take off today.
T-minus 15. T-minus 10. 6, 5,
1.7 million pounds of thrust now propelling Falcon 9 and Crew 10. We're continuing to get good call-outs on the first stage performance so far.
Just a tremendous roar here at the Kennedy Space Center as Falcon 9 lifts off with Crew 10. Absolutely beautiful,
We're now
perfect
40
launch so
seconds
far.
into today's flight.
Power and telemetry nominal.
Continuing to get good performance.
Listen very clearly. Listen carefully for max Q at 58 seconds in. That's maximum dynamic pressure.
Max Q. What great timing that was. We just passed through max Q. That's the largest structural load that the vehicle will see on ascent.
Vehicle supersonic.
Critical moment there, passed perfectly.
We're now just over 1 minute and 10 seconds into today's flight, traveling at more than 1,400 miles per hour.
One Bravo.
And we just heard that call out for 1 Bravo, which means we're in the second and final abort mode for the first stage, continuing to get good performance. And the crew already pulling over 2 Gs. Next up, we'll have a couple of events happening in rapid succession.
Back chill started.
First will be that engine chill on the second stage and back engine, which we just heard. And then we'll have MECO, or main engine cutoff, where the 9 engines on the first stage will cut off ahead of the first and second stages. Will be separating from one another. Then the single Merlin vacuum engine on the second stage will ignite and continue to carry Crew 10 to orbit while the first stage begins its journey back to Earth. Now we're just 2 minutes into today's flight. The vehicle is traveling just under 4,000 miles per hour.
We're just about 20 seconds away from those events that Anna just mentioned. The 9 Merlin engines will shut down here in just about 10 seconds for MECO, stage separation, and SES-1.
Yeah, 2 minutes, 30 seconds. We'll get first and second stage separation.
Stage separation confirmed.
Copy, 2 Alpha.
Great call-outs and incredible views there on your left-hand screen. On your left-hand screen, you can see a view from stage 1. And an extremely excited crowd here in Hawthorne. Awesome views of that boost back burn on the first stage, as well as the MVAC engine igniting on the second stage. Great views there. Now the booster is in its boost back burn. This is the first of 3 burns as it makes its way back down to Earth. This will last about 45 seconds. And the Crew 10 crew is still on board Dragon, attached to Falcon 9 second stage, which you can see there on your right-hand screen.
And we're now at 3 minutes and 20 seconds into today's flight. The vehicle is traveling about 6,500 miles per hour. They are on their way to the space station. And we did have that confirmation coming up of the boost back shutdown. And then coming up at the T plus 6 minute mark. And there we have our first images of the crew inside the Dragon spacecrafts as they make their way into orbit. And the crew
Dragon, SpaceX, nominal trajectory.
Continuing to get good call-outs.
SpaceX Dragon, copy nominal.
Stage 2 continues to be on power with in its firing until we get to that second stage engine cutoff around the 9 minute mark of flight. About 5 minutes of flight to go before Dragon will be flying free.
Some cool views there on your left-hand screen. That's the first stage booster as it's making its way back down to Earth. This is a ground tracking camera getting these awesome views.
And on the right-hand side of your screen, you can see that lone Merlin vacuum engine of the second stage. We're continuing to get good performance on the second stage.
That trademark,
and the crew's G-loads will dip right when we hit the
to bring the booster rocket back down to Earth. Nobody in the world does that like SpaceX, and that makes this whole program affordable going forward.
SpaceX Dragon, copy nominal.
We're now at 5 minutes into today's flight with a liftoff at 7:03 p.m. Pacific, 7:03 p.m. Eastern, 4:03 p.m. Pacific. Continuing to get good call-outs as Stage 1 makes its way back to Earth, and Stage 2 continues to fire, propelling Dragon into orbit.
If you're just now joining us, the 4 members of Crew 10 launched from Launch Complex 39A at Kennedy Space Center in Florida. And they're currently on board Dragon, still attached to Falcon 9 second stage, which you're seeing there on your right-hand screen. On your left-hand screen, the first stage vehicle is making its way back down to Earth. It already completed the first of 3 burns as the boost back burn. And the next event coming up for that vehicle is going to be the entry burn.
Dragon, SpaceX, nominal trajectory.
Great call-outs there. That entry burn is coming up.
SpaceX Dragon, copy nominal.
That entry burn is coming up here in just under 20 seconds. We'll reignite 3 of those 9 Merlin 1D engines to help slow the vehicle down as it makes its way back into the Earth's atmosphere.
We're now just over 6 minutes into today's flight as Dragon and the second stage continue traveling at over 12,000 miles per hour, making their way into orbit and on the way to the International Space Station.
There we just saw on the screen, it was very quick, but we had the entry burn, which we got some cool views of that from the ground, which is awesome. Now Now, the next event coming up will be the landing burn for the first stage. That's coming up here in about 30 seconds.
Dragon SpaceX, nominal trajectory.
Again, great call-outs for
SpaceX Dragon, copy nominal.
Confirmation there from the crew as they continue to make their way into orbit. Now 7 minutes into today's flight, the first stage making its way back down to Earth and the second stage continuing to fire.
This is an awesome view. Let's see if we can see the center engine relight for that landing burn here in a few seconds. There's that landing burn. Let's watch as Falcon 9 touches down on landing zone 1. And the crowd here is excited to see Falcon 9 touch down on landing zone 1.
And now that the first stage has made its way back to Earth, we're about a minute away from the second engine cutoff, which we're expecting around the 9-minute mark of today's flight. We're continuing to get good call-outs, and Dragon and all of the systems on the vehicle are
to watch and listen to the NASA and SpaceX coverage here. I want to also bring in former astronaut Mike Massimino. Mike, walk us through what we just saw. I mean, we went through 2 stages here at least, and it seems like everything is going well.
It is. Yeah, the first stage was the rocket that launched them, and that's what you just saw return to Earth. It went through a series of burns to do that. Now the second stage is where the spacecraft is attached to that engine that you see burning now. That's the second stage, and that's what's taking them to orbit right now. So we still need that one to keep working for a little bit longer, and they'll be in space.
That call out there for Shannon, and that is the call out for Shannon, Ireland, which is the final abort stage for the second stage off the coast of Ireland. Standing by for a second engine cutoff.
Impact shutdown. Dragon SpaceX, nominal orbit insertion.
And there we heard confirmation
Launch escape system disarmed.
Good confirmation of orbital insertion. Crew 10 is now well on their way to the International Space Station following a 9.5-minute flight uphill.
Now, the second stage is preparing for Dragon separation here, which should happen shortly. In about 10-15 seconds is what we're expecting. And we're preparing for stabilizing the second stage so that we can have a smooth separation.
And there you can see on the left-hand side of your screen, the crowd is going wild. There on your screen, you can see that Dragon separation, that second stage making its way. And Dragon is now flying free. 10 minutes into today's flight. That was about a minute after we had that second engine cutoff.
So, Mike, as we're watching and listening to this, is this sort of the moment where, in effect, they're in the clear and we can say this launch has been a success, or do we have to wait until it gets
No, they're no longer under powered flight. So they've been inserted into their orbit. They still have some maneuvers, but it's those that 8.5 minutes or so where the engine's burning underneath you that you kind of hold your breath or waiting to make sure everything goes well, and now you have engine cut off, and they're in good shape. They're in orbit right now.
It's amazing to see. We also have with us Leroy Chow, who is a former astronaut as well and also a former commander of the International Space Station. Leroy, if you can hear me, I mean, just walk us through what you have seen so far and your reaction to what appears to be a very successful launch on the second attempt this week for Falcon 9 rocket.
This launch looked flawless. You didn't hear any problems going uphill, no failures, no error calls, nothing they were looking at. Looked completely flawless. The crew is now in their orbit injection, and they'll do a circularization burn, a series of burns, and they'll be at the space station sometime early tomorrow.
My family and friends, without you, I would not be here.
And I think we're listening to the astronaut speaking here. That sounds like that's Commander Ann McClain.
They're very happy.
Yeah, you can sort of hear it in her voice, the change from when she spoke right before takeoff, where she was thanking all of the people who'd helped get them there to their families as well, her thanking again. Let's listen as she talks some more.
In the connectedness of humanity. I would be remiss to not once again acknowledge those who helped me get here to this wonderful view and this perspective, to the teachers, coaches, fellow officers, fellow teammates, Raptor Nation, to my friends and family that encouraged my dreams from the start. Thank you. I wouldn't be here without you.
So we have here on Crew 10, it's made up of 4 different astronauts.
Specialist Takuya Onishi. I want to say a huge thank you to NASA and SpaceX, especially the Falcon 9 team for the successful launch, and we are looking forward to a smooth ride to the International Space Station.
That sounds like that is the mission specialist, Onishi, who is an astronaut with Japan's aerospace exploration team. He has been in space in the past. He's considered a veteran, as well as Commander Anne McClain. Of these 4 astronauts, 2 of them have made space flights previously. The Commander Anne McClain, she's had 2 spacewalks and 204 days in space prior to this. The other 2, Nicole Ayers, who is a U.S. astronaut with NASA, and also the Russian cosmonaut Peskov. It is their first space flights. Mike, take us through the emotions of that. If you are a veteran or if it is your first time, does it feel different or is it as exciting each time?
It was for me, it was different. The first time it was, each time was different. The first time was just kind of overwhelming, and the engines cut, and I was like, okay, are we still alive? What's going on here? It was just like a blur. And my second time, knowing a little bit more about what to expect, I enjoyed it a lot more. You know, and I was able, there were new people on my flight, and was able to share what we were going to do with them, and then the engines cut off. It's still exciting, but I think I was more aware of what was happening the second time. I was able to pay more attention to all the little details. The first time was just like a blur.
Leroy, give us your final thoughts watching this. Obviously, they have a lot of work to do once they get to the International Space Station. We're also going to see those astronauts, the U.S. astronauts, Sonny Williams and Butch Wilmore, come back home. They're going to be returning not on this same capsule. They have one that has been docked there since September, and they're coming back with 2 other astronauts who were also up there working, a team they had integrated into once they had those issues with the Boeing capsule they traveled on. They stayed there and had been working. But give us your final thoughts on this moment and what happens next.
Well, sure. The Crew 10 who just launched, they're obviously very happy and very excited to be in space, especially the newbies, you know, the guys, the folks who haven't flown before. But they're looking forward to getting on board the ISS and beginning their expedition. Similarly, Sonny and Butch and the other 2 crew members are eager to come home, especially Sonny and Butch, because they've been up there around 9 months, which is 50% longer than average. Usually we're only up there for about 6 months or so. But they've stepped up wonderfully. They've had a great mission. And, you know, astronauts were trained to adjust to new situations, which they've done. But at the same time, I'm sure they're ready to come home.
An extraordinary thing to watch. Mike Massimino, Leroy Chiao, as well as Tom Costello, who was with us earlier. We thank you both so much for your time. The NASA and SpaceX second attempt to launch the Falcon 9 rocket has been a success. And as we heard from Mission Control when they took off, they said, good luck, Godspeed, go Crew 10, and enjoy the ride. It looks like they will. Thank you all for that. We will stay on top of it as we turn now to some other news this evening. We're going to move on now to our other major headline, the deadly storm system that is moving across the country. Powerful winds stoking wildfires, dust storms, and tossing trucks across highways. The threat worsening as we head into the weekend with intense long-track tornadoes possible in the south. Alabama and Missouri declaring states of emergency with more than 100 million people in the storm's path. NBC's Adrienne Broaddus reports from St. Louis.
Tonight, hurricane-force winds fueling apocalyptic scenes across the South as the region braces for a potentially devastating tornado outbreak. Intense winds whipping across Texas.
There goes another one.
Tossing multiple semi-trucks on their sides in Amarillo. Gusts reaching over 80 miles per hour. Kicking up a dangerous dust storm, visibility near zero. Causing multiple crashes across the southern plains. The Texas Department of Public Safety reporting at least 3 fatal crashes. This ambulance crushed in a crash due to low visibility in Oklahoma. As those winds caused wildfires to explode in both states, some residents ordered to evacuate.
If you notice the smoke really picking up, if you can clearly see the flames, you need to do the best thing for you and your family and get out immediately.
That storm now moving east, 113 million, stretching from Minnesota down to the Gulf Coast, facing life-threatening storms heading into the weekend. The National Weather Service in St. Louis warning, quote, today may end up as one of the more prolific severe weather outbreaks in recent memory. Authorities bracing for the possibility of multiple tornadoes overnight, increasing the risk of danger.
We want people to take things seriously every time, but we definitely have a heightened alert for today.
The wind so strong, it's opening the lids of these dumpsters behind me, giving you an idea of how strong these gusts are.
These winds are not near 70 miles an hour right now, but we're feeling the impact of just standing here and being kind of pushed to the side.
With winds expected through the night, power outages are possible.
So before you go to bed, definitely make sure your phones are charged. Make sure you have the capability of getting emergency alerts.
Adrian joins us now from St. Louis. Adrian, talk to us about this dangerous weekend ahead. The threat level is as high as it can be for parts of the South, correct?
Indeed, Ellison, and they're expecting to see some EF2 possible, that is, tornadoes. We're talking about strong hail, damaging winds, and this will likely outbreak across the central Gulf Coast states into the Tennessee Valley. Families there should have their safety measures in place. Back here in St. Louis, where we are in the bullseye of this storm, the winds are picking up. As you see behind me, the sky is getting dark, and city leaders are encouraging people to check their cell phone devices. Make sure you have your emergency alerts turned on. Ellison.
Adrian brought us. Thank you. We also have breaking news tonight in the case of the Idaho College murders. NBC News has obtained 911 audio from the night of the killings. For the first time, we are hearing that call made from inside the off-campus house where 4 students were brutally murdered. The victims' roommates reporting that they had found at least one of their friends unconscious after seeing a man walking through the house. Take a listen.
911 location of your emergency.
Hi, something is happening. Something happened in our house. We don't know what.
What is the address of the emergency?
1122.
Okay, and tell me exactly what's going on.
One of the roommates is passed out, and she was drunk last night, and she's not waking up.
Okay.
Oh, and they saw some man in their house last night.
For more on this, let's get right to NBC's Camila Bernal. Camila, I mean, just hearing the 911 caller there sobbing, choking back tears as she's trying to speak, it's gutting, but walk us through what we know based on the audio we have from this 911 call. Is there more to it?
It is. It's just a frantic phone call, and I think that's the important part here, where you hear her breathing and crying and describing the situation, describing what happened. This is about a 4-minute phone call with 911, and it's unclear who exactly was calling because they do not identify themselves, but they do pass that phone around multiple people, and you hear dispatch saying, do not pass the phone around, tell me what's going on. Of course, you heard there, they describe someone as being passed out, as not waking up, and it is important to point out that a portion of the transcript of this 911 audio was made public last week in court filings, but we're finally hearing that 911 audio. I want to play a little more of it. Take a listen. Okay, so we don't have that part, but I will say that the dispatch makes sure that they go and check in on the people that are in the house. And so you, of course, hear the roommates. There are 2 other roommates that lived in that house at the time of the killings. And we know that there are text messages that were also made public where they are texting each other saying that there's a man with a mask in the house. You heard there on the call that they also described seeing a man in the house that night. The phone call to 911, though, was not made until about 11:55 the next morning. And the family of Kaylee Gonzalez saying, look, this is not to point fingers at anyone. This is a honest, raw phone call, and they want the finger to be pointed at Brian Kohberger. They say they want justice, Ellison.
Camila Bernal on that breaking news. Thank you. We appreciate it. Now to that terrifying scene on an airport runway. An American Airlines plane making an emergency landing when the engine catches fire. Passengers forced to evacuate onto the wing. Now the investigation into what caused this latest incident in a string of aviation mishaps. Steve Patterson reports from Denver International Airport.
It was a harrowing scene. Panicked passengers fleeing onto the wings of an American Airlines plane.
Oh my God!
The engine fully engulfed in flames, black smoke billowing around families waiting to be rescued.
Oh my gosh, they're emergency evacuating. They're running out.
Ground crews scrambling to the scene, evacuating passengers with slides. The Boeing 737-800 departed from Colorado Springs just before 5 p.m. Thursday, quickly diverting to Denver after the FAA says the crew reported engine vibrations.
It was a loud thud and a lot of vibration shortly after takeoff. And
Ingrid and Frank Hibbets were on board with their two daughters, split up on different ends of the plane. They recalled the moment the engine caught fire while taxiing and their terror inside as smoke filled the cabin.
First, I thought, I hope they can extinguish this fire, and I hope I get out of this plane in time, and I hope the plane doesn't blow up.
American Airlines says the 172 passengers and 6 crew were safely deplaned. 12 people were transported to a local hospital with minor injuries, according to local fire officials.
Oh, no.
It's the latest in a string of recent airline incidents, raising questions about air safety, from a crash landing upside down in Toronto last month.
Drop it! Come on!
Where everyone survived, to the plane that collided with a helicopter over the Potomac, leaving 67 dead.
Commercial aviation in this country is still incredibly safe. I would not hesitate to fly, but I do understand the public's nervousness about this. But I must tell you that there's the good news story about this Denver event is that the system worked.
Tonight, everyone on board thankful to be back on solid ground and reunited.
As soon as we all were together in the terminal, great big hug, because it was quite the relief.
And Steve joins us now from Denver. Steve, have officials given any updates on those 12 passengers who were taken to the hospital?
Yeah, Ellison, good news here. All 12 have been treated and released from the hospital. American Airlines also praising the crew for following protocols and landing. And meanwhile, we know the FAA and NTSB now investigating. Ellison?
Steve Patterson, thank you. Late today, the Senate heading off a government shutdown set for midnight tonight by narrowly passing a stopgap spending bill to keep the federal government open. The Republican-sponsored measure passed with the help of 10 Democrats. NBC's Kelly O'Donnell is tracking this from the White House. And Kelly, those 10 votes, they are creating pretty deep divisions within the Democratic Party.
Well, and those votes were about getting the measure to the final passage, and then the margin was even smaller. But those Democrats who decided to go along with Republicans did so because they said they didn't want a government shutdown. And Chuck Schumer was leading that, and he took a lot of heat politically, and certainly House Democrats expressed a lot of frustration with the Senate leader because of his willingness to go along with Republicans. There's just division within the Democratic Party right now on how to respond to the Trump administration. And so Chuck Schumer said that he did not want to see a government shutdown. He had enough votes to come along. And part of that is he felt that if the government were partially shut down for some period of time, there was no clear path to reopen it. He also said that the Department of Government Efficiency, the DOGE team, would also be able to continue trying to shut down parts of the government permanently if that were to happen. So this was a bill that Democrats broadly do not support, did not like, but keeping the government operating for another 6 months was something they felt of the choices was the better way to go. But what we saw is that there is this division about how to respond to the Trump administration, how to message that, and how to try to have unity among Democrats. Tonight, they don't have unity, but there was certainly a lot of fire.
Senior White House correspondent Kelly O'Donnell, thank you. We're back in a moment with the new revelations in the case of the missing student in the Dominican Republic. We have the transcript of the last person to see her before she vanished being interviewed by police. Why his account is raising new questions. We're back now with the latest on the disappearance of a University of Pittsburgh student in the Dominican Republic. NBC News obtaining an interview transcript between investigators and a man believed to be the last person to see 20-year-old Sudiksha Kunanki. The parents of that key witness now claiming that their son has been detained. NBC's Jesse Kirsch is in Punta Cana with the latest.
Tonight, the Iowa man at the center of the search for Sudiksha Kunanki, defended by his family, who claim he's been detained in the Dominican Republic. Joshua Reeby's parents, through their attorneys, allege he has been detained under irregular conditions and subjected to extensive questioning without the presence of official translators or legal counsel until Wednesday. The 22-year-old college senior has allegedly remained in his hotel room under police surveillance. For days, Kunanki's hometown sheriff in Virginia has called Reeby a person of interest. The Dominican Republic's national police say they don't use that term, adding no one is considered a suspect. His family says he has been repeatedly taken to the police station and interrogated for long hours. NBC News exclusively obtaining this photo from an interview Reeby gave Dominican investigators on Wednesday. NBC has also obtained an interview transcript, which we translated from Spanish. As she walked in the water, I never saw her again. Reeby recalling he met Kunanki just before she vanished from this Punta Cana beach on March 6th. The two part of a group taking shots of pink tequila. Then they went to the beach, winding up in waist-deep water, talking and kissing a little before a big wave crashed, sweeping them out to sea. I tried to make sure she could breathe every moment, but that didn't allow me to breathe all the time, and I swallowed a lot of water, he recalled. Reeby says he eventually got Kunanki to shore, but they were still in knee-deep water. I asked if she was okay. I didn't hear her answer because I started vomiting all the seawater I'd swallowed. After vomiting, I looked around and didn't see anyone. I thought she'd grabbed her things and left. I felt really bad and tired. I lay down on a beach chair and fell asleep. Reeby telling investigators he was surprised to learn Kunanki never returned to her room. But when asked if he went to authorities or the hotel, he responded, my lawyers advised me not to answer that question, and I agree with them.
And Jesse Kirsch joins us now from Punta Cana. Jesse, this man was interviewed by Virginia officials. That's where Kunanki is from, or where she lives. Do we have any more details from that particular interview?
Yes, sir, Ellison. The Loudoun County Sheriff's Office out of Virginia is telling us this happened yesterday afternoon. They tell us that Reeby was accompanied by his father and his attorney, and they describe him as cooperative. Meanwhile, a little bit more from that statement from his parents. They say he is dismayed by this disappearance, and his parents say they are expressing solidarity with Kunanki's family. Ellison.
Jesse Kirsch in Punta Cana, thank you. For more on this investigation, I want to bring in Bobby Chacon. He is a retired FBI special agent. Bobby, based on Jesse's reporting, this man, Joshua Reeby, who's 22 years old, a college senior, acknowledged in his interview with police in the Dominican Republic that he was with Sudiksha Kunanki kissing at the beach and that she was in some sort of physical distress, right? He says it was because they both were struggling to swim after getting hit with big waves. But to an outsider, it seems odd that he wouldn't have answered when asked if he had told anyone or tried to get any help after this apparent near drowning incident and her just leaving the beach. What do you make of that?
Well, it starts to get a little suspicious as we move through all of these different interviews, and his story changes slightly each time. And this one is a little more significant than previous interviews in that he actually puts himself as the last person to see her. In previous interviews, it was a little bit unclear about what happened in the water and where they were. And so now he's added a few more details, but he's also now stopped answering some key questions, and that's concerning to an investigator whenever somebody lawyers up. Now, look, everybody has a right to a lawyer. They have a right not to ask questions. He's, relying on his Fifth Amendment rights, but it does, as an investigator, give us some pause to start looking more into the facts. How can we get the answers that he's not giving us?
If you were investigating this, what would your next move be?
I'd be searching the beach, up and down the beach to the point where I think somebody could drag a body and bury it, because he might have done that, or he might have, pushed her back into the water. But if in that case, if she had drowned in that shallow water, you would think her body might have washed up, or it might have been seen from some of those helicopters. That's pristine, crystal clear water. So they've been doing the right thing. They've been searching as if it was a drowning, and they haven't come up with her. So now they have to put a little more effort into maybe this was foul play. Let's dredge the beach.